It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, extreme weather. A Los Angeles hospital evacuated after losing power as communities across the West clean up from Hillary. While in Texas, Tropical Storm Harold is on the move. We're live with your full forecast. Then, tragic death. Tributes pouring in for the California mother of 9 killed in a confrontation over the pride flag hanging outside her store. Officials releasing more details about the suspect this morning. We'll have the very latest. Plus, breaking the cycle. We're taking a look at one woman's incredible journey, how she used cycling to get her through her battle with breast cancer.
A little more than 2 years ago, I never ever would have thought I'd be back on the bike.
The full story straight ahead.
I wish politicians.
And top of the charts, it's the song that went viral online.
These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control.
Now hitting #1 on the Billboard charts. A look at how Oliver Anthony made history nearly overnight. Today, Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023.
Crossing today off on Alice's bucket list on my 80th birthday. A couple of Hokies on a girls' trip.
From Harrow, Oklahoma.
Celebrating our first anniversary.
Visiting from Youngstown, Ohio.
East Moline, Illinois. And Bellevue, Washington. I'm sending love to my dad. Happy birthday, Papa.
Hi to my husband, Lou.
Watching in North Vancouver.
Shout out to our local firefighters
in Tri-Cities, Washington.
To proud my beautiful wife with a trip to New York.
To celebrate our 25th wedding anniversary.
Okay. And welcome back. This morning on Your Health, an incredible story of overcoming adversity and finding true strength. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is here along with one of her personal heroes.
That's right. So, as you know, Hoda, I went through breast cancer a few years ago. And while there are a lot of really terrible parts of that, there's also what I consider incredible blessings in the amazing women that I've met through this. One of them is Lisa Sensis, who not only supported me on my journey, but she showed me just how far you can go, even when you least expect it.
Along the windswept Scottish countryside, Lisa Sensis is about to take on the globe's greatest cyclists. No one more surprised than her at just how far she's come. Donning the stars and stripes, she warms up for the World Championship 35 to 39-year-old individual time trial, often called the Race of Truth, a straight 15.5 miles, just the rider, the bike, and whatever they can find inside.
Little nerves?
Little nerves.
Maybe because Lisa's truth is so much different than the longtime cyclist she's about to face.
I would have never put my name with the word athlete in any sentence.
But for Lisa, cycling became a lifeline. The Long Island mother of 2 started joining her husband Andrew for rides when she was feeling down after the birth of her sons. She liked it and even entered some small local races until a longtime fear of Lisa's played out.
Every woman in my immediate line has been affected by breast cancer.
She had no known genetic variant, but started finding suspicious lumps in her own breasts.
My babies need their mom, and I will do anything, absolutely anything, to make sure that they have her.
At 36, she opted for a preventative double mastectomy that left her in extreme pain that only got worse.
Couldn't raise my arms fully above my head. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't embrace my babies. I couldn't do anything without pain.
Her search for answers led her to breast surgeon Dr. Jonathan Bank, a specialist in post-mastectomy pain syndrome. Another surgery finally relieved the agony. Eventually, she got back on her bike.
I said to my coach, I just want to see how strong I can get.
Just how strong is something nobody could have predicted. A test of how her body functions during exercise showed the self-described non-athlete had the capacity of a pro.
Lisa Sensis of Montauk, New York, 57.
Lisa started winning and winning and winning, becoming national champion for her age group.
A little more than 2 years ago, I never ever would have thought I'd be back on the bike.
Dr. Bank tells me he's now filming a documentary on her recovery.
I was just a woman who got on her bike and happened to be strong.
She just continues to humble me, and I'm just in constant awe of her achievements that are way beyond physical on a bike. Here we go. Good luck.
And he is here in Scotland as she gets ready to take on the world.
It does not get any bigger than this. These are the best of the best from around the world.
These are census of the United States.
Go, 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 go!
Over 35 minutes, the racers push themselves to the limit. Lisa fueled by how far she's come.
No, Lisa! Woo! What were you thinking about out there?
Oh, over and over. Lisa, just go. Lisa, just go. That's all I kept saying. So it made me cry.
Both of us moved to tears, knowing the true prize.
I really hope that other people who are going through this can feel this amount of pride just to bounce back and know that you can come out the other side better than you ever thought you could before.
A journey she could have never imagined, but one she is determined to embrace with everything she has.
Okay, if you're not inspired after seeing Lisa, oh my, first of all, amazing. You came in 11th in the Worlds, which is unbelievable. I mean, I kept hearing you say you were never an athlete, but honestly, in high school, you never played a sport, you never did any of that stuff?
I didn't even participate in gym class. So I broke my arm in 2nd grade, and that took me out of gym throughout high school. And I never did anything until my husband encouraged me to get on a bike and just start riding with him.
Well, I feel like the bike is the vehicle, but there's something inside you that's beyond the bike. There's something that's beyond all of this. What is it you think that motivates you through all these things?
Honestly, I love challenging myself.
Yeah.
And during my breast cancer recovery from all of my breast reconstruction surgeries, I felt like I hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would have ever been so comfortable admitting that before I went through that process. And now I'm proud of saying,
yes,
I hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
And I found it within myself. And also, I appreciate what other people saw in me to say, wow, you can come out of this and you can do something that you never thought you could before.
Right? I mean, we're not all going to be world-class cyclists.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think. I mean, but now I may try. But, you know, the lesson that I learned from her is we can push ourselves and we can all try things that maybe we haven't done before. And like she said, come out on the other side better than you did before.
I love what she added to your life. Because just by chance you meet her, just by this moment, and now you guys are friends and you have this inspiration.
Yeah, she's just so generous.
This is going to take you. Wow.
Absolutely. And what she won't tell you is that her wheel was broken when she was doing that race. You only figured it out afterwards. Yeah.
And by the way, your beautiful family, can we just, I know that there's got to be a camera somewhere. We've got your beautiful husband and kids and your sister and your niece all here in studio. So we can see your support system is strong.
I take them everywhere.
Wow.
We're leaving for nationals right after this.
You're getting in the car and driving?
We are getting in a car the moment we get home. I'm getting out of this jacket, putting on a pair of sweats, and we're heading right down to Georgia.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a great story. Yeah, he did. We're back. That was special. A special moment for American Noah Lyles. He shocked the world. However, he did not shock himself. He won the 100 meters at the World Championships.
That's right. He called it, too, ahead of the race. That means the 26-year-old now holds the coveted title of world's fastest man, something that is very nice to have with the Paris Olympics less than a year away now. And, oh, did we mention the 100? Not even Noah's best race.
We're going to talk about it with the man himself. Noah is with us live from Budapest. Noah, what a treat it is to sit with you. Take us through that race. It was over in a blink. It was up. It was like kind of a photo finish to see who had won. You said you knew from the beginning it was going to be you.
Yeah, I knew from the first two steps that it was my race to win. You know, after the semifinal round, and I had such a great run. You know, I come back, and you know, my coach is like, "You just got to do exactly what you said." And he's like, "Hey, you're in everybody else's mind because they have to run away from you because nobody can match my top speed." So when I crossed the line, I knew I had won, but everybody was celebrating like they did. So I was a little confused until I made sure that the screen said my name.
But here's the thing, though. It wasn't just them. Your mother was seen asking, "Did he win? Yeah. Did he win? Did he win?" Then after the race, we saw you run into the stands. Yeah. You wrapped your arms around her. What were you saying to Mom in that moment? What did you say to your mother?
Yeah, the thing about my mom is she could be dead front and center of the start line and the finish line and still not know who won. She always asks me, "Did you win?" But, oh yeah, we were so overjoyed because, as my mom says, you know, the 100 meters is, she's like, she calls her my side chick. And the 200 is my wife. So, you know, here I am playing around with my side chick, and she's so nervous because this isn't my main thing, but I was determined to show her and the world that this is my main event as well, and she was just so excited for me.
Well, you did show her and the world, Noah. One of the most beautiful moments was when the national anthem played, and it came over you like a wave. It started as a trickle and ended with a wave. It was very emotional for you when that was happening. Describe what was going on during that moment for you.
Yeah, to be honest, I was singing the national anthem in my head, and I think we were 3 verses in, and all of a sudden my eyes get watery. I'm like, oh, okay, you know, this is fine. You know, it's a moment. It's a nice moment, and then all of a sudden we're halfway through, and now, you know, 1 tear is coming down. I'm like, oh, okay, we're doing this, and then, you know, everything just really started flowing, and I was just like, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. But in actuality, when you look back at it, it is. You know, I've been to Tokyo and it was empty. You know, I've gone to other world championships and everybody leaves after the 200, so nobody's there to see the medal ceremony. And here I am. I got to be in Budapest winning the 100, event I've been dreaming about for years, and it's in front of thousands of people, and they're finally here to, you know, commemorate this moment. So it was very emotional, and you know, I don't think I realized how much weight I was holding on to.
Here's the thing, as you just mentioned, your main event, the 200 coming up on Friday. You predicted victory ahead of the 100. Yeah. Are you going to predict victory again on Friday? Does Noah Lyles win the 200 as well?
I'm going for a little more than some victories. And it's a few world records that I've had my eye on for quite a while now. And after having such a great improvement in the 100, I'm almost certain that it's coming in the 200. Good.
Well, we're rooting for you. And also, hats off to your counterpart, Sha'Carri Richardson, who also took #1 in the 100.
Yes.
It's USA all the way. We want to see you guys in Paris, 2024.
We're going to be there.
All right. Thank you again.
Yeah, we're just waking everybody up to the miracles that are going to be happening in Paris.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Noah. You can catch the World Championships, including, of course, Noah's 200-meter race Friday on USA and on Peacock.
I mean, I've been following him since he was at T.C. Williams down in Virginia.
Yeah, T.C., yeah.
And that energy that he has now, he's had that same energy for 15 years. Also, by the way, for an all-access look at how Noah prepared for the world stage, you can stream episode 1 of his new docuseries over on Peacock, untitled The Noah Lyles Project.
All right, coming up next, guys, the race to get ready for the new school year. All the organizing tips and gadgets your family might need to fall back into your routine. Fall back.
Yeah.
But first, this is Today on NBC.
Real cool to appreciate that.
We're back. 8:44 with Shop This List today. It's back to school season, time for us to get all ready, get reacquainted with our routines. So this morning we got some great items for all ages. We're going to help your family get organized in and out of the classroom. So of course we had to invite our organization expert, Janelle Cohen, here. Do not forget to scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen so you can add everything to your cart. One click away. Okay, we need you, Janelle. Yes. I'm happy you're here. When kids are getting ready for school in the morning, that usually takes up a lot of time. I feel like you have the answer to that problem.
I think I do. Mornings are a little chaotic.
Yeah.
This is a hanging organizer. You can hang it in your kid's closet over the weekend. You can pick out their outfits with them, head to toe. There's a spot for shoes, everything. And then they can feel empowered to get ready on their own, pick out their outfits, and then you have maybe a few extra minutes to accomplish whatever you need.
By the way, it's such a great idea. My kids put their clothes out, but they put them in a little pile and just leave them by their bed. But look how nice the shoes and all saves time.
Organized.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to lunch.
Yes, lunch. These are the Bent Go lunch boxes. They're so cute. They have these little compartments, so you can just put whatever little categories you want of food in each compartment.
Okay.
They have a removable ice pack, so you can keep them nice and cold, and they're spill-proof. So you can throw it in the backpack. You don't have to worry about leaks. And the kids love it. It's so cute.
Can I say something else? Easy to open, because often kids are struggling to open and close things. That's great. I love that.
And the colors are cute.
Right, and the size is spot on. Okay, what about grown-ups? We need lunch too.
We need lunch too. I mean, I have really long days, people who are commuting, and you don't want to feel like you're carrying around a lunchbox. So this is like the chic adult lunchbox.
Oh, this is cute.
I know, right? And it comes with 2 Tupperwares that fit perfectly inside it, which you know I love.
Yes.
And it's insulated.
Love it.
It's great. And it's Fit and Fresh.
Yeah, you're right. Super cute to carry. All right, easy lunches. Yes. You say there's only one water bottle to get, and you found it.
Yes, I did. If you are not Team Owala, you got to try it. I'm obsessed with these.
I've never tried it.
You haven't?
No. What's the story? Tell me.
It's great because it comes with this little attached, like the handles attached to it, like this. You press the button, and it has a straw, or you can just take a sip.
Like it.
So if you like a straw, you got a straw. If you want a sip, you can sip.
I like how it fits in your hand.
I know, and it fits in the cup holder. Tons of sizes, tons of colors.
By the way, super cute.
I feel like I drink so much water when I bring this with me.
Yes. And easy to open and close. You're right. And like you said, the cup holder is critical.
Critical.
All right. We teased that there is a notebook we must have, and you have found it.
I have. It's actually the last notebook you're ever going to need to buy.
Okay.
Because it's reusable. So
Wait, what?
Yes, it is. It comes with this erasable pen. Okay. And when you're finished, when you filled up the notebook, you just wipe it down with water.
No, you do not.
Yes, you do. And it feels like paper, because sometimes they don't really feel like you're writing in a notebook.
Okay.
And it's so cool because you use their app. So all you do is take the page. You scan it.
Yes.
And then it digitizes it, and it saves it to your cloud. It saves it to your drive. You can send it to your classmates. You can send it to your colleagues. It's really cool. Yeah.
This is cool.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes. I'm into it.
Yeah.
So you just use this and you erase it.
Yep.
Okay.
So you only need one notebook, and this one's so cute. You can throw it in your purse or your to-do list, and then when you're done.
All right. Take us home. This is all the athletic equipment and stuff the kids have.
Yes.
What do we do with it?
Okay. Well, you know, back to school means all the activities, and then all the things end up everywhere. So this is a great way to keep it organized. You can put it in a playroom or your garage, entryway, whatever works for you. And it has a spot for literally everything.
You're right.
Including home gym equipment. So if you're trying to get back into that fitness routine, great spot to put your weights, boxing gloves, yoga mats, you name it.
Janelle, great job. Happy you're here. Thank you for all these organizing tips. And you can purchase these items by scanning our QR code. Head to today.com/shop the list. And we should mention that Today does earn a commission on the purchases from this segment, which solely features products available on Target. Thanks again, Janelle.
Thank you.
Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda. Up next, some must-haves for your kitchen, including the #1 thing that Chef Aisha Najaya says that you need to become a better cook. Seriously?
That's it.
Okay.
We're doing it.
This is Today on NBC. We're back this morning on Today Food, some essential gadgets from the kitchen. And we brought in one of the best chefs in America. We're going to do things a little differently this morning with one of our favorite guests. We asked Chef Aisha Najaya of Shuka and Chouquette restaurants right here in New York City to let us in on her secret tools and how we can maybe use these tools to level up our own cooking at home. Your first item, by the way, as soon as I saw it, I was like, Aisha's one of my people. This is exactly what I always have.
This is the most essential, important part of cooking. It's creating the vibe, and music is my main ingredient. Yeah. So at Shuka and Chouquette, the vibes of us are fire. We have our playlist called Little Bumps and Big Bumps and Sway.
Yes.
You got to get the music going so you get your two-step in before you start cooking.
I love that. All right, so we've got our speaker,
yes.
And then we're on to what? What's
These are my samurai swords in the kitchen beyond the knife. I love lemon zest, and the smell of it, putting it in dressings, just getting it going like this. Smell that.
So, ooh, that
delicious,
is nice.
Right?
And that's just a microplane.
That's just a microplane. Easy to clean up. Also, you get to use 100% of your product. I've done this before on the show where we make salad dressings and marinades with this. You get all the garlic on there. It's 100% yield, no waste.
Oh, you're right.
You don't have to use your knife. You don't even have to do any prep work.
And your fingers don't end up smelling like garlic for 2 days.
Well, if they do, you could just rub it on the lemon.
Yeah, yeah. So you actually save money using the planer.
100%. And a lot of these tips you'll see are very cost effective. So every chef obviously has their favorite chef knife.
Yes.
But my two knives in the kitchen that I love are these small little serrated paring knives. I love them because they're easy to yield very easily. Cutting a zucchini, and what I like to do with zucchini is score it like this. And what that does is that it opens it up so that I can season in here and throw it on a sheet tray. Also, when you have small little tiny things like these cherry tomatoes, a big knife sometimes seems clunky in the hand.
Yes.
So slicing them in half is really simple. I don't know if you want to try one, but the fact that it's serrated, yes, and it grabs onto the skin of the tomato and pulls it right through for a little snack.
What is this? What is this knife though?
This is one that's not serrated, so we can open it up. You can get these anywhere. They're very cost efficient. Okay. And this one just doesn't have the serration, which you can cut the tomato.
So you don't always have to use that big knife that I frequently use.
Not all the time.
A strainer. Aisha, you love a strainer. Why?
I love a strainer. Of course, I just told you lemons were my favorite, but when I'm making salad dressings and stuff, I don't have time to have a lot of gadgets. I don't want a lot of cleanup, so I use this baby strainer. The pits stay in here, and we're all good. The other thing about the strainer that I love is, listen, who doesn't love a mojito?
There you go.
But sometimes the floating mint, super annoying. Yes. I don't want that in my teeth. So shake the cocktail up.
What I love about these items is they're not ridiculously expensive either.
No, and they are not large. You're not buying any appliances. These are things that you have that are multi-use. Yeah. And
is that a real mojito?
You have, yeah, it is.
Okay.
We're not playing around here.
We should have started with this after the speaker. Okay.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't knock your socks off. Okay, spatula. My favorite thing. That's good. How could you have a party without having onion dip, right?
Yes.
Sour cream in there. Get your packet. You're mixing this all up in there.
I love that you use a packet, by the way.
You have to. Listen,
I love that you use a packet.
You can chef some things up, and then other things you just have to succumb to. They're just better than how you're going to make it.
What do you like about these spatulas in particular?
What I love about this spatula is that, please taste it.
Yeah, of course I will. You know,
my gourmet contribution. Look, say we're putting this in here and we're going to plate up, right? We have all of our dip in here. Look at this, zero waste. Everything from the bottom of the bowl gets into here.
Because of the way the spatula is
right, gets around the curves.
These two pans that you love.
These made-in pans are the easiest things ever. Easy to clean, easy to store. Crack 2 eggs in here, a little bit of olive oil. You can sear pork chops, big boy steaks, anything that you like. Throw the egg in here, made in.
Made in.
I love that they're really quality made, heavy bottomed, so that you could cook anything in here. Put a little salt.
Are you such a pro? You cook so much faster than I do.
Do I?
Yes.
I eat even faster than I cook, so don't you worry. All right?
And last but not
those
least,
eggs and they're ready.
That sheet pan.
The sheet tray, the sheet pan. I love the vibrant colors. I mean, come on, matches my shirt today. You can allow a little olive oil, get some salt from there if you don't mind. We throw this in the oven and we roast vegetables. The beauty of these sheet trays also, you're a professional, is that you can store, if you're having burger night and you have all your toppings on here, this goes directly on the table as a serving tray. So it dubs as a cooking utensil, something you can put your mise en place in. If you're roasting vegetables, you throw them all on here.
Thank you.
And that's the way to go.
Next time, bring mom.
Yes, I will.
Next time, bring mom back. By the way, you can find more on today.com/food. Miss Dreyer.
Thank you.
We love Aisha. All right, Craig, it is time to celebrate now. So let's play the music. Let's spin around those Smucker's jars. We've got a lot of birthdays to talk about. First up, happy 100th birthday to Minetta Walker of High Point, North Carolina. She'll be spending her special day with her 8 grandkids and 16 great-grandkids. Roger Peters of Valley, Nebraska is 100 years old. He served in the Army during World War II, and we salute you for your service, sir. Happy 100th birthday to Alberta Courtney, an active lady from Chicago. Get this, in 100 years, she's never driven a car. She says that's how she stays so active. Genius. Vernon Garman is from Elkhart, Indiana, celebrating 101 years. He worked for the same company for nearly 50 years before retiring. Norman Brown of Sylvania, Georgia is 100. He's proud to say he was photographed as Mr. September for his local YMCA calendar at 92 years old. Good for him. And happy 100th birthday to Frances Podolak, who is certainly dressed for the occasion. Check out those beautiful glasses. This fashionable lady is from Cleveland, Ohio. Her secret to longevity, cold beer on a hot day. Not a bad idea. We are back right after your local news.
This morning on the third hour of Today, World Cup controversy. Strong reaction to this moment during Spain's victory celebration. The head of the country's soccer association kissing a player on the lips. Her reaction and his apology that some say doesn't go far enough. Then later, our high-speed Consumer Confidential. Our clutch performer, Vicky Nguyen, gets behind the wheel to show us why manual transmissions are roaring back to popularity and how shifting gears could save you money. Plus, back-to-school hacks to get organized. From packing lunches to an adorable pool noodle, we're helping make this school year the best one yet. And Chef Ann Burrell is here to take care of dinner with a pasta dish she says will transport you straight to Italy. That's all ahead today, Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Craig and Dylan. Al is enjoying a well-deserved day off as he celebrates his birthday week. Thank you for joining us.
He's working.
Yeah, he's coming back tomorrow.
He's coming back tomorrow, right?
He's on a shoot somewhere.
Oh, that's right. He is working today.
Yeah.
Dang.
He's on the side.
Sorry, Al.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you enjoy
I'll be back
wherever you are. It's a busy day, a lot to talk about today. We're going to begin with that World Cup controversy. It has nothing to do with what happened on the field, but rather a moment during the championship celebration. It's what people are buzzing about today. The head of Spain's Soccer Federation under fire today and apologizing for a kiss. NBC's Kelly Cobier is live with the latest. Hey, Kelly.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the Spanish women's team and their fans should be celebrating and savoring this big win, right? But instead, their victory is somewhat clouded by a moment many fans and others say never should have happened. Overnight, a world champion homecoming for Spain's women in Madrid. Coming off the plane to a victory parade, the team celebrating with thousands of fans cheering them on after their first ever World Cup win. Midfielder Jenny Hermoso ecstatic Sunday. It's the best feeling I've ever felt, she says. The players getting hugs as they received their medals. And then this. Spanish Football Association President Luis Rubiales kisses Hermoso on the lips, holding her head in his hands. Minutes later, as the team partied in the locker room, Hermoso says of the kiss, "I didn't like it." The backlash in Spain, swift. A headline in the top-selling newspaper El País read, "Jenny didn't like the kiss, neither did we."
Spain's culture minister on X, formerly known as Twitter, calling it an act of sexual violence. The Spanish football president at first dismissed criticism, but last night, this apology. Rubiales said in part he regretted his actions and he was wrong, but there was no bad intention. We saw it as natural, he added, but I have to apologize, learn from this, and understand that when you're president, you have to be more careful. Hermoso released her own statement saying she has a great relationship with Rubiales, and the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, adding, I'm a world champion, and that's what matters.
If this were to happen in the United States, this would be considered sexual harassment / sexual assault.
I mean, 100%. To see some prominent voices from within Spain say this crossed the line, that to me shows that this is kind of beyond what we may consider a cultural norm, beyond what we may consider a moment of emotion.
Some are now calling for Rubiales to resign. An apology should not be enough, this fan says, but fans and players say nothing will overshadow what the women have achieved.
And so how is Jenny Hermoso feeling about this morning? Well, you might say she's not losing any sleep. Take a look at this picture she posted, posing in bed with the trophy, copying that iconic shot by Lionel Messi after his World Cup win with Argentina last year. Yeah, she's loving it, guys.
I love that. Well deserved. Look at all those tattoos. Yeah. Thank you, Kelly.
Congrats. It really does continue to amaze me how Team USA, the women here in our country, how quickly they have been able to get people excited about women's soccer.
And rally around the sport. Yeah, it's good for the sport.
Yeah, it's great for soccer.
It is.
We want to turn to some medical news now, some headlines that are getting attention this morning, including a rise in COVID cases as we head into the fall. Also, new vaccine guidelines to protect against a common virus. Here to break down what we need to know, one of our favorites, NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Natalie,
good morning.
Good morning. So earlier this year, the FDA approved, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they approved this RSV vaccine for people over the age of 60.
Yeah.
Then yesterday, they announced that pregnant women were also eligible. So tell us a little bit more. Who's eligible for the new vaccine? Who should rush out to get it? Maybe who should not?
Yeah. So first of all, just can we take a moment to appreciate that we're going to head into flu and RSV and COVID season with these tools in the toolbox for RSV that we did not have a year ago. That is very true.
There were times where you were sitting in that chair and we were really concerned.
Think about it, like the majority of kids by the age of 2 have been exposed to RSV, and we had nothing to protect them, and we had this onslaught of cases. So yes, so there was a vaccine approved for adults over the age of 60, and yesterday the FDA signed off on the same vaccine for pregnant women between gestational age, or weeks 32 and 36 weeks of pregnancy, as well as for individuals who might have underlying heart or lung disease or who are immunocompromised. You know, myself in rheumatology, I'm waiting for my national organization to suggest that our patients who are immunocompromised should get this vaccine. The vaccine can be associated with some significant side effects that they are monitoring for, so it might not be a universal everyone over the age of 60. This is definitely a talk to your doctor one, but nonetheless, very, very good news.
I feel like the symptoms of RSV are similar to a cold.
They sure are.
Yeah, and then also if you're the youngest ones, what do we have? Like 0 to 8 months. What do you do for them?
So we talked about this a lot. For the majority of people who get RSV, it is a big nuisance. Runny nose, fever, cough, wheezing, trouble breathing. But in susceptible or vulnerable, especially newborns, because they have such small airways, they can get something called bronchiolitis, which is inflammation or pneumonia. We have a monoclonal antibody treatment that was also approved this year for kids between the ages of 0 to 8 months, and also a little bit older if they still have risk factors. It's a one-time shot in the muscle, and you're basically giving them the antibodies to protect them against RSV.
So awful.
3 tools.
Those little babies trying to breathe when the neck gets all swollen. So we've been talking a lot about COVID and the uptick in COVID. Are we back at a point where we should be masking up indoors?
So you know how we used to talk about case counts? We are not tracking case counts. We know that cases are vastly underreported because people are not getting tested as readily as they once were. So the CDC is looking at hospitalizations and ICU admissions as well as wastewater data to see upticks in COVID.
Okay.
If you are a person who is more likely to get sick, if you live with someone who's more likely to have a severe outcome, or you're really worried about long COVID, should you be masking in public indoor spaces? Go ahead and mask in indoor spaces, on public transportation. I think that's still an independent, personal decision you make on your own risk assessment.
Right. Okay. I want to go back to something you just said there, not to put you on the spot. The fact that we've stopped tracking case counts.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because think about it. The vast majority of us, or maybe not, you have a sniffle, you have a little sore throat, you get better in a couple of days, you never test. That's what's happening.
Got it.
And
It's harder to test now,
it
too.
is harder to test. You said it
I
took
just
an hour.
yesterday, I have a cold. I just wanted to be
Right?
careful. Yeah, I waited 45 minutes in the minor emergency room
And
because
it's
all the tests were gone.
Yeah, and when the public health emergency ended, you're no longer guaranteed to get reimbursement from insurance companies. Those tests are expensive.
Yeah.
So that's why.
COVID booster, it's expected to be approved later?
Yeah, it's supposed to be approved and be available by the second or third week in September. And we also had this recent study about which arm should you get the booster in.
Oh.
And somebody actually looked at this. See, we have people who are very interested in these things. And they found that there was a slightly better response if you got the booster in the same arm that you got your previous vaccines in. Do you remember how we used to talk about, like, you could get a swollen lymph node and stuff? It's all about, like, where that immune reservoir is. So if you have the option, maybe get it in the same arm.
Wow.
Immune
it's like all
reservoir,
coming back.
like
Do you like that immune reservoir?
Dr.
Okay,
Natalie,
you're paying attention.
Thank you.
You're going to go see patients now, too, aren't you?
I am.
God bless you.
Busy woman. All right. Well, now let's get to another story that hits a little close to home for maybe someone on my left here at the table.
Not this left.
A new report from the BBC found that the rates of lost luggage may be on the decline.
I disagree.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish the story. So apparently, to your credit, they reached the highest in a decade in 2022, lost bags, largely due to airlines just really struggling to get back up to speed after the pandemic. But now, the IT company SITA? Anyway, they shared early data with the BBC that shows a downward trend in lost luggage in 2023. Now, NBC, we haven't seen the numbers, but we do have access to one person who may not agree.
But I do think for folks who perhaps have not been following your saga, Dylan went to Italy. Her bags did not go to Italy, all of them at least. So you lost a fair amount of luggage.
Now I'm thinking they're in Amsterdam.
Wow.
If anybody happens to go through
Based on what?
Amsterdam airport, because do you remember when Misty Bellis was on the show from Virtuoso? I told her my whole story because I tell everyone my whole story. And she had someone who was near Catania Airport who
went and looked for your bags?
Looked for me, and she said, it is not there. I promise you it's not there. So maybe it's narrowed down to Amsterdam. So if anybody wants to check out the luggage department.
Well, you're not alone. I mean,
Including the
usually people get them back. Like my family just traveled, and it took 2 weeks, but they got it back.
We're going on a month now.
But according to the report, though, it's gotten better than it was.
It's just not.
So you're an outlier.
I am. Exactly.
You're an outlier.
Good luck.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to commit as a friend group.
What are we committing to?
We're going to help Dylan get this luggage back.
No, everybody stopped helping, including the airline.
The Adidas jumpsuits I got for the boys, were they?
No, I had those.
When we come back,
wearing those.
When we come back, we're on the money with the woman known to millions on TikTok as your rich BFF.
That's what I want to be for you, Dylan. One day.
BFF.
One day.
So the rich BFF is here to share some financial advice, including how to figure out what she calls our set for life number.
That's a set for life number.
Set for life. Then a little bit later in Consumer Confidential, muscle car enthusiast Vicky Nguyen, who just poked her head out from back behind the data wall. She's going to be here to tell us why stick shift cars could be back in stock.
Back.
Third hour of today. We're rolling on right after this. We saw you. This morning in our series On the Money, a lesson in how to take control of your financial wellness. And we brought in a personal finance educator. Her name's Vivian Tu. Vivian's a former Wall Street trader who shares her money knowledge. She's on the TikTok, y'all. She's all over TikTok. And she's known on TikTok as your rich BFF. And oh, by the way, she's coming out with her first book later this year. And here's the title, Rich AF, the winning money mindset that will change your life. Vivian, we're so excited.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
No, you maintain that financial wellness is essentially the key. Before we dig in, like, what does that even mean, financial wellness?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about finances, everyone's like, okay, budgeting, saving, investing, and they think about it as a piece, each piece something that you do. But financial wellness is actually having comfort financially, holistically speaking. So it's like eating well and getting enough sleep and working out. You want to do all of those things together because the sum is greater than, you know, the parts. You want to make sure that you're doing all of those things so that when you can choose to have goals, you're able to effectively hit them.
Good. Making decisions from a place of abundance.
You want to be able to be strong in your decision making. You don't want to say like, oh, I have to do this. You want to say, I choose to do this.
Okay.
And that comes when it comes to your career. That's when you're thinking about how you spend your money, how you save your money, and how you invest your money. So having abundance allows you to make smarter, more strategic money decisions.
Okay. In your videos, you talk about a set for life number. How do we figure out what that number should be?
Yeah, so your set for life number is essentially how much money you would need to have invested so that your investment returns could essentially fund your lifestyle. And the way we calculate this is we all close our eyes for a second and think about your perfect year. How much
When I'm
money?
retired?
Yes, when you're retired. Look, just how much money you would need. And this is enough that you don't have to make any major sacrifices. But again, you're not buying a private yacht to go float around in the south of France. Yeah, your realistic number. And then you divide this number for 1 year by 0.04, which essentially equates to 4%, which is a very conservative investment return. And then the number you end up with is how much money you would need to have invested so that you would get enough returns to fund that lifestyle.
Will you be my friend?
Yeah.
Okay,
But Vivian, doesn't
friend.
that presuppose there's not some sort of major life event?
That is true.
Like long-term illness or long-term care, that your kids aren't deadbeats and they end up living with you for 20 years?
Well, this is the great thing about your set for life number is that you can keep recalculating it. So this is something that you can do in your 20s, again in your 30s, when you have a family and a partner and kids and you've got your first home, second home, like your set for life number is going to change. But it really depends on your goals. For some people, their goal is to retire by 30 and live in an Airstream. That's not my goal. Just put that out there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Wait, let me squeeze this in because I want to get to some of the, you have actual, tips here. Do we have time?
Yes.
Okay, we do. So let's say people are like, okay, how do I get rich, right? Actually really do it. You have something called the STRIP method.
Yep.
Let's try to get through these if you can.
Yes, I'll be quick. So first and foremost, you want to have an emergency fund. If you're younger, if you're single, 3 to 6 months, I think is perfectly fine. If you've got a family, got a mortgage, I'm looking at more than 6 to 12 months. Put that in a high yield savings account so your money can earn you money while it just sits and waits. T stands for total debt. Essentially, I'm very impatient, so I rank debt from highest to lowest interest rate and pay it down in that order. That way, you can spend the least paying interest and pay it off in the fastest time frame. R stands for retirement. You want to make sure that not only are you saving and investing for retirement in things like a 401k or a Roth IRA, but you're also getting those tax benefits. And a lot of people make this mistake, but it's not enough to just put the money in those retirement accounts. You have to do invest it. So you have to buy investments, things like target date retirement funds or index funds that track the market. And then last but not least, P stands for plan. You got to have that plan. You have to have those goals and calculate your set for life number.
I'm glad you mentioned mutual funds, ETFs, and index funds. Really quickly, budgeting. We always talk about how essential it is for an individual and certainly a family to have a budget. You contend there's an easy way to do that.
Oh, super easy. It's called the 50-30-20 method. And all you have to do is think about your take-home pay. 50% goes towards needs. So your rent, your groceries. 30% goes towards wants, so that mani-pedi, those drinks with your friends, and then 20% goes towards saving, investing, and debt pay down.
Vivian,
You're great.
This is really helpful.
Come back.
Yeah, really, really good.
I'd love to.
Chanel and Dylan want you to be their BFF.
I want you to be my rich BFF.
They want to be rich AF.
I'll text you. Okay, coming up, we're switching gears. In our Consumer Confidential, Vicki Nguyen is here to tell us about a throwback in the auto industry, and she's going to take us all along on the wild ride. The third hour today, we'll be back in just 60 seconds. All right, Vicki's going to take us for a spin. We are back with the motor trend in our Consumer Confidential. Curious drivers are seeking out manual. You gotta drive.
Yeah, I gotta drive.
Transmission
Okay. 2 hands on the wheel. 10 and 2.
NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen hopped into the driver's seat to show us why.
Well,
Hey,
this
Vicki.
is epic. This
Isn't it
setup,
cool?
I did not know. Are there wow, we got like
It's
a
a
real,
whole thing.
like everything is functional. I feel like this is my old car. Good morning to you
Good
all.
morning.
So you might be asking, why would people drive a stick shift when new technology makes it so easy to drive? You just push a button, you don't even need keys anymore. But in a word, it's fun. It's fun to have your hand on the stick. I had a stick shift. It was my first car. Look at you guys. Yeah, you're bouncing along. Okay, thank you. I hadn't driven a stick in nearly 20 years. We found the best instructor to help me rev up my skills, a NASCAR champ.
Nice.
Drift, slide, side to side. But before we get into my skills behind the wheel, let's revisit that time in 2019. When Dylan and Al taught Craig and Chanel how to drive with a manual transmission.
I didn't even feel you change it. Because I'm that good.
Chanel eventually got the hang of it.
Oh, your foot. And clutch.
There you go. Okay.
For Craig, driving wasn't even the hardest part.
Have you driven a car before? Have you ever driven a car?
You know what? Can you keep it down back there, please?
And while he'll never earn the nickname Craig Earnhardt, Al, maybe. As for me in 2023, you decide.
Let's take it for a spin.
All right. So that's not exactly how it went, but I was in for some fun.
Today we're outside Citi Field here in Queens, New York, and this is the brand new Mustang Dark Horse. It is a manual transmission car. I can't wait to take it for a spin. Problem is, the last time I drove a stick was 15 years ago. But lucky for me, look who we have here. NASCAR driver, Coca-Cola 600 champion, Ryan Blaney. Hi, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
So there is a rise in interest in these manual transmission cars. What's the appeal, Ryan?
I feel like the appeal of manuals is it kind of makes the driver feel one with the car.
You're engaged.
Yeah, that's a great word. It makes you very engaged with the car. So I'm really excited to show you around it.
Okay, so you'll stay with me as I kind of like go through the bumps?
I got you.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
I'm the first TV journalist to drive the Dark Horse. I know, tough assignment.
What is the first thing I should be thinking about?
So first thing is left foot in on the clutch.
Okay.
As you're letting your left foot off the clutch, and, your right foot's going down to the gas, and it's like on an even motion. And so a lot of people kind of dump the clutch, and that's when you get like the big herky-jerky.
Did you bring a barf bag? Yeah. There we go. All right. It's like riding a bike. I'm picking it back up again.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have to pay attention when I'm driving a stick. There's no time for texting and being on the phone.
Your right hand's working, your left hand's on the steering wheel. You're not going to be on your phone, right?
While stick shifts accounted for 1.3% of sales in the U.S. in June, searches for new manual cars are up 13%. It's a bright spot in an otherwise downward trend. In 2000, more than 15% of new and used cars sold by CarMax were manual. By 2020, it was only 2.4%. Compare that to electric vehicles, which now make up 5% of car sales.
Let's switch gears and have you show me how it's really done.
Okay,
yeah?
let's do it.
But before we do, Ryan revs up the settings on the car.
Ooh, you put it on some sort of race flag mode.
We're gonna have some fun.
I'm excited. You can't do worse than I did. I actually went off the track. Woo! Yeah, here we go. So what mode are we in right now? Woo! Super fun mode?
Yeah, super fun mode.
What do I smell? Is that rubber?
Yeah.
That was like real life Fast and Furious, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't recommend anyone doing that on
Definitely.
the roads. But we were here, we were safe, and I'm happy you had fun.
Ford's manual transmission Bronco is also seeing a spike in interest.
There's a lot more people ordering them, and you can definitely tell that they're becoming more popular.
Autumn Schwalbe is a future product planner for Ford's performance cars. She says aside from the fun of driving a stick, manuals can be cheaper too. On average, stick shifts cost nearly $1,800 less than automatics.
What are your friends saying about manual transmission?
I do know a lot of people that are super willing to learn at my age.
As for me, I finished in victory lane.
I didn't have to do much teaching it, so I'm just happy I just get to sit here and ride.
Best journalist driver of the day?
By far.
Your check will be in the mail later. For achieving there. That was super fun. I did go off the course once, but we don't have to talk about that. In the old days, by the way, stick shift drivers, they saw gas saving benefits, but nowadays, all new fully automatic cars, they've been programmed to match the fuel efficiency of manual cars. And we also know the move to electric vehicles is happening. EVs obviously don't have a gearbox, but Toyota is developing an electric vehicle sports car that will not only simulate the sound of an engine revving, but it also have a gear shift. You just won't be changing any gears. But you actually love driving a stick, right, Dylan?
I love driving a stick. I just think, you know, you're driving mindlessly, but when you drive a stick, like you're actually listening to the car, you're engaged with everything.
You're mindful, I don't have my seatbelt on, sorry, it's a little late.
What if you don't want to be
We've arrived.
engaged while you drive?
You should.
Well, yeah, you should. You don't want
I mean, not like distracted,
right,
but
right. I know. Well, that's
like,
why.
Feel the car.
Right.
I love that. Making a comeback.
Yeah.
That was fun, Vicky, and you're a great stick shift
you
driver.
are really good.
All right, maybe you should hold the wheel, though.
Oh my goodness, it's hard to believe back to school season is here, and getting back into that routine can certainly be tough. So this morning we are going to share some organization hacks for a smooth start to the year. And of course, here to help is Shannon Doherty, also known as At Home with Shannon on TikTok. Shannon, good morning.
Thanks for having me back.
You're always so
excited.
creative, and all
I
these
know.
ideas were like, oh, why didn't I think of that? But this one is genius.
This is one of my all-time favorites. Back to school organizing is key. The mornings are crazy, and I think the most things that you can get organized, the better.
Yeah.
So water bottles were something that
Yes.
were all over my
So
house.
good. They take
Where
up
are the
all the
lids? Where are the
cabinets.
straws? Just hang them with a shoe organizer over any door. This will change
That's
your
smart.
life. We love it. An over-the-door shoe organizer is my best friend for back to school because I even will use one in the art room for art supplies,
you can see everything.
snacks for snack
good idea.
pantry.
This would be perfect
everything.
for all 8 of your kids.
I was just thinking my boys they
You
lose
got
their
so-
water bottles all the time.
But even like the bowls and the forks.
The
and
bowls, the
and-
forks. If you have extra straws, lids, just put them all. Save space
It's a
in your
win.
cabinets.
Love
It's
it.
a total win.
All right.
Okay.
Let me tell you, this is also a win because my wife, Lindsay, you know, I'm here. It's so she's at home getting the kids off, and lunch packing time is always an ordeal.
Always an ordeal. For me in the morning, I found that was taking the most time.
Yeah.
So I like to find things that my kids can help me with, and this is called a make your own lunch station. So they, on Sundays, I'll meal prep in little bins. I'll do proteins, grains, veggies, fruits.
Perfect.
In the morning, no, they go down and they get their lunch boxes and they make their own lunch.
So they just grab. They just grab.
My
kids are like, hey, those Lucky Charms, put them in a Ziploc bag.
Nope, they'll pick out of here.
Lucky Charms for lunch.
I mean, kind of. It's okay. We do Lucky Charms.
I'm kidding.
You can put that in the treat bin. But this is great. My kids love it.
They just grab what they
grab
need.
one. It's a pick
really
one
cute.
from each station.
I love
pack
that.
their own lunch. Mom can be doing other things.
Oh, that
they
is
love
so
the independence.
smart.
I love the time.
Right. You have a great
Total
idea.
win.
You have a great idea for little ones learning to tie their shoes.
Yes.
I love this.
To tie. Well, this is actually put your
on the
shoes on the right feet. Because I am that mom that did not realize till we were out the door that they had shoes on the wrong feet.
That's
yes.
so cute.
So take a scissor, cut it in half, put half a sticker on each side of the shoe.
Cute.
And when the sticker connects, you have your shoes on the right feet.
How cute is that?
And they have them on at school.
Oh my goodness.
That's cute.
Now, way to organize all those back to school art papers and pictures and
it's
everything.
endless.
We had them all over our house. Now I make memory boxes. Beginning of the year, you can separate them by month, and just when they bring something home, you take it, you put it in that folder, or you can also do them yearly, where you just have them for, you know, every other, like, you can do one for all the years put together.
That's a great idea. But let me ask you this. So, like, when they graduate from high school, what do you do with all these boxes?
Well, you can start to keep combining them down. So every 5 years, kind of go through them.
I love
put them
I was
together
telling
in a
Chanel,
box,
I
and then
have
give it to them when they get married.
Yeah, that's what my dad just tried to do. But I was telling Chanel, I wait a few months till the end of the year and then go through it because you're not as emotionally attached to it. And then I throw half the stuff out.
That is
Two more, so easy ideas. To morning routine, again, to keep your kids independent.
Oh,
I
smart.
print these for them, and they can each, they kind of
Get
race in
everything.
the mornings. When they do it, they put it up and they go
that's
through the
really
routine
cute.
and they know they're ready. My kids love that one. And first day of school pictures. So
That's
your feeds are
adorable.
always flooded with pictures of first day of school. Make yours stand out with this pool noodle. I made it with a pool noodle and construction paper, and I put little felt letters on
Shannon, like you're putting us to shame.
This is really easy. This is one of my all-time favorites, and so
I love it. Oh, that is really cute. Shannon, we love when you're here.
Thank you guys
This motivates
for having
us to
me.
get ready
Back
for
to
the school year.
ready.
Thank you.
You've
Happy
got
back to
it.
school.
Happy
Thank
back
you
to
so much.
school.
My daughter's starting first grade. I may take that.
You can take this one.
All right, this morning on Today Food, put away that jar sauce because we are going to jazz up pasta night, and we're going to do it with some help from Chef Ann Burrell. She is back in the latest season of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America. This is where she transforms kitchen rookies into experts, kitchen veterans. And this morning, Ann is going to show us rookies how to make one of her favorite dishes. What I love about this, and I was just saying this to you, this is an approachable dish. Sometimes we have chefs on, and it's like 12 steps. I'm like, people can't make that. We can actually make this.
Well, for the record, I do know how to make dishes that
are 12 steps. Don't get it twisted. She's also an expert.
But at this time of year, when we're talking about light and easy, and we're in the a heat of vegetable season, like this is, I just want to be eating simply and quickly and it feels light and refreshing.
Okay.
So I have a pan that I started off with some olive oil and some garlic cloves. I just kind of broke the garlic cloves up with my hand and perfumed the oil with a little bit of crushed red pepper.
How many garlic cloves are we talking about?
So like 4 or 5.
Okay.
And you just put them in there until you start to smell them, and then they have fulfilled their garlic
then you
destiny.
take them out. Okay.
Yes.
They have fulfilled their garlic destiny.
It's just about perfuming the oil, so we get like garlic instead of garlic. It's garlic. So then I have some shrimp that I'm putting in there, and we're just doing a quick little saute on these shrimp, and then we take them out of the pan. Okay. So it's like we're cooking them about 2/3 of the way because we're going to add them in with our hot pasta and stuff in later. We don't want them to overcook now.
Got it.
So
don't want to crowd the pan either.
No, a nice even single layer.
Okay.
Look at that. You know something. All right.
Very little.
Something. So then
very little.
The shrimp come out of the pan. We have our perfumed oil with a little bit of crushed red pepper. You know, we like a little spicy.
Yes, we do.
And so then I have some diced zucchini.
Perfect because they're in season.
Zucchini, you know, I make this all the time for dinner at my house, and I switch it up between zucchini. Sometimes I add some tomatoes. Sometimes I might sub out zucchini and just cut some corn off the cob.
So whatever veggies maybe you kind of have around.
Yes, and anything that you like that goes with shrimp.
Okay.
So then we have some pasta cooking, and that goes right.
And that's just spaghetti.
Just spaghetti.
Is there a reason you like spaghetti more than other pastas for this?
I love the texture.
When you try it, you'll go, yep, you get it.
I mean, this also makes me feel like I'm a little bit on the Amalfi Coast, you know. And to that end, I have some lemon zest and juice. We bring that really bright lemon flavor. I have some oregano. You know, like oregano is also like at this time of year, everyone just goes straight for the basil. But I like oregano is a little kooky. It's a little,
very good.
you know,
it's less overpowering too. Basil, it's like all basil.
All basil all day.
So then you add the shrimp.
So then we add the shrimp
that have not been cooked fully.
So, right, they're cooked about 2/3 of the way. Now, I add a little bit of our pasta water. This helps. This is kind of like the glue that kind of holds everybody together. A tiny little bit of butter, just to, you know, for that mouth feel kind of thing. We stir that in.
Butter makes everything better.
That's what I say about bacon.
So does Al Roker.
That's pretty good with bacon too.
Bacon, butter, something with a B. Amberelle makes it better. So now, this is where things can get a little
I'm like, there's
controversial.
something else. All right, let me watch.
So you can, you know, there's a couple of schools of thought about this, about cheese in pasta with seafood.
Okay.
You know, I myself like it.
Yeah.
I understand if you're on the Amalfi Coast and the fish has come directly from the Mediterranean, you know, but
this is amazing. So whatever you
a little bit of richness. It really helps the sauce have a nicer
just Parmesan
mouthfeel.
cheese?
Just a little bit of Parmesan cheese and a little bit of olive oil. We turn the heat off and we just toss it together and voila.
That's it.
Yep, that's it.
I mean, you could do that in like 20 minutes.
Exactly. That's the point.
This is phenomenal.
And it's like, you know, I get like a half a pound of shrimp for my husband and I for dinner for this is perfect. So if I buy a pound of shrimp, I buy it, clean it, stick it in the freezer.
Amber, way to go.
You can have the zoodles. So you could do zucchini noodles too.
And yes, if you're a non-pasta person, zucchini noodles work really well also.
Thank you, Ann. Delicious.
For these recipes, it's today.com/food. And oh, by the way, you can catch Ann Burrell on Worst Cooks in America. Love at First Bite over on Food Network.
Delicious. All right, coming up, a singer with an incredible story. Sam Ryder is here to tell us about his amazing rise and perform his Emmy-nominated hit from Ted Lasso. We'll be right back.
I've searched around.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
This morning, we are joined by the very talented singer-songwriter Sam Ryder.
And fans of Ted Lasso will certainly recognize his voice. Sam's song, Fought and Lost, was featured prominently in season 3, and now that song's been nominated for an Emmy Award for Outstanding Original Music and Lyrics.
How awesome is that? And Sam is here to perform it live for us. Sam, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Welcome, Sam.
What an amazing ride you had. I was just reading here. It was just in 2020 you uploaded your first song, right?
No, it's been bonkers.
To TikTok. You uploaded it in 2020. And then I was reading you were crowned TikTok's most popular UK artist for the second year in a row. And then as Craig just said, now you have an Emmy.
Yes, it's, I mean, when you put it like, I didn't actually get crowned,
nominated,
like physically, but I wish there was an actual physical crown.
I'd
be wearing it today.
You did perform for the Queen's Jubilee in front of Buckingham Palace.
That was so cool. Yeah, it felt like everyone coming together, and just what an experience.
I love it. And Jamie, I know on the keys was also nominated for an Emmy, so congratulations to you. You've got a dream team here, so you're going to perform for us now?
We are.
All right, Fought and Lost. Sam Ryder, take it away.
Thanks for having us.
Congratulations on your jubilation. Our hearts are breaking underneath all the applause. This devastation is of our own making, but we've never tasted this much bitterness before. And everybody falls, but some of us are born to fight and fight and fight some more. So we will see you here, same time, same place next year, and you may win this battle, but you'll never win the war. Better to have fought and lost than never fought at all. So here on the same ground, when the tables have turned around, oh, when your tears fall as your world is crashing down, I hope when you see me, you'll remember that feeling. Oh, 'cause we've both seen the world from both sides now. And everybody falls, never win the war. Better to have fought and lost than never fought at all. Better to have fought and lost than never fought at all.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Man.
Wow.
Man.
Woo!
Thanks, man.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh. Like I see the
Jeez.
video. See you in
And the
person.
cello.
Dude, that is yelping back there. Oh my
Thank you.
gosh.
They should just give you the image.
Sam, thank you.
They should give you the image.
Congratulations on the
They don't need to have the
My
ceremony.
goodness. All right, by the way,
I appreciate the
season
optimism.
3, absolutely.
God.
Ted Lasso is currently streaming exclusively on Apple TV+. You are a maestro. That was amazing.
Appreciate you having us.
We'll be right back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow. Now I see why you were doing all those vocal warm-ups this morning.
Yes,
A fun show.
So good.
Tomorrow in the 3rd hour, last-minute Labor Day travel deals.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Chef Marcus Samuelson.
Love Marcus.
We all love Marcus.
Love Sam Ryder, too.
He was awesome. The man.
We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, country legend Reba McEntire gets the party started with delicious drinks from a restaurant. Plus, celebrity chef Marcus Samuelson feeds your soul with coconut fried chicken. And is it cake or is it fake? We'll get ready to play with TV host and comedian Mikey Day.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
So let's go! Hey, yo, yo! Hi, everybody, it's Tuesday. It is August the 22nd.
What is happening? Anyway, and we have a great show for you today with all kinds
love
of
our song. Don't you love it?
Yeah. Wait, dude.
I love it.
We're talking about food.
Yeah.
My favorite subject.
Food and drink?
Food and drink.
This is a whole show dedicated to food and drink.
I have to say, eating, like really eating delicious things, is one of life's great pleasures.
I totally agree.
Do you not agree?
I agree. And what I'm trying to do, and every now and then I remind myself, is when I eat something, I inhale it. It is gone before I've hardly tasted it. And there was a book a long, long time ago, and I'll never forget it. It's called French Women Don't Get Fat.
Yeah.
And the lady who wrote the book said, every day, get one piece of chocolate, a decadent piece of chocolate.
Yes,
one.
yes.
Now, whenever your chocolate time is, go to your, sit down. Sit down. Okay, open it. Like it's a thing. Even if Hershey Kiss, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Take a bite of it. Don't
stuff it. Stuff.
Put it down. Don't have a lot going on. Don't look at your phone. Don't be on a call.
Eat.
Eat it.
Eat.
Taste it. Go down. Because they say after the satisfaction of the taste, the rest of it is just. So I eat a handful of M&Ms, walk into the elevator, and then I go, where are the M&Ms?
and they're gone.
I know,
you know
because
why?
you forgot.
You forgot you ate
weren't
them.
even paying attention.
Yes, so to savor it.
If you could pick one meal.
Reese's. Oh, get that candy.
It could be candy. If you could pick one kind of, you know that tomorrow could be your last day. I mean, it doesn't have to be that. What is your last meal?
My last meal will probably be fried chicken extra crunchy, like you can bite and thighs.
From
I don't
KFC?
want probably KFC or Popeyes. Crunch that you can bite the thigh like that. I want a big pile of garlic mashed potatoes.
Okay.
Do you know, with butter. I want butter and
so
garlic.
Strange? My kids don't like mashed potatoes. My children don't like potatoes at all unless they're French fries. As a little child, I inhaled mashed potatoes.
Because
it's best. Butter.
Have you ever had cauliflower mash? My sister made some.
Is it delish?
It's so, she boils the cauliflower in bouillon, in chicken bouillon.
Ooh.
Okay,
So
it
it gives
gets
it
some
that
flavor. Then you put it in the bullet. You add butter, not cream, she said.
Oh.
Butter. And mix it, and when you taste it, it's like creamy deliciousness.
Okay, well, anyway.
Back to you.
When we talk about food, this is what happens. Well, guys, there's big news in food, according to the New York Times. Guess what they say? The buffet is back.
The all-you-can-eat buffet.
And they're slinging crab legs. So obviously, the pandemic hurt the buffet a little.
Because people didn't want to touch each other's
I mean,
food.
I've had to go through buffets with my children where they reach in.
You know they have that sneeze guard, so they have it. It's there for a reason.
I don't know that it's for sneezes.
Yes, it is. It's called a sneeze guard.
It's called a sneeze guard?
I worked at Ponderosa. We had them. They were there so that when you're looking above, you know, that plastic?
Yes.
So you're not breathing all your nastiness. Someone told me, is this TMI? Do not go near, if there is a soup area, chicken noodle, that's where people who aren't feeling well usually go.
Oh.
So if you see the chicken noodle area, you might want to go to another area.
Well, evidently there's a place in Vegas, because you know Vegas is the queen of the buffet, that had a 2-hour wait. And
in line to get the buffet? 2
hours to wait for the buffet.
Well, you know why? Because when you eat, you sit for a long time because there's more meal.
Yeah. Well, and if it's an all-you-can-eat, you don't just go up once.
No, of course. You go up many times.
Did you, when you were little, like to go to an all-you-can-eat buffet?
I loved it.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to the Yenching Palace, which was a Chinese restaurant, and we would pile it on. Oof. And then we would polish it off and go back again.
Round 2.
Didn't you love it? How about you?
We went to Luby's Cafeteria.
Luby's.
We would go to Luby's at least once a week. We also loved in Midland, Texas, Mr. Gaddy's all-you-can-eat buffet.
What did you get? What was your first thing you reached for?
Well, they had dessert pizza.
Oh, God. Wait, what?
Dessert pizza, which we would wait all year for. But we would, we would start with the pizza. My mom would make us get a little salad. Then we'd go back for another round of pizza. I mean, there wasn't much. Maybe a garlic knot.
Oh, I love garlic knots.
Yeah.
Don't you? The cheesy garlic knots.
But I have to say, the older I get, the more a buffet kind of gives me.
Yeah, I try. Yeah. You know what's funny? At the time, it seems fun, but then the next hours or day, the next morning, you feel terrible.
Yeah, and you don't sleep well.
You're sluggish.
Here's the thing. Anything you're going to do that prevents good sleep, which usually involves like meat sweats or, eating too much dessert right before bed. I'm trying to not do that anymore.
I know, me
We're
too.
We're too old.
Me too. And if we do it, I know, because I like to have my day. I don't like my day ruined.
No, I know. And my night. Sleep. When I'm sweating because I've overdone it. Okay, go ahead.
This is very important. Ooh. So a lot of people like to snack in bed. I feel you, and I'm with you. I think it's a good idea.
I disagree.
A sleeve of Ritz crackers is good to have.
Can you imagine what a sleeve, first of all, of Ritz crackers does to your sheets? Hoda.
I love Ritz crackers.
We've got to give up eating in bed.
Why?
Because it's crummy.
Cozy. No, it isn't.
It's cozy.
Here, let me show you what you do.
So that it's all over your ground in your New York City apartment where little mice like to come and eat a Ritz cracker?
So there's a new trend for people who are like-minded. So people are now developing a snack drawer under their bed where, look, they put their snacks in, and then they close the drawer. Boy, that's a lot of snacks.
It looks organized, though, but Rice Krispie treats?
Okay, that's a lot going on. Pringles. Wow.
You're jealous.
And
you're jealous.
Push that drawer in.
I know what I'm going to get you for Christmas. A snack drawer under your bed. Would you like that?
If there were, I don't like bugs. So if there's a slight risk of bugs, I wouldn't.
Okay, so because you don't like bugs, I would keep the Ritz out of your bed. They're still crumbs.
Okay, let's go. By the way, there is a new trend on TikTok. Do
What
you know
is
about
it?
this?
No. Great recipes?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay, good.
So here to show us 3 of the viral TikTok recipes is today food stylist and our friend, Katie Cielo.
Okay, tell us this.
First of all, look at you all.
I know, and your
lemon dress.
Oh my God, so cute.
So
I really like this dress I wore for her.
Okay, tell us about the first recipe.
So the first recipe is a twist on an Italian hoagie. You want to bring it in, Mike?
Come on, Mike.
Culinary Lion on TikTok started this trend. Basically, it's everything that you want in a sub chopped up. Look at this. So we have mortadella, we have salami, we have
so
soppressata.
it's all in one.
So you basically everything that you
like
put
a
in your
chopped
sub.
salad, basically.
Chopped sub salad, and you put it on a nice squishy hoagie roll and the oil and the vinegar.
I'm gonna let you try this one. I don't love all those meats.
Really? Oh my God, that's my jam right there.
Oh my God.
Do you love it?
I know.
You know why? You know why? Every bite gets everything in it.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
All those
Yes.
meats?
Because nothing's worse when you get a sub and it's like all in the middle. Yeah.
Great idea.
Okay,
yes
good.
to this. Yes to this. Okay, so the next one, hash browns as toast.
Hash browns
Mike's
as
gonna bring this
toast.
one in from Caroline Grace on TikTok.
Wait, I like this idea.
What? Yeah. So instead of bread, you use hash browns, like everyone's favorite from like McDonald's,
Yeah.
Trader Joe's makes
Or
them.
you
just
make it.
Yep. So you just pop them in the air fryer or in the skillet.
So this is like an avocado toast.
Yes.
With an egg on it.
Yes.
And the
Can I just take it like a toast?
Yeah. Might be a little messy with the egg on your white dress. Okay. I'm like scared.
How was it? Good?
Right?
Yes.
And I love a hash brown.
Me too.
Yeah. I want to
Hash browns are underrated.
Yeah. Brian, who works here, said he was at brunch the other day, and he had this with eggs Benedict.
I think if you want to make people proud, make that.
By the way, and also, you're not having that other piece of bread because usually you have,
Yeah,
eggs.
although I will say, are hash browns healthier for you than toast? Probably not, but it's delicious. It's not about that.
We're not worried about carbs. No.
So good.
Okay. The last
One
one,
more
if
bite.
you are a lover of a dirty martini, this pasta is for you. From Legally Healthy Blonde on TikTok. Okay, I'm gonna pass you this dome too, Mike. So look at this.
A dirty martini pasta?
So we're getting like the brininess from the olives. You have the garlic, the lemon zest. She tosses that together. And then the kicker here to really bring it home for dirty martini, gin. She deglazes with a little bit of gin. Yeah, you could do vodka too, but.
I'm a vodka martini
too.
girl.
Yeah.
So she boils it down and then she makes pasta?
She tosses it with a little bit of butter and then a little bit of pasta water. And
I don't know, but I love. Do you like a dirty martini?
I do.
But
it's
just
just
one.
vodka in a cup.
Well, with a dirty has the olive.
with
olive juice. Yeah, I love olive juice. This is getting.
What kind of? Did you make
and then blue cheese on top. Yeah,
I like it.
It's pretty good. I think it's good.
Fresh and delicious.
Yeah, it's nice.
Katie.
3 home runs.
Right? This is the first time in a while. Love it.
Katie, thank
love
you.
you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right, just ahead, guys. Marcus Samuelson puts his twist on fried chicken.
It's a crispy coconut treat. You're gonna love it. Right after this.
That's good.
That's good. That's
really good.
amazing.
If you like a hoagie.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Okay, if you're packing a picnic basket or throwing a backyard bash this weekend, fried chicken is a must.
And recently, Chef Marcus Samuelsson stopped by to show us his twist on the classic comfort food that makes extra crunchy and delicious chicken. Check it out. Let's talk fried chicken.
So we're starting with the chicken breast, right?
Yes, with this are definitely not chicken breast. These are deboned chicken thigh that we have here.
Wait, what happened to the skin? You took it off?
We took the skin off.
See, that's why I was confused.
Yes,
It looked like a breast.
It did.
But how do you
it's
make...
very healthy, very clean. Absolutely. Okay. Marinate them with some coconut milk and now like mole verde, like a green mole that you can buy.
What
you don't
is
have
it?
to.
Green mole?
You know, exactly. When you have like great, beautiful Mexican food, mole is my favorite sauce.
Mole is kind of chocolatey.
Yes.
Chocolate and thick.
Because you're pulling our Texas like this is like just like that.
Okay, so you
super delicious.
Yes.
Then we cook that for about 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
And then with fried chicken, it's all about the dredge. So our dredge here, we actually have coconut flakes. That's what makes it so crunchy.
Wait, did you know that Hoda's obsessed with coconut?
Obsessed. Everything coconut. Come on, Marcus.
See, I do my Bing and Googling. I'm checking. Hoda obsessed.
I can't believe you said Bing.
Okay.
I know, do people still use Bing?
You have to be friendly, both sides. You can't just pick one.
All right. So you add all of your spices.
All the favorite spices.
And then
you mix them up.
That's with your coconut. What else is in here? Coconut and what?
Coconut flakes, a little cardamom, a little cinnamon.
And what are your other things?
And then we're just
Flour?
of course, flour. And then we're just going to dredge it.
Dredge it.
You put it together, right?
Okay.
Again, this is already cooked, right? Which makes that.
Wait, did we pour all this in here?
Yes, we cooked it for 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
When you pre-cook your chicken like this, right?
Yeah.
It means that you can fry it less, which actually make it almost healthy. Healthier. Not healthy, but healthier.
Okay.
Yes.
So you dredge it.
Dredge it. Go ahead.
Dredge it.
Which was your job when you were doing fried chicken as a child? Was it your sister's job to dredge it, or was it your job?
My mom made beans and cornbread.
Oh, nice.
Laura wasn't a great fried chicken maker.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I have the best cooking or eating memory with your mom and my mom actually back in the day.
Wait, what?
I was doing this big dinner and I brought my mom.
You can
and
say
I said,
where the big dinner was.
And I said, hey, Mom, meet the first lady. She's here. And you know, my mom said, you know there's free food here, Marcus? I was like, yeah, I cooked the food.
Wait, you cooked at the White House?
Yeah, a bunch of times. What do you mean? You're not the only one to get out? Like you think you're the only one?
I've never been.
She's never been to the White House.
God, we can change that now.
Marcus,
we can change that.
Can Hoda cook at the White House?
No, but she can go there. She can go there. You and I can dredge chicken, and she can be a guest.
Okay.
Can I finish this?
Yes. Okay, so now you take it.
Yes.
Put it in. Put it in here.
We're gonna put it in.
I want to see.
Yes.
Bye.
Look at that.
Now, how long is that going to?
Super quick because it's already cooked.
What are you doing? Where am I doing?
And I got do it here with your fingers. Yes. And this is what the coconut does, right? It makes it super crunchy, super delicious. I got some plantains, plantanos right here. How does it feel?
Marcus,
because they're coconut fries.
I have to tell you something. And this is, I'm not trying to be rude to every other chef that's ever come here.
No.
This is the best fried chicken I've ever had.
Thank you. Hello.
Marcus, thank you so much. This is so delicious.
Oof, that was such a delicious recipe. Y'all should try it. And if you want to make Marcus's coconut chicken at home, head to today.com/food.
All right, coming up next, Donna heads to a special spot where grandmothers are sharing their recipes and their love. Coming up after this.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
If you have fond memories of your grandma stirring up a yummy meal in the kitchen, we have a place that'll make you feel right at home.
Yeah, and our girl Donna went to check it out. Hi, Donna.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a restaurant not too far from here in Staten Island, New York, where guess what? The Nonas are doing the cooking, and you can taste the love in every homemade bite.
From the moment I arrived at Enoteca Maria, I knew I was in for a treat.
Surrounded by grandmas.
I had the honor of meeting premier chefs Maria, Dolly, and Maral.
But we are not chefs, we are just grandmothers.
But grandmothers are the best chefs.
Who share like our culture.
You know what they say, grandma knows best.
The best of the grandma.
Right?
The grandmothers, each from a different country. Maria from Italy, Dolly from Sri Lanka, and Maral from Azerbaijan.
What is your favorite dish to make?
I make lasagna, I make meatball, I make rabbit, I make so much fish.
The Staten Island Eatery is open for dinner 3 nights a week. It features a fixed, regular Italian menu and a rotating lineup of nonnas, Italian for grandmother, cooking up their culture's cuisine.
This is very famous in Sri Lanka for breakfast when they have dinners, parties. They make this.
Feeding people, whether it's guests or customers, that is, what does that mean to you in your culture?
Happy.
Happy.
Very happy.
And what has it added for you in your life?
Friends.
Friends.
And happiness. Meeting people.
Many times these women are empty nesters. Their husbands have passed away. Their children have moved out. So they're really looking for an outlet, and they have it here.
Restaurant owner Jody Scaravella started the project to honor his own Italian heritage and his nonna, mother, and sister who have all passed away.
It was grief-driven. I had no business plan. I had no experience. I never even worked in a restaurant. No idea what I was doing, and so it just kind of unfolded.
Jody opened his doors in 2007 and shortly after opened his kitchen to the nonnas of the world with rave reviews.
Any grandmas with home cooking, it appeals to me.
I had to get the lasagna because I love Italian food.
Everybody, they kiss me, they want to make a photography with me. You know, everybody say, I love you, I'll come again, I want to see you again. Beautiful.
And for these nonnas, cooking is in their genes.
You all learned how to cook from a very young age from your parents.
Yeah. My mother always say, do for me, learn for yourself. You're gonna need this in future.
And you're not just doing it for you now, you're doing it for all the customers, for everyone who comes in.
My son, they like a cook.
And yeah, your son likes
my
to cook.
son,
I was gonna ask.
Forget about it. My granddaughter, she was even about three years. And she cracked eggs like professional.
What do you like to make?
I do lamb stew, dolma. It's
dolma! Yeah. My grandma makes dolma.
With all the love in the room, I had to get my own nonna on the line.
Hi, Ashy. Ashy, I miss you.
I miss you so much.
I'm with three grandmas.
I'm a grandma. I'm a mom
to
you.
Maria, Vain, Maral.
Turns out my own Nonna and Maral share a common language, Azeri.
Benim adım Maral. This is Haralısız. Tebrizli.
I understand that. I'll see you soon, Ashy. Merci. I love you. There are 3 different cultures, but what do you have in common?
Friendship. The frozen
friendship.
Love. Friendship, yes.
Good food.
Good food. Italian food. Vuoi Mari, quando suona giovane.
Okay, not only did we love Jodi's story, so did Hollywood.
Wait, what?
They're coming out with a movie on Jodi's life. Vince Vaughn is playing him.
Wait, what?
Joe Manganiello is playing his friend. One of the Nonas is Susan Sarandon, among many other stars. They recently wrapped filming, so be on the lookout. Isn't that cool?
How cool is that?
By the way,
what a cool place. They were so smart to spin that off. That's awesome.
I completely agree, and they're such good people. So
Thank you, Donna. Okay, coming up next, we're heading over to Reba's place for some cocktails and mocktails with the Queen of Country herself. After this.
No summer party is complete without ice-cold beverages, and recently, country legend Reba McEntire stepped in to shake up a few cocktails and mocktails with Jenna.
She sure did, and she brought along Laura Johnson, the mixologist and manager of our restaurant Reba's Place in Oklahoma. She showed us how to make 3 specialty drinks straight off their menu. Check it out.
Hi, Laura. I am so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh, we're so excited. So we're going to start with kind of a springy summer mocktail, right?
Yes, yes. And I love mocktails because they're good for, you know, in the morning, in the afternoon, Sunday or Monday. And also it's good for everybody.
Okay, so tell us what we do here.
Okay.
What's this one called?
The trick with this one is to have fresh strawberries. So if you're at home and maybe the strawberries are going bad, this is a perfect time to blend them. And we're going to add a little bit of agave, which we already have in here. Go ahead and put 4 ounces of fresh strawberry. And we always want a little bit of acidity, right? So this is lemon, a little bit of lemon.
I love that.
That's right. And then now, this is what we do. We're gonna shake fast, we're gonna shake hard, and we're gonna shake with a smile.
See why she's so popular at the restaurant?
Oh my gosh, I can totally see it. Okay, so then, and then if you take it, oh, it's hard. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, Jenna, yes,
I got it.
Thank you.
Okay, and then you just pour it over.
That's right. We're gonna go ahead and do this right here really quick.
How beautiful.
And I love the colors too. Now we're gonna top it off with ginger beer to add some zest. And then we wanna have a beautiful crown.
What's the best way to put the crown on top? Do you do that first or last?
Yes. Well, you know, we're on live TV, so we missed that. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, it's okay.
But we're gonna
sorry. Okay, let's take a sip and move on to the next one.
Here you go.
Here you go. Okay, show us what we're making next. It's a limestone
we
gap.
drink. Yes. So, okay, this one is very close to my heart, but it's closest to Reba's.
This is your favorite cocktail.
This is called
old-fashioned.
Yes. Yes.
Old-fashioned
It's
Limestone Gap.
How cool.
Right. It's our take on Reba's Place twist. Limestone Gap is where Reba's ranch is, and also where her daddy grew, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Grew up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now tell us what's in it.
In our ranches in southeastern Oklahoma, we brand cattle. Now we're gonna brand an ice cube for you. We're gonna add 2 ounces of your favorite bourbon.
Okay.
And this is real important. It's the cinnamon simple. That's gonna add flavor to the bourbon.
Okay.
And a couple of orange bitters. And then you are gonna just stir while you're branding at the same time. Here we go. And then sometimes you're like, well, when do I stop stirring?
Yes.
You stop stirring when your hand's a little bit cold, 18 to 20 times.
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that brand.
Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
How cool. Okay, really quickly, we got to get to this last. Okay, so then you garnish it really beautifully.
Yes.
Sorry, we wanted more time.
No, it's okay, it's okay. This is fun. This is called strain juice because when you're drinking it, sun's shining on you all the time. Okay. So here we go. We have fresh pineapple juice.
Yes.
A little bit of lemon.
I love lemon and everything.
And orgeat agave. orgeat syrup, and that's almond syrup. It's gonna bring.
Is that this?
No, that's gin. So normally, right, we have spirits at the bottom. We're twisting it up. Here we go, and it's gonna look like this. Okay.
It's beautiful.
Wait, why is the gin purple? You dyed it?
No, I didn't. It's what the brand.
Oh, there
looks
is
like.
purple gin.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very, very cool.
Here we go.
Add it on top.
Here you go. You do that.
Oh, okay, cool. And it doesn't mix. It just stays. It's like a Mardi Gras drink.
And it looks so good. It's so easy to make as well.
Very beautiful. Laura, you're the best.
Thank you.
And everybody get to Rebus. Everybody get to Rebus. Oh, cheers.
Atoka, Oklahoma.
Cheers.
Here's to Rebus,
Here's
please.
to Rebus.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, we are sipping right now on Rebus strawberry mocktails.
Oh, my gosh.
Isn't that delish?
Wow. I love that flavor.
It kind of has a effervescence, and you can find this drink at today.com/food.
Coming up next, it's the Chicago hotspot, where folks are literally lining up to get a taste. We'll meet the married chefs behind Kasama after this.
Okay, now to one of the buzziest restaurants in Chicago where the chefs and the food are making history.
Tim Flores and Jeannie Kwan are the husband and wife team behind Kasama, and recently they stopped by to cook for us and share the food that inspired their journey. Take a look. In the morning, lines form outside the Chicago eatery with customers eager for a fresh pastry.
And then a chocolate croissant.
And at night, Kasama is one of the hottest dinner reservations in town. The restaurant, which opened in 2020, is the brainchild of husband and wife team Tim Flores and Jeannie Kwan. Its name means together in Tagalog and perfectly sums up their culinary collaboration. Jeannie oversees the bakery and Tim oversees the savory menu.
When we think about new dishes or new pastries, we think about the flavors together.
I kind of joke that I'm a catastrophist and Tim's an idealist, so we kind of balance each other out pretty well.
In April 2022, Kasama made history as the first Filipino restaurant to be awarded a coveted Michelin star.
We got the call and I was like, Jeannie, I think this is it. And as we were like getting together to answer the phone call, we missed it.
It's just kind of validation for all the work that our team has put into it.
They were awarded the prestigious honor only 5 months after debuting their tasting menu. The 13-course meal is inspired by Tim's Filipino heritage and features creative takes on traditional dishes.
When we started thinking about the concept of Kasama, I was thinking, what food is gonna set us apart? I needed to do something that meant something to me and something that I grew up eating, and that's Filipino food.
Tim's earliest memories of Filipino food are thanks to his mom, Lolita.
I started cooking because the cafeteria food was so bad. And so I started asking you for the adobo recipe and like beef steak recipe.
And the college friends, every time he cooked, like, oh gosh, I said, what did you put in your food? They think it's amazing.
When I started cooking professionally, Filipino food was just not what I learned at all. So I never envisioned cooking Filipino food professionally until we decided to open our own place. And this is our take on adobo.
It's a source of great pride, you know, and we really wanted to come out here and support.
Very, very proud. I tell all my friends about it.
Our dream was always to just highlight Filipino food and bring it up to the mainstreams and kind of do away with the stigma that Asian cuisine has to be a cheap cuisine. We're still using modern techniques with incredible ingredients.
I've always thought I don't want to open the best Filipino restaurant in the world. I want to open the best restaurant that we can possibly operate.
Wow, this is so impressive and beautiful.
We feel like y'all are culinary royalty in our kitchen.
The Michelin, how did it feel to get that Michelin star?
It was insane.
Come on.
We weren't even thinking about that. We just wanted to do a tasting menu and try to make it. And when we got that call, it was insane.
To hear your parents say they're so proud they tell all of their friends must feel pretty good too.
All right, so are we going to get cooking?
Let's get cooking.
All right, so I'm going to get on this side of you.
We're cooking chicken adobo today. So sort of the unofficial national dish of the Philippines.
Okay.
Everybody sort of has their version. But generally, it's soy sauce, vinegar, and garlic are the main components. So
do you always use a leg like that, or can you?
I like using dark meat, but you can use a whole chicken. You can use breasts if you want, wings. Super versatile.
Is this something you grew up eating and cooking?
Yeah, exactly. And so you can do this with pork, beef.
So if you're making an adobo, are there certain, run through the ingredients we always should have?
So we usually use white vinegar, soy sauce, garlic are the main components. And then some people use some aromatics like black pepper and bay leaves. But those are the main ingredients. So super easy to make. And you can use different vinegars if you have them in the house. Gluten-free soy sauce, things like that. But we're just going to brown off our chicken, probably like 3 to 4 minutes per side.
Got it.
Sort of
So you're just browning it. All right. Okay.
But this step is, even like if you don't have time, not the most important thing.
Okay.
Here, we're going to start browning some garlic. This is kind of the crucial step is
the sauce?
In Filipino cuisine in general is getting that deep, rich garlic flavor. A lot of times people like to sweat garlic gently. We want to brown it.
You brown it,
hard, so you have like that deep.
Now, how amazing! How did you get in charge of the savory, and your wife here got in charge of the sweet? Just the way it works.
We met working in a restaurant, and
I was the pastry chef.
You're the pastry chef. Who's the? I'm going to ask you. Who's the better cook? You or him?
That's a tough one. We do riff off each other a lot.
Oh, you do?
But Tim cooks usually all the meal.
Wait, look what's going on here.
I know. I've never seen garlic cook
like that. Because you don't want to burn it, right? You just want to brown it.
You want to get really nice brown color, but that's going to build into the sauce. It's getting that deep, rich color. So,
and then what do we add?
The chicken. Do you want to add chicken thighs in there? Jeannie?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so now we're starting to get nice brown color, and that's the key to
look what's happening right now.
Filipino food is getting that deep, rich
All right.
flavor.
So after you cook that up,
and then you add the other.
you add
succession.
Oh, okay. Now you add
from
that.
now it's easy. We can add all of our ingredients. So this is soy sauce.
Soy sauce.
So equal parts soy sauce, the vinegar.
White vinegar. Okay.
How beautiful.
Okay.
And is your chicken fully cooked when you put it in there? Yes.
It's
just
basically
brown.
raw. It's just you're just adding the browning for color.
Okay.
And then we're gonna finish braising it in here for probably like 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Dark brown sugar. This is also to taste. So you don't always have to add this.
I'm coming over here to have a fight.
We gotta eat.
And we also want to see these pastries.
Yeah. All right. So tell us about your pastries. Here you go.
So these are two of our most popular
Yeah.
selling pastries. We have a ube and huckleberry Bass cake, which is kind of like a buttery pound cake filled with ube pastry cream.
Oh my gosh.
And huckleberries dusted with the sun from the Filipino flag. And then we also have a ham and cheese Danish with raclette fondue and shaved serrano ham. We finish it with a black pepper caramel.
Wait,
for some
what?
sweetness.
Okay, wait.
I need to try this too.
Me too.
This looks insane.
But how good is that chicken?
It's insane.
It's so easy. It seems like there's more ingredients than just soy sauce, vinegar, and garlic.
Oh my God. No wonder why you got the Michelin star.
All of it.
So delicious. And by the way, since they came on our show, Jeannie and Tim won the James Beard Award for Best Chef Great Lakes. And if you watch The Bear, maybe you've seen the restaurant because it's featured on that hit show.
They are incredible. We've got to get to that restaurant. And you can find all of those recipes on today.com/food.
Coming up next, we'll have our cake and eat it too when comedian and host Mikey Day stops by. Coming up after this.
for a little food fun with comedian Mikey Day, host of the hit competition show, Is It Cake Too?
In the series, bakers try to fool the judges with their super realistic creations. So Mikey put us to the test to see if we could spot a cake from the fakes. Check it out. All right, Mikey, get us started.
I've got my Hoda and Jenna cards.
You had to read it.
All right. Okay. I know. Hoda and Jenna. We're doing a special edition of Is It Cake? Okay. Now, ladies, very complicated. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 summer-themed items. And you're not going to believe this. America, Hoda, Jenna, one of these is cake. So you have to stand behind there.
Okay, we're behind the line.
Great.
We're behind.
You'll have 20 seconds to discuss and determine which one.
We each pick our own?
It's called Find That Cake.
Okay.
That graphic came in hot. All right.
Okay. We have
All
20
right.
seconds?
20 seconds on the clock. Okay,
Can we choose
ready?
together?
We can.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
you guys are a team.
No, you said separate? Together.
And
go.
Ooh, they're all quiet. Is it up to me to fill this time?
No, it's not. It's either the water butter or the sandal.
You go what about?
Coming up.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're ready. We're going with 2 different ones.
Yeah, that gives us the better chance.
I'm going with sandal.
And I'm going with water
Can we walk?
bottle.
Can we walk behind with you?
Okay, sure. You can do whatever
Stay
you
here?
want.
God,
Nice.
y'all. It's
Wow,
already
that
over.
was-
We already picked.
That wasn't my call.
Okay. We think
Okay.
water bottle
Jenna,
and
you
sandal.
thought it was the sandal?
I thought it was water bottle.
I thought it was the sandal.
Oh, Hoda, you thought it was the sandal. Okay, let's see if the sandal is cake.
No, it's plastic. No, it's plastic.
No!
You might be right. You might be right. All right.
Okay.
Water
Jenna
bottle?
picked water
bottle.
Yes.
Jenna
Is
said
it?
water bottle.
Is it?
All right, is this cake?
Oh my God.
Which one?
The hat.
What?
The hat.
It's the hat. No.
No! Oh God, this is hard.
Try this?
Wait, you've got to be kidding.
Should we try this?
It's not that.
No.
Whoa!
Oh! The pineapple.
Wait, you've got to be kidding.
Wow.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
That was
See, they put some Vaseline on this.
Hey, okay,
This is
controversy.
chocolate.
Who made
come
this
here,
cake?
Jenna, this one.
All right, ready? Now, on the show, we have
Yummy.
a round. It's called Cake or Cash. One of these is cake. I was
we have
told
to
which
agree.
one. I'm already forgetting because they look absolutely
They do.
identical. So we'll figure it out. So one is cake, and one is not. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have to choose together.
You have 15 seconds this time.
Which one?
And go. Do 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 do.
Okay, we're split. I'm sorry.
No, go with it. Go with it.
I'm going with the
trust you.
outside.
Okay, she says it's the outside.
You say it's
Yeah.
the outside. Okay, let's see if you are correct.
Told you.
Oh, you were right.
Oh, no! You guys are...
Now we don't get the treasure.
Will you cut it? Will you cut it? I just want to see.
Oh, for
It's
3.
so satisfying. I told you.
Wow. We get a nice shot of that cut.
Ooh, beautiful. You can catch Is It Cake 2 streaming.
Secret Service that is assigned to Jenna for her life is like, he has a knife and he's near Jenna. Sorry.
I mean, that looked just...
You had any idea?
It looked just like a bottle.
It did.
I mean, a pineapple.
Yeah,
Okay.
it did that too. Is It Cake 2 is streaming right now on Netflix.
Yeah, and we'll be back right after this.
well, that's going to do it for us. It was a fun show. Tomorrow, by the way, my office gets a makeover from our friends at the Home Edit.
Okay, it needed one. Also, entertaining expert David Burka has tips to elevate your summer cocktail party.
Did you say it needed one?
Well, it kind of needed one. It's happy to have one.
Plus the great debate with Drew and Jonathan Scott.
We'll see y'all mañana.
Bye. Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
All right, we're celebrating the 4th of July the best way we know how, with good company and delicious food.
Here with us, the host of the Food Network's The Kitchen, our friend Sunny Anderson, and she's cooking exactly what we want.
No, I mean, honestly,
is it though? Because I don't know. It's some big meat on them big bones we about to cook.
Ribs.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
Hoda loves ribs.
I love a rib.
Are
love.
you serious?
No, love.
All she eats is ribs.
But I don't know. I've never seen a cut this huge.
That's a huge This is the Brontosaurus Rex cut you want to ask your butcher for. I like to get the flanken, and so this is just flanken that's not broken down for you. So you can ask for that if you want.
For the big cut.
Yeah, you can ask for whatever you want at the butcher. And if you don't like this cut of rib, I'm just going to show you a really good technique to do some honey barbecue ribs.
Ooh,
yes,
honey barbecue.
Okay. So very simple for you. I just want you to help me mix up the rub. So we've already got some paprika in there.
That's all paprika?
That's salt. Yeah, it's a look at the big old piece of meat.
Yeah, you need it.
Yes. So we got some cayenne pepper.
Okay.
Some cumin, onion powder, garlic powder.
Awesome.
And some dried oregano. So you're just going to mix that together, and that's going to be our rub.
Right.
Pass it over to me, and I'll rub it onto our meat
Okay.
here.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to just whisk it.
Yeah, just whisk it up.
So that's the dry rub.
Yeah, and if you're going to make your ribs today, and you're like, I don't have all these pantry items, but I've got that one-size-fits-all barbecue rub in my pantry, just use that if you like it. Yeah.
Do you just rub both sides or just one?
sides.
Oh, both sides.
Massage it into that huge rib.
It's called a rub for a reason. A rub for a reason. Rub it down.
You are so crazy.
Okay, so I've got the oven set at 275 degrees.
Okay.
So the key to tender ribs is time and moisture and a low temp. Slow and low.
Okay.
Okay.
So you put some aluminum.
Yes. We're going to cover it up with aluminum foil very tightly and get it into our 275 degree oven.
Just 275.
I know, 'cause low and
Seems
slow.
like nothing.
Low and slow.
And how long is that gonna?
This is going to be for about 2 to 3 hours. Really, it's going to depend on the size of your
cut.
ribs,
Okay.
right? And make sure you put it in there fat side up.
Can I ask you,
fat
can you
side up.
ask
That's
the
important.
butcher and say, how long do I need to cook? This is a medium-sized rib. How long do I cook?
Yes, because I feel like the butcher and the fishmonger can tell you how to prepare what they are breaking down.
Yes, right?
Make them your friend.
Okay, good.
I was so much friends with my butcher one time. He asked me for a date, and I said, no, thank you.
Why?
Because where am I going to get my meat if the date's not right? Do you know what I'm saying? Just don't be too friendly with your butcher.
Yeah, you gotta watch that meat.
You said
that
fat
comes
side,
out of the oven. Fat side up.
That's
so the
important.
fat trickles
The
down
fat
into the
is
meat.
up.
How do you know that the fat side is up?
Well, you'll be able to see the layer of fat.
Okay.
It'll be as different than the meat. It's
Okay.
white and it's really
Now, this
gelatinous.
is some
So
honey.
now here's the honey. Now when we're done,
Straight up honey.
and we can kind of tell that this is almost there.
Look at that.
We're gonna take it out. We're gonna flip it over.
Yes.
And then we're gonna get the honey part of the
Yes.
barbecue onto it.
Oh my.
Now Now,
look at all that.
Wow.
I'm into that.
Now, if you have hot honey, aka spicy honey,
spicy honey.
Do it
on pizza.
Do it. It's so good on pizza.
It is so.
It's my jam.
You and I are best friends.
It's just dripping. Okay, so you're gonna get that back into the oven.
How long?
For about 30 to 45 minutes.
You're covering it again or not?
No cover because we want it to caramelize.
Get over
Take
here.
a look at this.
I don't even know how to.
Wait, what do you do? And do you have anything I could dip it in? Or
Yeah,
you
well,
just-
no, it's just the rub. So, some people like a rub and a sauce. Some people just want the sauce.
Oh, it's already cooked.
Yeah. So then I want to show you how to make spoon bread. Are you guys familiar with what spoon bread is? Did you like it?
Love.
Right?
Love.
You can do this today with whatever cut of rib you have. You can also do this on your grill. You want to just make sure that you cover it completely. It's all about the moisture.
Okay.
Okay, so this is spoon bread. It's just like cornbread, but it's like a pudding vibe.
Yes.
Right? So in here, we're going to get some chorizo.
Yes.
This is my Tex-Mex spoon
I know.
bread.
You know what? I feel like you're doing this for me.
Okay, I'm on your show, honey.
I feel
Yes.
like you're doing this for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It's making me happy.
Yes, okay, but also I did 4 years of high school in Texas and enlisted in the Air Force there, so
Yes.
I'm also doing it for myself.
Yes! Yes! I love it.
All right, so you're gonna mix that around and get that browned, kind of like ground beef. You know, it's gonna look like that as it cooks. It's gonna be a little bit hotter.
You're doing good.
Yeah, okay.
So now here in my pot, I've got some buttermilk, I've got some cornmeal.
Yes.
And you're just gonna get in here and mix it up.
That look good.
Like, yeah.
So it's gonna look like loose grits.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna temper, right? Because this is hot and this is cold. We don't want the eggs to scramble. So we're gonna take just a little bit here.
Look at that.
Mix
we
it
would
up.
totally
We'd
scramble
dumped
the
it in
eggs.
and it would have been yucky.
Can I tell you something? My grandma has a recipe where she has eggs in hot liquid. She does not temper, and it turns out perfect every time.
Yeah.
All right.
She's just got grandma hands. You know what I mean?
Go down there and check it out.
So then once everything feels warm, you're going to mix everything
Look how fun
together.
this is. Come to the
Yeah.
pan.
All of that cornmeal mixture into your bowl. Go into the chorizo we've already cooked. You're going to add some corn. I tried to heat that up for you. Is it warm?
Yummy.
You're going to add the corn kernels, the cheddar cheese, the mozzarella.
Oh my gosh. Sonny.
Jenna, a
Come
little
on.
bit of the red and green chili.
Is that Rotel?
You know what it is, girlfriend. Texas's favorite ingredient.
You put that in some queso.
Hello.
Right?
Okay, the cheese, okay, some scallions, get it in there.
Are you going to put any cheese in there?
Yeah, exactly. Mix it up.
Oh, God, it's so good.
Mix it up. And then you're just going to get into the oven, 400 degrees for about 25, 30 minutes till it sets.
I mean, this is the best.
Sonny.
You like it?
Yes.
It's a 10 plus. For these recipes, go to today.com/food. We all know Katie Lee Beagle is a Food Network star. She's also a mom to a beautiful baby daughter, Iris, almost about to turn 2. But what you may not know is that she's also a best-selling author, and she's got her book turning into a movie.
How much fun is that, y'all? Groundswell is about a young chef who leaves behind her dream job and boyfriend and heads to Hawaii, where she meets a handsome surf instructor. And Katie actually has a little starring role in this, too.
That's
A cameo.
right. I have a cameo.
How much fun
Let's take a
was
look.
it?
Let's take a look.
Today we've prepared for you an individual pineapple rum trifle layered with macadamia coconut frosting.
And a rum glaze.
Oh, well, let's get in here. I think that your cake has a really nice texture to it, a good crumb. The frosting is perfectly sweet. However, I think your presentation is lacking.
Brutal. How was that acting for you?
Oh, you know, it was real hard for me to act like I was judging a culinary competition.
Exactly. Being on the
I was
set,
nervous.
though, it's kind of cool. It's
It
like
was
your work.
so cool. I was pinching myself the whole time. I said, I can't believe this is happening. And the movie's different from the book, but it was really interesting to see the way it had taken on this whole new life and different characters. And it was just super fun.
I feel like you have so many new things happening, at least since we've last seen you. You have this movie, but more importantly, you have little Iris.
Yes.
She's about to be 2 years old.
Yes, I can't believe it. I remember being pregnant and doing my Zoom with you guys, cooking.
And now here we are.
She's putting bread baskets
Does
on
she
her
eat
head.
everything?
No, sadly.
Okay.
She really tortures me when it comes to eating.
Well, that's like
our
you know what? It's like all children.
She would eat the bread of this that we're making.
We love
That'd be
pulled
about
pork
it.
sandwiches, and that's what we're going to make.
I love pulled pork sandwiches. We're doing a Hawaiian-inspired pulled pork since Groundswell filmed in Hawaii. And I think a slow cooker in the summer is awesome because you can be at the pool all day and then you come in and dinner's ready.
Awesome.
So let's get started. You can use a pork butt or a pork shoulder for this. We're going to do a little rub. We've got salt, garlic powder, pepper, some ground ginger.
Yeah.
All goes in there, gets whisked up.
All kind of Hawaiian inspired, right?
Yes, yes. So, you know, pork is so big there with having the pig roast and everything. So this is a way to have a little taste of it at home.
So you leave all that just like that.
All goes on. It goes into the slow cooker. Now you could, if you have a browning feature on your slow cooker, you could do that.
Is that what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah,
just lay it on top.
And then you put it right in there, cover it up,
and cook it all day.
About 8 hours on low, 6 hours on high.
You take that top part off?
I take the fat part off. Okay.
Some people don't.
Yeah,
right?
some people don't. I like to leave that to the side and then see it just falls
Oh my gosh,
apart.
it's beautiful.
Isn't it perfect?
So you just use
just
forks.
so tender. Yeah, we're gonna make this on Sunday. Actually, my mom's visiting. We're gonna be hanging out watching.
Is
the
she
movie
loving
together.
baby Iris?
Oh my gosh, she's having a ball. I got pictures this morning. They're playing and making forts and watching the Today Show.
Does she still live in West Virginia?
She does.
She does.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So
it goes back into the slow cooker. We're going to take 2 cups of broth because even though we didn't add any broth to it, that pork's going to make its own. And we're going to add crushed pineapple to it.
You know that's going to be good.
And some hoisin sauce. That's a little bit of honey in there. We've got soy sauce and sesame oil. This all gets mixed up. It goes back into our slow cooker.
Okay, dump that in.
For an hour.
All right, let's come back and make us some sandwiches.
Get back here.
I'm coming to this
sandwiches. All right. I like a slaw on my pulled pork.
Me too.
Because you got to have a little crunch, right?
Yeah.
So you just want to shred the, I use a Napa cabbage for this, shred it up, make a real quick little dressing out of rice vinegar.
Rice vinegar makes everything taste super yummy. Thank you.
Sugar, we've got to have a little sweetness with the bitter cabbage, and celery salt, which I love. And then just mix it all up, build your little sandwich. I like to use those Hawaiian rolls for it.
Oh my
and
God.
Then, of
The
course,
Hawaiian rolls are delicious.
they give it that nice little
I mean,
extra
everything
something.
about it is delicious.
This is so, what's a drink?
Watermelon rum punch. Okay, so it's fresh watermelon since that's in right now.
Oh my God.
Blend it up with some rum, and then we top it off with a ginger beer. And we made little watermelon ice cubes too.
Of course
You
did.
always go above and beyond.
Baby
Thank
Lee.
you, Katie.
Cheers,
We love you.
Yummy.
Come back and
you.
see us.
And for these recipes, go to today.com/food.
We are back with Today Food and some great recipes from one of our absolute favorite chefs, Marcus Samuelsson, acclaimed chef, philanthropist. His latest restaurant, Marcus Bar and Grill, opened this past March down in Atlanta. Before that, he debuted Havenmar here in New York City. That was back in November. You've been very, very busy, good sir.
And I was excited because you just came through to the restaurant, and that means that we're officially open. When Craig comes through, that means that we're open.
And I'm not just saying this because you're standing here, but it was one of the best dining experiences that we've had in the city in recent memory. So.
And Al was there too.
Al Roker popped in.
Yeah.
Before we start cooking here, tell me about the spot down in Atlanta, because this is your first restaurant down there.
This is our first restaurant in Atlanta. It's like brunch city. It's brunch every day. And this dish that we're doing today is really inspired by brunch. It's a shrimp and grits that we tweaked in from my heritage from Ethiopia, so we call it tips and bits, which is really a nice stir-fried with grits.
Why do we call them tips?
Tips is one of the dishes that comes from Ethiopia.
Okay.
So we're going to sear up some beef, serve it with grits, and we're going to put some heat on it. But you know what? Can I tell you how excited I am?
Yeah.
Because it's the first time I'm cooking outside on the plaza live. How cool is this? Right? How cool is this?
Summer's here.
Wow. So we got.
What did you put in the pan to start?
Little onion and garlic. Can we smell that? Can we smell that? Right? Little onion and garlic. Little onion, garlic, ginger.
Some
and we're going to add in our beef.
Okay.
Beautiful tenderloin of beef. And then this. This is berbere. This comes from my home country.
What is that? What is that called?
This is berbere.
Berbere.
Berbere, exactly. It's a spice blend that you find all over Ethiopia. And it's a little bit, it got a little heat on it. Can I tell you what else, right?
What oil was that? Just olive oil?
Just some olive oil.
Okay, all right.
One of the cool things about living in New York City is that, you know, we have all these cool restaurants.
Yes.
And yesterday, I was invited to one of those Jenna and Hoda parties.
Yeah?
You know, like, they get invited to the fancy parties.
Yes, they
like,
do.
we don't get invited to
No.
them. Savannah, you don't get invited to
I
them.
know.
Dylan, come on,
I
forget
know.
about it. So I walked into Martha Stewart was there.
Oh, it was that kind of
Everybody was
party,
there, right?
Marcus.
Party.
And I was like, where's Jenna? Where's Hoda? Danielle. Restaurant Danielle turned 30 yesterday. Can we give a big shout out to Restaurant Danielle? And it was fancy. And of course, there was Hoda drinking in the corner. You know.
By herself?
Yeah. But she's here. You recovered fast.
What's the word? What's the word on the dish, boys and girls?
So beyond good. It's really good, right? No, but it's so much fun to be here on the plaza, cooking outside, cooking tips and bits. I'm going to plate this for you.
So this is done.
Done.
And what do we add to it?
A little bit, just like this olive oil, a little bit of butter.
Just a little bit of butter.
Just a little bit of butter, right?
Just a smidge.
Just a little bit.
A skosh, if you will.
So, look at that. Look how nice that looks, right?
Hey, Marcus, what if you can't find that spice? Because I love that
Smoked,
spice. Where do you find it?
smoked paprika.
Okay.
You like spice.
Yes.
You're from Arizona. You like chili, right?
I do. I like a little heat, Marcus.
Yes. So you
I'd
can
like to be invited to fancy parties.
I know, but like, you know what?
Don't cut it.
I got the card now. I'm next one. We're gonna get invited to.
Dilly want to come.
So the grits is cooked for about 20 minutes. A little bit of cream, a little bit of water. You know the grits got to be really, really nice and creamy.
I take my grits very seriously.
Yes.
And these are just
beautiful. Look at these grits right now.
And you use water and milk.
Water and milk. We
Whole
mix
milk.
it. Yes.
Good.
We mix it. And
Some
now
people don't like to use
we're ready to play. Look at this.
Ready to play.
Look at this. Are you guys eating over there? I don't hear any
Of course
oohs and
we're
ahs.
eating. Are we
I don't hear
eating?
any. I know, like Hoda's not eating because she had like a fancy meal last night. The other one. Come on.
And so this is on the menu.
That's it.
Down at your new spot.
Make the meat so tender.
Yeah.
Fancy. It's like this is tenderloin, but you know you just got to cook it in a hot pan. Adding the berbere. It's really, really delicious. You find it at Haven Mar in Chelsea, and you find it in an Atlanta restaurant.
All
right. Oh, it's so delicious.
We love it when you come back.
Can I just say how happy I am to be here? It's so much fun. Thank you
Love it when you
for having me.
Always.
Thank you very much.
Samuelson.
Thank you.
By the way, you can find the recipes today.com/food.
we're back, 8:51 Today Food. This morning we are joined by Ayesha Nurjaya, the executive chef at Shuka and Chouquette restaurants right here in New York City. Chouquette, guys, was recently included in the New York Times list of the 100 best restaurants in New York City. Chef Ayesha, congratulations. We are all super fans
I
of yours.
appreciate it. I'm happy to be here.
What are we making today?
Today we are going to make grilled shrimp, but honestly, it's all about this easy sauce.
Okay.
It's not only a sauce, it could be a marinade, and I promise you it's going to be your go-to.
Okay, great.
Okay, so in here we have some ginger and garlic. I'm going to throw in some roasted peppers.
Okay.
A little bit of champagne
So
vinegar.
you roasted the peppers beforehand.
And I peel them. Easy on the stovetop or your outdoor grill if you have.
Okay.
And then
you know I'm scared of
just
the
like your
food
show.
processor.
I don't even know what I'm doing here, but we're gonna fake it. We're gonna throw this in here, and we're just gonna make sure that this is all emulsified, so there's no big chunks of anything. And then our last step, super easy, is to throw in some smoked paprika and a little bit of lebne. You know how I love my lebne.
Oh my gosh. Now that looks like sour cream.
What's it called?
Lebne.
So it's like a pressed yogurt that we add some lemon juice and sea salt to.
If you can't find it, can you
Greek
make
yogurt
a
is fine.
Oh, Greek yogurt, okay.
Sour cream would work, and so would creme fraiche.
Okay.
So we're just gonna pulse this again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How's it tasting, folks? Oh my
God.
It's the best shrimp you've ever had.
You guys are too good to me. Too good, too good. Okay, so we're gonna drop this right now. Our sauce is in here, and we're gonna move on to the shrimp. So these shrimp could be marinated up to 45 minutes or up to 3 days.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna do this obviously in a pan, but at home, if you have your grill open, this would be a perfect
you grill 'em,
summer
okay.
recipe.
Carson, do you have questions about the shrimp?
If I tried to make this, it doesn't taste like this.
I promise you it will. This is why it's so simple. We have ginger, garlic, a little bit of cumin and coriander, and I'm gonna throw in some lemon zest.
Oh, that's lime.
Lime. Sorry.
See, I know. I really know my way around the kitchen now.
I love
it. Because Chef Ayesha taught me.
See, the teacher and the student, we're having the moment right
No
now.
wonder it was canceled.
Just on hiatus.
We're gonna mix this up, and we're gonna take a little bit of this marinade.
Okay.
You wanna do that for me, please?
I'm afraid. You do
Okay,
it.
yeah.
I just know I'm wearing white. It would splash
You're right,
over.
you're right. We don't want to
all
ruin
know
that
what
for
would
you.
happen.
We're gonna throw a little bit of that in.
Just a little bit.
Just a little
okay.
bit. And we're gonna leave this. Cover this nice in your refrigerator,
How
and you'll
long?
be ready to go. 45 minutes would be the minimum, but you could do it up to 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay.
So we have some here. This is what they look like. If you smell them, all that good flavors,
Yum.
right?
So good.
Hot saute pan, a little bit of olive oil.
Okay.
These are gonna take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna throw a few in.
So fun. Now, okay, so it's 3 minutes both. Are you just doing it by time, or can you tell by looking too?
Well, what you look for is that they get like an opaque color. If you could see they're gray when they're raw.
But
as
do you
start
mind
to
that
cook
there's
them-
no oil in the middle here? I'm going to ask some of my dumb
Of course,
questions.
no, but
that
what
I-
we could do, that's a
Yeah.
great question.
Okay.
We could just move it
Oh,
around,
okay.
zhuzh it around. But in a non-stick pan, that
Did
kind
you
of
bake
helps.
that off too, or do you always go over the stove? Can you
Sorry?
bake the shrimp too? or-
You can put them right in the sheet tray just like this as well. Really. And if shrimp is not your thing, chicken would work well, or a cod fillet, or even like branzino or something like that.
The smell
It's
is
the sauce.
incredible.
I love that. Okay, so I'm going to chop up some scallions, and I
Yes.
think that we're going to get ready to plate.
Okay. What are we going to do with the scallions?
We're just going to cut them on a bias.
Okay.
I know that you. Do you want to do this part? I'll have you do the lemon
Nobody
zest.
likes it when I have the knife.
We don't think so.
There will be blood.
We'll leave
okay.
you. Okay, so actually I know what you can do. I'm
What?
going to cut this open.
Yeah, you know
Can
I know my
do
way around a
some
lime.
on here
Yeah.
for me?
Wait, zest or lime juice?
The juice, the
Okay.
juice. So I'm going to take some of the sauce, and I'm going to show you the fancy way of being an artist. You're just going to throw it around, really. But if you're at home,
Presentation.
you can put it in a squeeze bottle
Oh.
and make your own little
Oh, cute.
design.
Okay.
Okay? And then I'm going to take some
Dylan's
of the
little
shrimp.
boy Calvin could probably do that because he's like an expert chef
100%.
now. Yes.
I haven't taught him plating yet, though.
Yeah.
We're going to throw the shrimp on here, and you're going to be super random. You just want to make sure that you have negative space so you can kind of see everything.
Okay.
And if you could grab some sesame seeds.
Okay. Just
and
sprinkle.
then sprinkle them all around.
Did you do anything special with the asparagus? What do we need to know about that?
The asparagus is like my springtime alarm clock. When I
Okay.
see it, I know good weather's on its way, and I'm ready to get in my two-piece.
Okay, great.
So this is also easy grilling. You could put them in the oven, olive oil, salt.
Yes.
And then
Wait,
we're just.
that's all you did?
That's all I did. Olive
Aisha,
oil,
this
salt.
little
My
crisp, the
asparagus
crisp
never
that's on the
tasted
Mm-hmm.
shrimp, is that like the Maillard effect you get from
It is.
searing a steak? Is it the same?
It's the same thing. It's the dairy that's in the lebne that gives you that effect on the shrimp.
So good.
I mean,
I'm
that's a
ice
difference
snap.
maker there. The crunch on it is like
All right,
a
perfect.
steak.
Oh my God.
Isn't that sick? Crazy.
How is an airline
Aisha,
not
how do you
hired
do
to-
this?
I mean, this is crazy.
And we're back with Today Food this morning. Easy and budget-friendly recipes for the end of summer with back to school and work routines looming right in front of us. We have simple solutions for dinner, Craig.
Yeah, this is actually a really simple one. Our good friend Alex Guarnaschelli is here. Alex is about to launch a new restaurant at this year's U.S. Open called Fare.
Hey.
So good to have you back, Alex. So good to have you back in person, in the flesh. Hadn't seen you in a couple years. So this morning we're going to make a little chicken paillard, it looks like.
Yes. So we start with the chicken breast and we butterfly it, cut it in half so it's thinner. And this is really quick cooking. And you also get more bang for your buck. You know what I'm saying?
How do you do that? What's the easiest way to do that?
make it flat? So the best way to do that is to take a chicken and literally what they say, butterfly, cut it in half and open it up like two wings of a butterfly. And then you just pound it out, which is good. You know, if we're not going to the gym, we're getting that workout with the chicken paillard. Right. So we sear it in hot oil, a few minutes on each side. Little frisee salad with, you know, little bitter greens. Right. With a little mustard dressing. And I like once you cook these, just a little bit of that mustard dressing. That little like, oh, what happened here?
Right. And then on the chicken, I was about to say, you just sprinkled a little salt on it. Is that it for your? How did you season your chicken?
Yeah, you know what? I like when chicken tastes like chicken. Let's be
Bring
real.
back the chicken.
People are always, you know, dipping it in sour cream and whatever else. Stop.
Come on, Grandma used to say,
Right?
By the way, Alex, is it do you pronounce the D in paillard or is it paillard?
It's paillard.
You say the D? Just a little
Somewhere
bit.
in the middle.
Okay.
42% yes. 58% no.
Okay. Hey, a lot of great tomatoes out right now.
Yes. So our next dish, and these are dishes you're going to get at Fare at my restaurant. By the way, I've never had so much. I feel like I have a posse.
I know.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yes, everybody line up. Okay, so tomatoes cut in half, cut a little bit in boiling water until we can peel the skin off. Right, and then we just look at this. I mean, it looks almost beautiful, right? Summer tomatoes, and then we drop that. Al, will you put the rice wine vinegar and the olive oil right in there? Tomatoes, shallots, garlic, red pepper flakes. This is almost like a vinaigrette. This is actually vegan. This sauce kind of by accident. A little oregano and a little sugar, but no dairy in here. And what we do is we just cook this. We let it stew a little bit.
Beautiful.
We blend it, and then we toss the pasta in the sauce. I saved a little pasta water.
Look at that.
So why don't you stir, Chef?
Okay,
I
yes,
know
ma'am.
you know how to cook. A little pasta water that you save from cooking the pasta to loosen that up.
Alex, the tomatoes, we noticed they're not red. Do they have a different flavor?
So these are lower acid tomatoes. They're yellow tomatoes. I just love saying that. You just sound like you did something super unusual, and all you did was buy a tomato, and you're like, yes, I was up all night. So here they are. Yeah, and they're so beautiful, and they have this great mild taste.
Mild? Okay.
Now this dish can be vegan so easily, which I love, or just vegetarian. You can drop some spicy brown sausage on there if you want, Al.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Some cheese, and you got putting a little Parmesan on this?
Can you swap out the pasta?
Absolutely. You could do beans, for example. You could do any number of things. Or you could just use this yellow tomato sauce to make a vegetable lasagna, which is vegetables.
You know what's so interesting to me is how creamy it tastes.
It's very creamy because it's got that rice wine vinegar and that olive oil blended. It's almost like a vinaigrette. And the blender and blending everything and making it smooth is that magic. Are you adding more cheese?
Yeah, a little bit. Alex, quickly, I got to ask you, because I watch Chopped every day.
Yes.
What's a worse offense on Chopped? Forgetting a basket ingredient on the plate or not seasoning a full plate at all and it just tastes terrible?
The answer is yes. No, what is worse? You know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to say under all that pressure, it looks easy when you watch it. You got to put those basket ingredients on.
That's what I thought.
Even if it's like bless your heart or whatever,
Get it on the
or
plate.
like
Get it on the plate.
we tried, we did our best, but when you leave those ingredients off, eventually, you know, it catches up with you. You know, it's like taxes.
Thank you.
You're gonna pay them.
Here's the thing, Alex. Oftentimes we make dishes on this show.
Right.
And I try to go home and there's no way I can do it. This is one of those dishes where I feel like even I could probably pull this off.
And you make it look so easy.
Simple.
It's really simple.
Yeah, it's really good.
You cook everything together. You see it. It's so beautiful. You blend it, and that's it.
Could you make this sauce ahead and freeze it?
Oh my God. You can keep this in the freezer in pints or quart containers and just defrost it and use it, or let it sit in the fridge. I put a little olive oil over it so it keeps longer because it keeps the air.
How's the pasta? I haven't gotten it.
I know. I was trying to grab one for Tom.
By the way, I don't know what happened here, but these three guys, they took all the cheese.
Sorry.
Yes, so
Alex Guarnaschelli, thank you. And by the way, good luck. Best of luck with the new
Thank
restaurant. You can find Alex's recipes, both of the recipes, in fact, by going to our website, today.com/food.
Mashama Bailey has become one of America's most distinguished chefs. She's working in kitchens from France to right here in New York City, but it was her love of Southern cooking that lured her back to the South.
We're going to cook with her in a minute, but first, a look at her culinary journey.
All these breakfast items are real improvement. Like, they really kind of boost up the menu in a really good way. And it's so happy.
Mashama Bailey has much to be happy about these days. At 48, Chef Bailey's career is booming, a double James Beard Award winner, including Outstanding Chef. Her debut restaurant, The Gray in Savannah, Georgia, is a destination, and she recently opened 2 more eateries in Austin, Texas.
We connected with this city just like we connected with Savannah. Austin was a good fit.
A New York City girl who spent her formative years in Georgia, Chef Bailey is a French-trained chef who leans hard into her Southern roots.
My mom is Southern and spent a lot of summers there. I've been pretending to be Southern all my life, you know? I love the camaraderie of the South. I love my family's history, and I love how it shines through in food.
And it was that time spent in her grandmother's kitchen which made Chef Bailey fall in love with cooking.
She could turn something out of nothing. She always had a pot on the stove. It came from so much love, and it didn't really come from like this an abundance of having. It was like what she had, she shared. And I really tried to embody that.
After an internship in France and a short stint as a personal chef, she landed a sous chef position in New York City.
My most transformative time, me becoming serious about this profession, was my time at Prune. I think working for Gabrielle Hamilton was very eye-opening. Her food was very comforting, very classic. And I thought that I was becoming not only a better chef in that environment, but a better person.
And in a male-dominated field, it was mostly women who impacted Chef Bailey's culinary journey until she partnered with Jono Morisano in The Gray.
When I met Jono, it was kind of serendipitous. It was like, oh wait, I lived in Savannah as a kid. I want to move to the South. I want to be an executive chef at a restaurant. Okay, let's go see what this is about.
But the location Jono chose for their joint venture gave Chef Bailey some pause.
I've never seen a Jim Crow era bus station before. It was segregated, it has a dark history, but me standing in the segregated waiting room for colored people, I felt like there was some good vibrations in that space, and I felt like I was gonna do good things there, and I wanted to try.
They chronicled that journey together in their memoir, Black, White, and the Gray, the story of an unexpected friendship and a beloved restaurant.
Ticket, order fire, meatball, clam, and a fish toast.
And that beloved restaurant, featured in Netflix's Chef's Table, continues to delight diners with fresh Southern ingredients along with special touches from Chef Bailey's childhood.
After the guests have dinner, we clear their plates and we give them a thrill. Locals would come in and be like, what? You know what a thrill is? What? That made me feel good because they understand that I have roots here. It's a little part of my history on the plate.
Oh my God, we're so excited that you're here. I'm just so in awe of what you've created. It's like roots and wings, man. You have it all. Yeah. You said your mom didn't want you to become a chef initially?
No, or my father. They both thought that it was domesticated positions, and they just felt like I was going to be broke for the rest of my life. So,
now what do they think?
They think they're very proud, very proud.
You know, what I love is that first of all, you brought us these thrills, which we want, but you learned all of your love of cooking from your grandma.
Yeah, because it was, you know, we didn't have much, and we, well, let me tell you what a thrill is.
Yes, tell us.
So a thrill is something that women from the neighborhoods in Savannah would make for the children of the neighborhoods in Savannah, and usually made of very inexpensive ingredients like Kool-Aid, sugar, water, maybe like if you spent 25 cents on a thrill instead of 10 cents, then you would have fruit cocktail in it or something like a nice surprise. But it was, I mean, the Savannah summers are brutal and they last forever. And so it's really nice in the summertime when the humidity's high and the heat is high that you can actually have something to cool you off.
What's in this one?
That's a grapefruit, pink grapefruit grill.
It's delicious.
So it's some grapefruit juice, and this is not, we don't do Kool-Aid at the restaurant, just to clarify.
I was going to say,
we had a feeling you didn't.
James Beard winning chef.
So it's just grapefruit juice, a little bit of syrup, simple syrup, sugar and water, and some ginger.
New Orleans is the delicious food, from po' boys to beignets and every single thing in between.
Yeah, and of course, one of the most legendary restaurants here is Commander's Palace. This woman right here, Meg Bickford, is the executive chef who is not only creating unforgettable food, but lasting memories. Take a look. Only in New Orleans is your meal accompanied by a three-piece band and a second line through the restaurant. Or at least that's the tradition at world-famous Commander's Palace. Opened in 1893, it's a New Orleans institution. Chefs from Paul Prudhomme to Emeril Lagasse have created staples in the kitchen. But now there's a new top chef at the helm.
That's the Houchon-Galais Eggs Benedict.
Meg Bickford made history in 2020 when she was named the first female executive chef of Commander's, after starting her culinary journey back there in 2008.
I started as a garde manger cook. I was working hot apps and salads. Straight out of culinary school.
And food has always been her biggest motivation.
I grew up in a big South Louisiana family. My family, we grieved over food, we celebrated over food. I just knew that that needed to be a big part of my life. So beautiful.
Her culinary style is inspired by the rich culture around her.
Louisiana is the sportsman's paradise, right? So what we have access to, produce and seafood and game, is kind of unmatched. We in this industry are so lucky to be here because the city celebrates what we do just so wholeheartedly. The same way that the city celebrates music. Set her aside on this pickup.
Every day, Chef Meg brings her leadership skills to the table.
This restaurant is a place of learning.
Hey, Chef, what can I do for you? Chef Meg has this kind of grit in her hustle. She listens to her team, she celebrates their accomplishments, but if she sees a deficiency, she's gonna nurture that.
She's really one of the best role models that I could have ever asked for. She's always encouraging me to try new things and to just do better.
And it really is a recipe for success.
I want to create a memory for someone that when they think about it or they smell bread pudding, it brings them here. They could just be in this moment and be here and let us worry about everything else. And you just sit and enjoy.
Can we just toast?
Royalty!
Can we toast? It's about time. The first female chef of Commander's. You made this cocktail for us.
What is this called,
This is the Tequila Mockingbird #2. Right?
Okay.
So super simple but fantastic.
We like that pun.
And great for this kind of weather.
Cheers to you.
Thank you, ladies.
Oh my God,
Tequila, limoncello, little Angostura bitters.
Oh!
Come on.
Let's put this down so you
know
can
I
get to
like
work.
my big girl cocktails, right?
That's a big
I
girl
do. All right, what are you cooking up for us, Meg?
So we're gonna do Louis Armstrong eggs.
Okay.
So this is one of my all-time favorite brunch dishes at Commander's.
Looks like you put the Trinity in there.
We
Is that
put
right?
Trinity in there, of course. All great things start with that. We're going in with some garlic.
That's a lot. Hit it, girl.
Going in with jalapeno, a lot again. And we're gonna cook all this down till it's opaque, right? So a little translucent.
Okay.
Then we're gonna add one of my favorite ingredients to our red beans.
What?
Is pickled pork.
How do you pickle it?
We don't know what pickled pork means.
So it's kind of like salted pork, okay? So it's gonna season a lot of this pot. So we're not gonna actually season our beans until they're nice and tender.
I'll help you stir.
Thank you. Into that go our red beans.
So those are uncooked. You just plop them in.
Right? I soaked them overnight. Exactly right. So they don't take, all day to cook.
What's
but they
going
will
on with
cook
that
for a long
broth? What
time.
is that?
That's some chicken stock, right? So we're building lots of flavors
Look
here
at this.
with our Trinity, with our garlic, with our jalapenos, our chicken stock, our pickled pork. We're gonna let this cook for hours and hours and hours. Right?
Okay.
So we're moving on.
Bye.
So we
What is
have
that little
here.
cake? What's in there?
This is a dirty rice cake. So we've got Trinity, again, lots of garlic, house-made smoked andouille sausage, and our Louisiana popcorn rice, okay?
Yes.
Form that into a cake. We're gonna go over here.
Wait, what is that on there?
This is our red beans.
Oh.
We pureed them super
Look at that.
smooth,
Amazing.
right? So
Look
they're
at you
nice
plating
and
it.
velvety.
Wait, look what's happening.
Yes.
Look at that,
Right?
Jenna.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
seeing it?
And this
Beans
is
and
taking
rice.
too long, so we're gonna move on.
Okay.
We've got our beautiful crispy rice cake here.
Now you said there's an egg. What's happening?
There's the poached egg.
So
poached it.
it's brunch, honey. We're all about the
Girl.
eggs.
Now
Name
what's this
dish
delicious
for
sauce
him.
on top?
Yeah.
So over here we have
look at that.
hollandaise.
Look.
Our hollandaise is studded with smoky house-made tasso.
Here, we'll share.
You want to share?
Yeah, let's share.
And we're gonna do some
Wait, is there more?
beautiful green onions right
Come on, Meg.
top.
Come on.
Meg, this is
Meg.
delicious.
Good, right?
Meg. Oh my God.
I'm so glad y'all enjoy it.
I mean, that is amazing.
Oh my.
The best part about brunch at Commander's, outside of the food and the cocktails and the service and all the environment, is the second line. But you can't do it without your own second line umbrella.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
no.
What?
Wait.
So
No, you didn't.
ladies,
Jenna! Oh my God.
I've always wanted
Wait.
one of these.
Come on.
Thank you, Meg.
soda.
Are you kidding?
Oh my God.
Now y'all can
Personal.
second line in
We
style.
love you,
Thank you,
Meg.
Meg. And
We
to
love
get
you.
these delicious recipes, head to today.com/food.
Okay, you know that moment, Hoda, where you take a bite of something so delicious you can actually taste the love that went into it?
Well, that is the kind of food that Harlem chef Tammy Treadwell makes, and her cooking is just part of what draws the crowds in. Take a look.
That's love. Wait till you taste that.
Right in the heart of Harlem, in a 15-square-foot food truck,
I got 4 po' boys here.
Yes, that's me.
you'll find po' boys, shrimp and grits, and a whole lot of good vibes.
I tell people all the time on my corner, on 125th Street, there's nothing but love.
Love and Harlem are two things that are part of Chef Tammy Treadwell's DNA.
This neighborhood that's in every part of who you are.
We are sitting in the Harlem Rose Garden. This is like so surreal because I've often said I'm that flower or that rose that will break through the concrete. No matter what you pour on me, I'm gonna emerge stronger and stronger.
Throughout Tammy's sometimes challenging life, food has been what she calls her love language.
I cannot talk about food without talking about my grandmother because her spirit is with me everywhere I go. I got my love of cooking from hanging around in the kitchen with her, not wanting to go outside because she was cooking and I wanted to be first in line to get the plate. There was a lot of people in my house.
After surviving cancer and getting laid off from her job, Tammy felt a calling to feed people.
I'm taking care of all the flavors.
In 2016, she broke through the male-dominated food truck industry and opened Harlem Seafood Soul.
The idea that you had, like, all the things you had to overcome in your life. At your core, are you an optimist?
Unbelievably. We live in a world of possibilities. I'll show you it can be done.
Then in March of 2020, the unthinkable happened. Tammy was forced to shut her truck down. Then her husband, Greg, passed away from COVID.
What did you lose that day?
I lost my best friend. We had 38 amazing years together. One thing I know for sure is that man loved me. I have never had a doubt that his love was real.
There's a period in between fetal position and standing up.
Oh, yeah.
And there's something that happens in that moment where it changes. What made you say, it's time to get out from under these covers?
I started seeing the faces of the people in my family. They were looking at me for the first time like they were very concerned. Every time I would hit a wall emotionally, or I felt like, you know, today's not the day. I'm going to lay back down today. And my granddaughter would say to me, Grandma, when are you going to cook for the people again? This time I looked at her like, you know, that's a good question.
You know what we love about you is that you're not only sharing your love through your food, you're also sharing your love through helping others.
That was the only motivation I had to cook, was to do something for someone else. I had to put my grief on the side and move forward. And that's what I did.
When the doors opened, and did you wonder, are they going to remember me?
Yeah. I stood there for a little while like, okay, I know y'all smell me. And I literally turned around to, I guess, stir the grits or do something. And when I turned back around, there was a line, Hoda. There was a line. And there had to be, you know, at least a dozen people standing in line. And they were waiting for me. And they were smiling. And they were like, where you been? And we're glad to see you back here. Harlem is a village. That's how I was always raised to believe. There's a lot of love in this village. Just wait till you get to experience it.
Let's go.
All right.
Yes, let's go.
Today, just shy of 60 and after a lifetime of hardship, Chef Tammy says she's in her prime and she'll remain on that corner as long as the community allows her to stay.
Jenna, I'm going to give you a little dip.
Thank you.
Okay, ready?
I have worked so hard for so many years, and now I get to do what makes me happy.
She's amazing.
We love her so much.
Is it difficult to make this walk?
One block is over 3 years of work and grace.
This moment for Martha Gilreath has been years in the making.
Where did you live?
Right on that side, right by these columns, is where I'd usually stay.
So this was your roof.
It's dark and it's kind of chilly and it's dismal.
After years of addiction and homelessness, Martha is finding gratitude in this second chance.
It's surreal. A lot of it was really, really rough and ugly, and it just gets more beautiful every day now. My childhood was unbelievable, and I have 5 siblings. My parents have been married 43 years. We always had fun, and there was so much love.
Someone hearing that would wonder, what happened?
I thought people that were alcoholics or addicts came from a certain background. Girls like me who went to Cotillion and went to a good high school don't end up like that. And the truth is, this thing that I have, it doesn't care. It started, someone had some cocaine in a party, and I thought, well, this is fun, and it was scary, and it was exciting. Eventually, that progression looks like, for me, going to harder drugs and violence and homelessness and jails and hospitals. I was in active addiction for 16 years.
And then at some point, you wake up living under the bridge.
It's the scariest, because you're never safe.
When did you make that decision where I'm willing to put in that work? I'm going to turn it around.
I think that the willingness to put in the work and then a moment of grace have to align. I called my friend, Jessie, and I asked her if I could come home. I cannot live like this anymore.
In December of 2019, Martha entered into a recovery center in Charleston, South Carolina, and that's where everything changed.
Food for so long for a lot of us is survival, and so when people start to get sober and they start to enjoy food again. There was a kid there turning 21 in rehab. Someone had told me that he loved cheesecake, so I'm like, I'll make a cheesecake. You know, I can figure that out. And then I see him with his new friends, and he is smiling. After watching this kid enjoy the cake, I'd never had any direction. I'd never followed anything through, and I said, I'm gonna go to culinary school.
So Martha returned to New Orleans in September of 2020 and received a scholarship to NOCI, the New Orleans Culinary and Hospitality Institute, just 1 block from where she once lived underneath the bridge.
It was very scary, but also it required all of the same things that sobriety requires of me. Following direction, patience, taking your time, doing it someone else's way.
And it was through baking where Martha thrived. Defying all odds, she graduated as valedictorian of her class.
When you look at who she's become, in the kitchen and out, what do you think?
Pride. I'm really, really proud of her and really excited for her, and not too surprised, honestly. It's everything that's inside of her that's come out.
In the years since graduation, Martha has become an executive chef at a local restaurant and has started her own pop-up bakery called Nolita.
We're gonna do a play on a morning roll. Beautiful color, and it's really fragrant.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
And one of the chefs that has always inspired Martha is restaurateur and Food Network host Guy Fieri.
He's about bringing joy. He wants to make people's experiences and lives better, all around food.
And Guy had a special message for Martha.
Chef Martha, your buddy Guy Fieri here. You are a warrior. You have been through it all. And to just think that I make you happy and I make you smile, that you love food and enjoy it the way I do, well, my sister from another mister, I look forward to meeting you. I make it through New Orleans. I'm coming to Nolita. I'll be looking for you.
A lot of surreal things have happened to me lately, but that's at the top of the list. Thank you for that.
What's next for you?
I don't know. And I think that's the exciting part. You know, one day, I hope Nolita becomes brick and mortar. What food does for us is its service to making memories. And so if someone could come in Nolita and then 10 years from then say, well, that's where my dad used to take me. I just want to keep being hopeful and grateful. If there are any parents watching, I just want them to know that their babies can still come home. There is always hope.
It's a sisterhood of restaurants with a purpose, run by young women finding inspiration in their own stories. Chef Zyla Cadillo taps into her Mexican heritage to create her cuisine.
My restaurant is Etheria. It is a mezcal bar with vegan-inspired Mexican dishes.
Chef Shanari Freeman leans into her Southern roots for recipes.
My restaurant is called Cadence. It is Southern soul food, plant-based focus.
And Chef Amara Garib, daughter of an Ecuadorian mother and an Egyptian father, gets her inspiration from her father, who operated a pizza parlor.
My restaurant is called Soda Club. It's a wine bar and it's plant-based Italian fresh pasta.
Did you catch this detail? All three skip the animal products, but not the flavor.
Okay, I have to say, when you hear Italian food, when you hear Mexican food, when you hear soul food, I mean, there's a lot of cheese in those, there's a lot of meat in those. I'm Mexican, I grew up with my mom making Mexican food. How is it to make these particular types of food plant-based?
For soul food, one thing you have to definitely focus on is the flavor profile. So just playing around with textures a lot, different flavors, cooking techniques.
I think the Italian food, you just stick with fresh pasta, you can't go wrong.
Mexican people are indigenous people, and a lot of our food is from nature and from the ground. So I feel like it easily translated to being vegan.
Raise your hand if you're a vegan. Okay, so Mira, you're not. What was this process like? I mean, were you like missing the cheese at all on top of a pasta, or no?
It's really easy to just cover something in cheese and it's delicious.
And then it tastes good.
Yeah. It was more challenging because I was just trying to find substitutes to make it more traditional, but not traditional at the same time. We also have a group chat where one of us will be like, this is a whack cheese, don't use it, or this is a really good one, you should try it out, stuff like that.
You're all under 30 and you have the titles of executive chef at restaurants in New York City. I mean, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
How's this been to go through together?
Better than going alone.
That's true.
We're able to learn a lot from each other, and also learn a lot about ourselves, how we cook, and how to run restaurants.
Their boss had full faith they could do just that. Ravi Darasi, founder and CEO of Overthrow Hospitality, who owns all the restaurants, decided to give them a shot at starting their own culinary concepts when they were working at the company in different positions.
Was it this purposeful decision to give 3 women of color this opportunity to be executive chefs of New York City restaurants?
I think subconsciously intentional, if that makes sense. They were already in the company and the best suited for these positions. Over 65% of our 300 some odd employees were women and people of color. So we made the very clear decision to put more people of color in places of authority. So as they're hiring, they see through the lens of their selves.
Of course, a taste test had to be part of this assignment to see how they stand up to the real thing. First, plant-based Italian from the Soda Club.
So where should I start?
Definitely with the ravioli.
With the ravioli, okay.
That's my favorite, yeah.
That was amazing.
Good?
No. I'm having a moment.
Next, vegan-inspired Mexican food from Eteria.
The mango salsa looks delicious. It was so good. Oh my goodness.
And finally, I had to try a dish getting rave reviews, fried lasagna, a soul food favorite at Cadence.
I'm so excited. I'm blown away.
Our guide this morning, the one and only Padma Lakshmi.
Hi, everybody.
Padma, of course, host on Bravo's Top Chef. Tonight is that hit show's 19th season finale. Chefs getting one last chance to compete for the grand prize. Padma, you've been there from the very beginning with the exception of that first season.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and it's been a really long, great ride.
Yeah.
I never thought that it would last this long, but I mean, you know, we're doing well. The show is better than ever, and the critics still like it, so I'm very lucky.
And not to give away too much, but the scuttlebutt is next season, you guys are going to do something you've never done before. Is that right?
Yes, we're going to go international for the whole season. We have been international for finales.
Okay.
We've
But the
gone
whole
to
season this
Singapore and Macau and everywhere else, but the whole season is outside America. Don't ask me where yet.
Okay. All right. Let's cook. Let's eat. What are we making this morning?
We are making the healthiest dish possible. So I'm going to make a sauce, and it's a Balinese baked fish. I first had this dish when I was in Bali over 20 years ago, and it's so simple. And the reason I like it is because it's very low effort. You'll see.
We love that.
It's very healthy, it's very high protein, and it's easy to make.
Okay.
You know, people always ask me how I stay lean
Yes.
after, you know, when I do all this eating on Top Chef. It's not easy, but it's eating like this that helps after I finish. So we're going to start with onions in the blender, and to the onions, we're going to add garlic, ginger, a little bit of tamarind paste. Now, tamarind paste is wonderful. You can get it at any good supermarket. It'll last in your pantry. It's going to add like a tart and sweet tang to it.
Okay.
Also, I'm adding toasted sesame oil and cumin powder.
Cumin powder.
And a little salt to taste. That is really it. And about 2 or 3 tablespoons of water.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll mix that up.
You're going to mix that up. I'm not going to do it because of the noise, but this is what it looks like.
And what kind of fish are we using here?
We're using red snapper, but honestly, you could use cod, you could use flounder.
Any white fish.
Any white fish. This is so easy.
And they're already digging in over there. What's the verdict?
How is it?
Yummy, got a lot of umami to it.
Oh, you love the umami.
And then all I'm doing is pouring this. And this is going to go into an oven at 350 degrees for 20 or 25 minutes, and that's all. And
Foil?
then
No foil.
Foil.
Okay.
Foil.
So you cook it covered.
Cook it covered. And then when it's done, I know it doesn't look very appetizing, but it's so delicious. All you're going to do is take fresh mint and garnish, and a little bit of lemon juice. And this has literally like less than 250 calories a serving. Yeah.
And you're going to pair it with bok choy?
I am.
I find cooking bok choy intimidating.
Why?
I don't know. It's probably because I'm not a very good cook.
So good. So you want to get bok choy, and you just want to quarter it like this. Depending on the size, you can cut it smaller.
Okay.
And all we're going to do is dump this bok choy and blanch it literally for 90 seconds.
And why do you blanch it?
So that it cooks evenly and you don't get weird spots when you're sauteing it.
Okay.
But you don't want to cook it for that long. Like this is going to cook for literally 90 seconds, 2 minutes.
And then you take it out and you
take
immerse it in the
out.
cold.
You don't even have to.
Oh.
I mean, look, if it's a weeknight and the kids are hungry and you gotta go, don't worry about immersing.
so
You're
good.
not in a restaurant. It's
got a little
fine.
kick.
So
Yummy.
this is what it looks like when it's blanched about 90 seconds. I have butter melting here. This is so easy as well. And again, all I'm doing is adding some Asian ingredients to it, which is the toasted sesame oil.
See a theme emerging.
Soy sauce. Well, it's going to go with that fish, right? Onions. No onions, sorry. That was garlic.
Garlic.
That was ginger and a little bit of red chili.
There's your bite.
It's
There's
really
your bite.
good.
It's yummy.
Yeah, and then you just saute this up. And I mean, I literally made it in real time. I made this whole meal in real time, except for the 20 minutes that the fish took.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
how easy it is.
That's
And
really good.
Yeah.
I love it. I like the flavors.
Mhm.
Never thought I
Yummy.
liked
Do
bok
this
choy.
recipe. You don't cook a lot.
She has
but
a
even
cooking
you,
show.
Savannah, I
Okay,
have
I'll
confidence
try it.
that I can do this.
So good. I could eat a whole plate of that bok choy.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
good.
really good.
Really good.
Thank
really
you.
good. Palmer,
Thank
congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so
Folks
much.
who tune in tonight for the finale, what can they expect?
Yes, they can expect a lot. We have 3 contestants who all have different styles of cooking, and we're in Tucson, which is a UNESCO Food Heritage Site. So I'm very excited.
Tucson?
Yes!
Tucson people.
I loved it.
That's my
It was great.
hometown.
It
Yay,
was so
Tucson.
nice.
Padma Lakshmi, thank you so much as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Today food, summer does not have to be all burgers and hot dogs, you know, and it can still be delicious. If you are looking to bring more veggies into the rotation, you're in luck. All the way from the Butcher's Club at Palm Beach's PGA National Resort, we've got Top Chef Season 13 winner Jeremy Ford with some veggie recipes to spice up the dinner. Hi, good morning.
Hi, I'm
I
such
guess
a
we
huge
should
fan.
change. I'm a
Yes.
fan. All right, veggies. Now look, I'm a little skeptical because I'm a carnivore, but this all looks delicious.
But all of this goes with carnivore stuff.
Okay,
so you're
great.
Good.
So show me what you got.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite dishes from the Butcher's Club at PGA, and we basically take these beautiful sweet Vidalia onions.
Yes.
And we put them in a pot, skin on.
Oh, skin
and
on.
we have a little bit of milk, water in there, some aromatics such as thyme, a little rosemary, some black peppercorn.
You just put it in sprigs and all. I love that.
Yeah, how easy can that be?
I mean, I'm into the ease of that. Okay.
And the reason we do this is because we're basically poaching the inside of the onion slowly. So we'll bring this up to a boil and let it cook for like 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll just check it by, you know, pulling it out and doing a little squeeze.
And what do you want it to be, kind of soft?
Just a little softer than a raw onion.
Okay,
so like
great.
5 to 7 minutes.
All right, we got our tasters over there.
Wow.
So we'll get the
Oh my
verdict
God.
in a second.
Yay.
Oh,
So
yay.
good.
Oh, we already got an OMG.
This is
wow.
It's so good.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what happens?
So basically now we take off the root end without taking off my finger.
Yeah,
right?
that's always tricky.
You need those. And then we just pull the center out. So it's really, really easy once it's soft to pull this out, right?
Oh,
Take
'cause
off
you're
the
gonna
outside.
stop it.
Because we're gonna stop. There we
What?
go. I know, right? So we'll pull all these layers off and leave
Okay.
the outer two.
Wow.
And if you want to make it look cool, you leave the little top on.
Yeah, that's
a little
neat.
hat.
Okay, and then we're gonna stuff it with this.
Yes.
Looks like potato salad of
Yes,
some
yes.
sort.
So in here is a little bit of horseradish, some heavy cream, potatoes. You know, a light lunch.
Yeah, I know. My goodness. You said we didn't say it was low fat. We just said it was vegetarian.
We just said it was going to be easy and fun. So
Yum.
we stuff our gratin in here.
Okay. Oh, it's a gratin.
Yeah, gratin.
Oh my gosh. Gratin,
Leon,
as we would say, Hotzi.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I actually learned this from my mentor, Dean Max, taught me this years and years ago.
It's a beautiful recipe. Okay, then what? Now what do we do?
So now that's stuffed in there, are you trying to stuff some?
Well, I feel like this guy needs
You
to
wanna
be
get in there?
stuffed, doesn't
Okay,
he? I don't
all
want to
right.
waste my time here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want you to
so
waste the onion. Not my time. I meant to say I don't want to waste this beautiful onion. I have all the time in the world.
Oh,
Okay,
love it.
All right, let's do it. So then what? We roast it?
So then we just pop this thing in the oven, let it get
Oh
all
my
crispy and
goodness.
delicious like that.
Is
and
it so
then-
yummy, you guys?
This is so
yummy.
Fun, right? Like there's gratin, but you never had gratin in an
Oh.
onion. The horseradish is
Yeah.
perfect.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
Cool, and then we bake that off and we roast it. So then we can move on.
And then you can serve it with this cream spinach. So how do we make that?
Yes, the cream spinach is my
So
claim to
good.
fame. At the Butcher's Club and PGA, this is our top selling dish.
Oh, okay, wow.
Everyone loves this dish. It's amazing. Even at Stubborn Seed, in my other restaurant in South Beach, we run this dish.
Okay.
So everyone's had cream spinach, right? So simple, shallots,
Usually
garlic.
from a box,
but-
to be honest.
No!
Yes.
I will come to your house and cook it for you,
Okay,
so
okay.
you never do that.
Oh, I'm going to learn from you
Okay,
right now.
okay, good.
So what are we sauteing there?
So that's shallots, garlic, and onion.
All right.
Right, so you'll get that nice base, which is
goodness.
kind of like the base for most cream spinaches, right?
We're adding a little flour.
We're adding a little
Is
flour.
this a roux?
This is a roux. Okay, you're hired.
Second French word, roux and gratin. Okay.
And then we cook that out for like 5 minutes.
Now it
make
looks kind of
sure
dry and crumbly. Is that
It's
all
dry
right?
and crumbly until we
Finishing
go,
this.
ta-da! We add the heavy cream and let that cook for a little while.
Okay.
What makes ours so cool though,
Yes.
right? So typically you have your spinach and your cream,
Okay.
which is this cooked down.
Yes, and you already cooked your spinach.
We already cooked our spinach in boiling water, shocked it in ice water so we keep that beautiful green color. But what makes ours funky and cool is tarragon, basil, and dill herb. So it gives you this.
You taste
She knows.
I mean, we're about to be finished over here. Oh my gosh.
But wait a minute, you take these herbs and you just put them in the blender or the food processor?
Yes, and then also ice it. So yeah, so I forgot
Okay.
to tell you, you gotta ice it before you
Oh my
blend
gosh.
it. That way it doesn't continue to turn brown.
Oh,
Because you
okay.
want nice bright green spinach like this.
Okay, we're
right?
gonna put all these specifics. You're gonna share this recipe.
Of
right?
course.
Okay,
The
good.
secret has been revealed.
So it
the
has
world
that
will
herby
know.
flavor. You guys have a kit? Does
It's
that have a
great,
kit?
Chef. How do you get it so it's not too soupy? It's got perfect texture.
The right amount of flour into your heavy cream mix. That's what's gonna give you the perfect consistency. So I always like a little bit more just in case so it doesn't get too
great.
runny, right?
This is amazing.
I'm glad
So
you're
you-
enjoying.
You're cooking it up, and then here's a dumb question. Do you then put it in the oven after this step?
Yes,
Okay.
if you want to. You could serve it hot out of this pot right here
Okay.
onto a dish, but I like these little casserole dishes to get it really hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Hot, and then does it like brown off on the top or something? Could you put a little cheese on top?
You could put a little, hey, you know what? Let's put some cheese on top.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
go.
Yeah.
And then you bake it off.
Bake it off a little
Bake
brown
it off.
on
Get
top.
it, yeah, maybe even put the broiler on.
Yeah,
Why not?
the broiler.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
So-
Guys,
so
what's happening?
underused.
Clean Plate Club?
Listen, I was just about to say, it's like,
You don't even miss the meat.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, does anyone miss the meat?
No, that onion was insane.
Yeah.
I've never had
That
anything like it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's such a fun reiteration of our classic favorite two things, right? Gratin, creamy spinach, but just done a little differently, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Phenomenal.
Say gratin again. Gratin.
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 thought it was
Gracias for
Yes.
the gratin, Chef Jeremy. Thank you so much. If you want to find these recipes and a lot more, go to today.com/food.
And we are back with Today Food. This morning's guest, Kwame Onwuachi, a James Beard Award winner. You may have seen him as both a contestant and recurring judge on Top Chef. He's also, by the way, opened 5 restaurants, all before turning 30. And now he's out with a follow-up to his acclaimed memoir. It actually is his first cookbook. It's fantastic. It's called My America, Recipes from a Young Black Chef. Kwame, so good to see you. Man, I'm so curious about how you, in this book, have taken your whole history, like from Nigeria to the Caribbean, to Louisiana, to the Bronx, and how this book has been just basically your lifeline.
For sure. You know, it's my version of what I found American cuisine as a kid. When you're a kid, you're not asking like, what ethnicity is this when you're eating food? You know, I know I'm in America and I'm eating something, so that was American food to me. So it shows a lexicon of how diverse American
What do
cuisine
you
can
remember about being in little Jamaica in the Bronx eating food that you're about to make for us today?
Jerk chicken. I remember sitting on the side of the road with my father, getting jerk chicken out of a barrel and getting sauce all over my face.
What is jerk sauce? What is jerk?
So jerk sauce, you know, it started as an act of like preservation, but it's a sauce that has so many different layers of flavor. It starts with a marinade, and you marinate this chicken or pork or vegetables in this sauce, and then it's smoked and grilled.
Let's get to it.
So the jerk sauce, I always recommend making this from scratch. So I have a pepper sauce here. It's pretty much a Scotch bonnet puree. We have thyme. We have a little bit of tamarind, we have scallion, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce. And then allspice, cinnamon, and bay leaf and clove. We're gonna put that in the blender, act like this blender's going.
No need to do that.
Well, then the sauce comes out like this. So I like
Is it in like the barbecue sauce family? Is
no, but you can make a barbecue sauce, which we're gonna do now.
Okay.
So we have ginger and garlic and onion sweating. You know, you add some ketchup to this, you add some brown sugar, and then you add your jerk paste, and then you let this simmer for about 30 minutes until it gets nice, deep and dark like this.
I was saying when I went to spring break on MTV, we flew into Montego Bay, and the weather was so bad, I had to drive to Negril, and we stopped on the street along the way, and I had my first jerk chicken. It's like a culinary thing I'll never forget.
Your first real jerk chicken,
Is it a
right?
street food?
Yeah, it's actually a street food. There's a lot of history in it, and that's the beautiful thing about My America. It gets into the history of the dishes and why they stood the test of time.
Perfect.
So you got your jerk barbecue. You can blend it if you want to make it smooth. I like mine a little bit chunky. The difference between my jerk chicken recipe is I like to brine the chicken. I like to infuse the flavor deep into it. So
Like an overnight brine sort of thing?
Overnight brine. You have your flavors of your jerk paste in the brine as well. And then you'll marinate it, throw it on the grill.
I love it.
We're in the studio.
You like to outside cook this, though?
Yeah, because you got to add some smoke to it, you know.
What kind of wood chips do you like?
I like to use pimento wood. The
Wow,
wood that
never heard of that.
That you know grows the allspice berries, so
Right.
you accentuate those flavors.
Let's see our little chefs over there. What do you think of the jerk chicken?
Plates are almost empty.
Are you serious?
Oh, now you go. Come on.
We got
oh my
plenty.
God.
Oh
my God. We need more.
You know what's interesting? A lot of times jerk chicken, it's too wet. There's too much jerk sauce. Yours is perfect because it's just a little bit, and it gives you that hit. You know.
Well,
so good.
When you do it properly, like it's such a refined dish. You know.
What is doing it properly? What are the cooking tips on the chicken? How does it differ from making?
You gotta smoke it. You know, you gotta cook it in the grill. You gotta let it marinate. You gotta make your jerk seasoning from scratch, and that's how you build those layers of flavor.
Is this what you're going to make it? But we have to plug the family reunion because it's so cool.
The
Just
family reunion.
say what it is, everybody.
So the family reunion is this, 4-day food festival at the Salamander Resort and Spa. We get some of the best chefs together in the country and food professionals and entertainers as well. So it's really exciting. Tickets drop today, everybody.
Of course they
I want to
do.
see all of you at the family reunion.
That's going to be good. What is the side dish, by the way?
The side dish is sauteed cabbage and carrots.
Oh my God.
How's that, guys?
Good.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Amazing.
You know what we need? We need rum punch. A little rum punch.
I got
Well, congratulations on everything, man.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to the
Thank
family reunion. The book is beautiful, too.
Yeah.
So much.
Great writing, great recipes, and this looks delicious. So there's a good lesson on jerk chicken. Kwame, thank you. That recipe, by the way, is on our website, today.com/food. And for the cookbook, check out today.com/shop. It is awesome.
Dawn Burrell made a name for herself competing in the long jump at the Sydney Olympics. Look at her back in 2000. And the next year, she won gold at the Indoor World Championships before she tore her ACL and decided to turn to another passion, which was cooking.
Well, as a chef, Dawn's been nominated for a James Beard Award,
Wow.
a finalist in season 18 of Top Chef, and set to open her restaurant late August in Houston later on this year.
But first, she's here to show us how to eat like an Olympian. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I mean, I guess you're just a star at everything you try. Impressive.
I mean, I've been told to do the best I can in every endeavor, so
Nice.
I'll try to do
Okay,
yeah.
seems like you do.
We are not Olympians at anything except for eating.
Yeah.
We actually excel at that
Yes, we
sport.
do.
So we want to start the day with breakfast.
Right.
You say there's 3 things we have to have every single day.
So I like to say that you should have some nuts for really rich proteins and nice proteins and good fats, you know, for your body. Raw fruit. And some grains that are also rich
So what
and
is
will help
this?
you. This is a chocolate granola.
Chocolate granola.
Yeah, and so
try
this
chocolate
is sort
granola?
of fun on
sure.
vanilla yogurt or on top of maybe like a little chia seed bowl or something like that.
That's great.
Beautiful, yeah. And then this is a power smoothie. This power smoothie is filled with protein, antioxidants, and good fuel for your workout in the morning.
Okay.
And it's a good grab and go like breakfast that you can take to the track with
tastes
you
good,
or on
too.
your run with
Little
you,
banana?
whatever. Yeah, some bananas
Blueberry?
in there, dates, blueberries, and almonds.
Love it.
It's delicious. That's where you
Yummy.
use the protein. And then avocado. You say start your day with some good fat.
Exactly. So if you are a savory breakfast person, this is a way to go as well because you have some nice protein from this is a chili paste with almonds in it.
Yum.
And so,
Al swears by this. Is this the paste you love?
That's the Trader Joe red chili.
Yeah. And then you add a little bit of almonds in there, and then
Yum.
you have some protein-packed breakfast for yourself with some nice
And
fat.
we have a little avocado
Yes, have a little avocado
Yum.
toast.
Now, once we moved to lunch, one of the things we never had when we were in Tokyo were some greens.
Oh, I haven't eaten anything green in 3 weeks.
Help us out here.
Well, I'm going to help you out with that because we all need them, right? So here we have a vitamin-rich salad with great antioxidant qualities also because it's a turmeric and vinegar dressing. I mean, it's ginger dressing. And what you'll do is I'm going to top this off a little bit.
That looks beautiful.
This is a versatile dressing. You can use it on chicken or fish.
And you put seeds on your salad too, which I think is interesting.
Seeds are also like rich fats, good fats for the body, and also some fiber. Fiber that's great
delicious.
for
that looks
digestion.
so good.
Thank you. Sorry.
And for dinner, you swear by this chutney.
This is this is a go-to chutney. It is Trinidadian as far as culture is concerned, but you can also puree it and make it into a glaze that is functional for like roasts and things like that. What we did here is we just used it as a chutney or a relish on this chicken. It's called cuchilla.
Wow.
It's a little bit spicy. It's made with mangoes and ginger. This amchar masala, which is a very lovely spices, garlic peppers, and everything like that.
Dawn, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
You can find the recipes at today.com/food, and she's back on the third hour to tell us how to turn an athlete's cheat meal into a breakfast of champions. Oh, by the way, speaking of champions, our champion weather person, Dylan Dreyer, a little birthday. We have a special bubbly drink.
Oh, yes. You get cider.
So,
thank you for the cider.
There you go.
You're going to drink while you have apple cider?
Yes, I ring in 40.
Wow.
You're only 40?
The big 40.
That's it?
Wow. Hanode wanted to say happy birthday, too. How old are you, Hanode? Are you 21? No, you better not.
No, Hanode can't drink.
Hanode's just a baby.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Dylan.
We love you.
Wow.
You guys are so sweet.
Cheers.
Dilly. We love you.
Oh,
there we go. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, like they need a reason to drink in Tokyo.
I know.
We are back with Today Food, and it is inspired by a trip to London, so we thought Nicholas Hoult would like to stick around. Plus, he said he's never had a popover. So we got Gail Simmons, our culinary expert.
Not as you know it as a
That's
popover.
right. Food writer, permanent judge on Top Chef, now in its 20th season. 16 former competitors from all around the world head to London, facing off for the ultimate world All-Stars title. Gail joining us now to make a traditional Sunday roast using lamb. Gail, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Good to see you guys.
That's right. So London.
So London, Top Chef. This is the first time in 20 seasons that we did our entire season overseas. We lived in London for 2 months shooting over the summer and fall.
Must have been wonderful.
It was wonderful. And most of all, I have to admit, like, I love British food. I think it gets a bad rap. But first of all, London is an incredibly global city.
Yes.
But I really
Nicholas
love
laughed at
Sunday
that.
roast.
What was the Sunday roast is a beautiful tradition, I
Isn't
think.
it?
And I'm very excited about
yes,
this. Yeah.
and it really goes well with Easter, obviously coming up, or Passover, or
Right.
whatever you may be celebrating right now. This time of year, spring, so I decided usually it's done with a big beef roast,
Right.
but I'm making a leg of lamb.
Okay, so this is a boneless butterfly leg of lamb?
Boneless and butterfly.
Can you ask
thank
your butcher to get this?
You
Like
absolutely
this?
can.
Yep.
It's very standard.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with making the marinade for it.
So you're doing mint, which usually people pair with lamb.
Exactly. It goes so well. I'm using lots of fresh mint. I'm going to throw it in a bowl with lemon juice. And Allie, you're going to help me out here. So in the bowl, I'm going to dump, you can dump in lemon zest, garlic, and a little Aleppo pepper. You can use just chili flakes if you have. Let's season it up.
Is that spicy?
They are spicy, but Aleppo has a beautiful, mellow chili flavor. And then, Al, if you want to whisk, I'm going to pour in some olive oil. Yep, I got salt.
This is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, oh, good. I'm glad you dig in. Like, gotta eat it when it's hot, especially the popover, which, Nick, you will know as Yorkshire pudding.
Well, is it the same, essentially?
Exactly the same, but they just cook them in these crazy tins that we'll get to in a minute instead of in one big dish.
Okay. So you've got your marinade.
So I've got my marinade. Now, pour it over my leg of lamb, but not all of it. Save a little bit of it, which will act as the extra sauce later. That's gorgeous. Thank you very much. You've done this before,
Once
sir.
or twice.
And how long do you let it sit in the marinade?
At least 4 hours. You can put it in the fridge. You can leave it overnight and cook it the next day if you want. You're going to toss it around and make sure that it's nice and coated. Leave it, cover it, and then you're going to take it out, pat it dry, and throw it right on a very hot grill.
Gail, should you
big.
let the meat get to like room temperature before you throw it on?
Yes, you want to take it out at least 45 minutes, and actually you want to season it because there's no salt in that marinade. But we'll do that as we go.
Right.
Season with salt and pepper. You want to pat it dry after it's come to room temperature, and then you're going to let it grill.
I've never cooked lamb. Do you want a little redness inside, or do you
a
have to
little?
cook it
But
through?
I find, and this is personal, that unlike steak that I like really medium, rare, like totally pink inside, lamb can be a little tougher, a little chewier. So I like to cook it slightly more medium than medium rare.
So now we're
and then I make my popovers. Exactly.
Which
so
is important.
In one bowl, I have flour and salt. In the other bowl, I have 4 eggs. I'm going to whisk with, I like to add a little maple syrup, untraditional, but I'm Canadian.
This is what I was excited about because I took a bite and I love Yorkshire pudding, but this has got a nice sweetness to
That's
it.
right, a
and the
little
crust.
bit of sweetness,
I like this
some
addition.
melted butter.
Nicholas cooks, so he's taking notes.
I am.
I love that. I love that.
Puddings I've ever had.
I feel it's very, it's serendipitous that we have a Brit to eat my my Sunday roast.
Usually you make it with beef fat, but this is a
Yes,
wonderful.
I'm using melted butter here. And then I'm just going to put my dry ingredients whisked in.
It's like a very moist
This
pancake.
is like, that's exactly it. But
It's like a
when
good
they come out of
pancake.
the oven, they're actually
Oh my gosh.
huge, as you saw earlier. They deflate a bit, but they're so much
Tell
fun.
them about the shrinkage, Jerry.
Like a
Precisely. All right, so I mix that all up, put it in a pouring tin. Now here's the key to Yorkshire pudding, the key to popovers is you want to preheat this pan. This is a fancy popover pan, you don't need it, you can use a muffin tin. But you can see that there's already sizzling melted butter at the bottom because I've preheated it. Take it out of the oven and immediately while it's still hot, pour in 3/4 of the way
'Cause you don't
your
want to fill it up
popover
too much or
batter.
else
That's
it'll-
right. Because
So
they
it
get
does expand
huge.
over.
Yeah.
And that is the name. So you pour it in, and then you put these in the oven about 15 to 20 minutes at 425, and they come out so puffed up
And
and
serve
huge.
immediately.
Serve immediately. I mean, already they have.
They deflate.
But
Yeah,
they are
but they're so
crickety
good.
and
I'm very
delicious,
happy.
and they go with the
Glad I
lamb.
Are you
stuck
happy,
around.
Nicholas?
I'm very happy. I'm
We're
glad I
glad
stuck
you
around.
stayed.
Thank you.
And then you have the extra
Much better than
marinade,
the
of course,
crickets.
Oh, that's
as
right.
your sauce.
This is
How's my
That's right.
Sunday roast?
delicious.
It's incredible.
Is this the best interview you've ever had?
It certainly is. I'm very happy. It's taken the
good.
bad taste of the crickets out of my mouth as well.
Nicholas came to play. I like that. All right, Gail, thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you so much. And
Thank
for
you.
these
Thank
recipes, head to today.com/food.
This morning on Today Food, we're so excited. We're going to take a big bite out of our favorite fall fruits with the one, the only, the returning Martha Stewart. Hi.
So great to be here.
99th
I can't believe it.
Martha Stewart's Fruit Desserts.
And we are so excited to have you here in person.
The recipes are so good in this book, and I've been making every single one of them, and they're delicious. But I want to show you how to make apple pot pies.
Yes.
Can you imagine a riff on the chicken pot pie?
I love it, but it's sweet, not savory,
sweet.
right?
It's a
Can I ask you
dessert.
first, though, how's your leg? Did you
My
hurt,
leg's
you
all
hurt yourself?
better.
You had a surgery?
Yeah, my Achilles.
Yeah, okay.
Don't ever hurt your Achilles, please.
Yes, but you're all good. Okay.
Yep, I'm all good. So the apples, you need 12 to 13 gorgeous autumnal apples.
Okay.
And we're using Granny Smiths and Rome's. Peel them, cut them into like 6 pieces. Add lemon juice to stop the discoloration and add flavor.
Oh, okay.
A third of a cup of sugar. And a little bit of salt, just
Kosher salt.
Yeah, kosher salt, 3/4 of a teaspoon, and allspice, which adds a very nice flavor. Half a teaspoon. You can stir that up
All
some.
right.
And then you saute half of them in a pan. Add 2 tablespoons of flour. Oh yes, a third of a cup of bourbon. That's good. That's
He's
good.
like,
Yeah, well, a little bit more won't hurt. And you cook that up until it thickens just slightly. And then add this. I guess it's cooking. Yeah.
Is it hot?
It's cooking. Yeah, it's a little bit.
So you wanted to get it like a thickened up sauce,
Well,
kind of.
it'll thicken up in the oven.
Will it
too.
absorb that ultimately?
Oh yeah, ultimately it will absorb it. You add that to your other apples. This is half and a half of the apples.
Can I
And
stop
then-
stirring? Okay.
Off. And then these stir all together.
Ooh, yum.
Spoon them into.
Oh, stop it. He just added more.
Spoon those into a pot pie dish.
Oh, that's cute.
See this cute, and this is 1 serving. So
You didn't put the pastry under, I noticed.
no. Pot pies always have the pastry on top.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You know. So here's a square of puff pastry, just like that.
Can you pre-buy that or?
It's store-bought.
Oh yes, it's a store-bought. You can buy it. There's very good home frozen puff. Make a vent hole in the top or 2, and
kinda
put that
easy.
like that, and then egg wash. Just
Wow, look at
the
those
softly beaten egg. Yeah, the beautiful color, isn't it? These are farm eggs. Really, really great.
When do these things sit in water? I see water sometimes in these pans.
Oh no, not here. No, not here. You don't want to do because you want this to puff up, and the finished dessert will look like that.
How long in the oven?
Top with 375 for about 40 minutes.
Okay, yum.
And so delicious. A really cute single serving dessert.
Oh, that's
Now,
easier than it,
Martha.
actually. Oh my gosh. I would never would
These
make
are
that.
awesome, by
This
the
is
way.
my happy
Oh
place
my
right here.
God.
That's
No,
very
we
impressive.
can't even talk.
Yeah.
It's so
Now,
delicious.
do you know what this is?
Do you know what that
Granny
is?
Smith apple?
I don't know what that is.
Do you know what that is?
I'm afraid an apple?
This is a quince. It's kind of a cross between an apple and a pear.
Oh, okay.
But it's not edible uncooked. It's really, they're very sour, very hard, very fibrous. So we cut them into 5 quinces. We cut them, take the pits out, peel them, and poach them in a wonderful syrup of maple syrup. Here we go. 1 cup of maple syrup. And about a quart of water.
Watch Carson's trying to put bourbon in
a vanilla bean.
I already did.
Boy, you have to split the vanilla bean. It's a little hard over here.
Oh, that's cool.
And let the vanilla bean, and scrape it. You want to get all those seeds out. Do you know how to do that?
No.
Yeah, see the
Never
seeds?
done that.
Those are
Oh,
vanilla
wow.
bean seeds, see?
And you leave the thing in?
But then you
Yeah.
put the seeds in.
And poach all of these until they're tender. Look at the color they
Why
turn.
did you take the seeds out and then you put them back in?
No seeds.
Oh, okay. I thought you put them in there.
No, the
okay.
vanilla bean seeds.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Oh
Okay.
no, because that's the flavor.
Okay.
Now here are your cooked quince.
Wow.
And you add to this cooked quince just a little bit of the reduced poaching liquid, and
Is that the liquid from your pot?
yes,
Okay.
and you boil it down,
Yeah.
and you add 2 teaspoons of cornstarch. Cornstarch will again thicken the juices, so you don't have a very runny dessert.
Okay.
And these. That Woodford Reserve is going to love you. That's a good bourbon,
them.
too. That's made right down in Kentucky.
I know. My people.
Okay, so now this goes right into your baking dish.
Okay. Those dishes
All
are pretty.
that'll thicken up. And this is the topping, which is flour, cornmeal, and you can just
Oh, I love that.
put this
It's just
all
a
over the
crumble.
top. Yeah, it's sort of a crumble. All over the top like this.
Ever had a quince in your life?
You know, taste it.
thank
You're
you. I
going to
wanna
love
try
it.
it.
Fantastic.
Have you tasted
What do you think, guys?
this?
You love it?
Yeah, someday my quince will come.
This is a quince crumble.
I don't think I've ever had a quince, Martha.
Oh, it is
We're having our
so
first
good.
quince. Have you had a quince before?
I
Oh, no, you have.
I grow
have not.
quinces.
I've never heard of it.
It's been a best quince year too.
Oh,
really beautiful.
Really
Put
good.
this all
Oh my
over
gosh,
the
that's yummy.
top, and sprinkle your almonds, sliced almonds on top of this.
Today.com/food is where you go.
Yes.
Pick up Martha's book. It's fantastic.
We ran out of time.
By
Book number 100. Have you written your tell-all yet?
It's coming.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It'll be a good one.
Thanks, Martha.
I bet it'll tell some
delicious.
tales, Martha.
And
Thank
cranberry.
you so much.
Don't forget the cranberry skillet cake.
That looks so good. And the recipes are on the website, and Fruit Desserts is out right now. Delicious. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Great Martha Stewart. She's making one of her favorites. It's a classic fish burger, and with more than 50 cookbooks full of recipes, for you to say this is one of your personal favorites, I mean, it's got to be good, Martha.
Well, I really like the fish hake. It's an inexpensive fish compared hake. Huh. And it's a member of the codfish family, and it's a wonderful white fish. And when you cut it up into nice little cubes like this, it comes like that. That's a fillet.
Is it like a halibut? I've never even heard of hake.
No, it's lighter than a halibut.
Okay.
And as I say, less expensive. Breadcrumbs. Nice fresh breadcrumbs. So just take a white loaf and grind it up in the food processor.
Okay.
2 eggs.
Yeah.
Really easy.
Are those eggs from your farm?
Yes, they are.
Of course they are. Yes, they are.
The hens are laying really well right now because of
Can
the
you just
warm
use, like,
weather.
by the way, can you use boxed Italian breadcrumbs or panko or something like that?
Yes, you could. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I know you make everything fresh, though.
But so this is delicious, and a little bit of cayenne pepper, which is very nice.
Did you catch the hake in your little lake out there?
No, hake is a saltwater fish.
Okay.
Not a fresh.
How come you don't have a saltwater pond?
Well, I'm so sorry, but in Maine I do.
Okay.
In Maine I do.
In Maine you do. Okay. Well, then don't apologize if you have one. Incredible.
A teaspoon of salt.
Yep.
Some freshly ground chopped chives.
Right from the garden, no doubt.
Yes, and don't forget capers.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is about
are those crushed capers?
A quarter of a cup of chopped capers.
Chopped capers,
Rinse
okay.
them out of the jar, and then. How
about some mayo? You know, bind this thing?
Definitely.
You're making like a crab cake, basically.
It is. It's like a crab cake, but it's a burger. Because we're not gonna.
Amazing.
And here's the mayo.
We have our taster. Chanel's already finished.
Oh my gosh, I'm almost finished. This is phenomenal.
What do you think, guys?
It's perfect.
So good. Oh, Carson, wait until you try this.
Why don't we eat more fish burgers in America?
I don't know.
It's not that hard to make.
No, it's not hard at all.
And it's a nice alternative to red meat.
It is.
Or chicken.
It is. Or turkey.
Right.
Turkey burgers are good too. They're one of my favorites. So this is a very nice mixture. Make the burgers. The nice way to make them uniform in size is to use a little ring like this, like a biscuit ring.
Okay.
And just take some of the nice mixture and put it in here, pack it. And I like to put this on parchment paper and chill it before I actually cook the burgers. Look at that perfect burger.
That's ideal.
See how nice? So I have
can't
some.
see it at home, but
I
it's
have some that are
flawless.
already chilled.
Okay.
Yum.
And they're going to go
And why,
right
why do we
into
chill
a,
it, Martha?
a little olive oil.
Why do you chill the burger?
They hold their shape.
Just holds it
Hold
together a little
together,
more.
yeah, because the breadcrumbs and the mayo, it all gets a little bit firmer.
It's a cold plunge. It's all the rage.
Yes.
And then just brown these.
Yeah.
And it takes
Oh,
about
this is
8 minutes or 10 minutes to cook.
I got to go back to the hake. How come I don't see hake at my local market? Is
But
it-
you're not asking.
You haven't
for it.
looked?
They
Oh, you have
it.
to ask for it?
Yes, ask for it.
It's there. What do they hold stuff in the back?
No, they have the salmon, they have the
Right, I
cod,
know
they
that. I
have
see
the
that. I see that.
halibut.
That's
and
right.
some of these
Just
are
ask 'em for the halibut.
$29
Ask 'em for the-
a
okay.
pound now.
For the halibut?
Just for the halibut.
And now
Do it
this
just
is
for the halibut.
one of the garnishes is pickled onions.
Yeah.
So this
That's
is
yum.
Japanese rice wine vinegar,
Okay.
a little bit of sugar, and a little bit of salt.
It's like a sake
a
almost.
red onion sliced, peeled and sliced,
You make-
and just let that stay for a day or two, and look what happens.
It
Look at
pickles
the color.
right up.
Yummy.
See how pretty?
What other sort of toppings you like to put on
Oh
your fish
well,
burger?
I like the onions. First, a little mayo. Yeah, you can. They're not ready.
Yeah,
to
I'm
turn
just
yet.
kind of
So
seeing
they're not
how
ready.
They really aren't. I thought they'd
No.
be sticky
This is
and
a
fall apart,
mustard
but they're
mayo,
not.
a buttered brioche bun, mustard mayo. So
Oh,
add about a
gosh.
couple tablespoons of Dijon mustard to your
Oh,
mayo.
of course you would.
It's so good.
And
The brioche
get that
bun.
ready, and
Carson, you
then
have
put
to
a
try this.
couple
Perfect.
pickled onions
I'm going
on.
to.
Carson,
How
you gotta
pretty
try this.
these
Let me,
are.
while I have you, let me ask you just two quick business questions
Okay.
here. Book number 100, I believe, is in the workshop autobiography.
I'm running home right after this to take more pictures. My 100 favorite recipes will be my 100th book.
Oh,
And we learned a little bit about you too in your past. And
Oh yes, and a lot of
When you were a
historic
Marine?
pictures. Never a Marine.
Okay.
No, always a Girl Scout.
Okay, right.
Yes, definitely a Girl Scout.
And how about the Roku show, Martha
And
Cooks?
oh gosh, we're doing that. We have so many wonderful shows on Roku now. They have my whole library
Yeah,
too.
that's
on
nice.
channel 448. I live at 48.
Right.
I lived at 48
Well, don't
Turkey
tell
Hill
people-
Road.
well, don't
and
tell
I
people
live
your
at-
address, Martha.
Well, I live at 48.
She's currently?
I'm not. Yeah, two houses, both number 48.
I'm going to edit that out.
Yeah,
So,
don't
that's
edit it out.
ridiculous. Why would you-
448.
Well,
they
I'm
don't know
supposed to.
where it is.
I'll take care of it on the West Coast, but you're in trouble now.
It's in Hudson, New York.
All right, just keep telling people. Has Snoop Dogg moved in yet? You're going to need his help here.
No, not yet, but his bodyguard, Tiny, is this
Tiny,
tall.
giant, of course. Martha, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you enjoying it?
This is delicious.
Here to help us kick off the outdoor cooking season, who better than America's favorite lifestyle maven, Martha Stewart. She's out with a new book. It's a guide to all things grilling. It's called What Else But Martha Stewart's Grilling.
Yes.
The 95th cookbook.
Yeah, well, 95th book.
95th book.
Lots of those are cookbooks. But grilling, it's the season. The weather has finally gotten beautiful.
Yes.
And people really like to cook outdoors.
I enjoy cooking outdoors as
Yes.
well. In fact,
Now,
just
do you have a
spent
grill
last-
like this, a charcoal?
I'm a gas guy.
You're a gas guy.
Because it's faster for me. I've got
Okay.
the small kids. I'm just trying to get in, get out.
Right.
But I know you love charcoal.
I love real hard charcoal, the kind the jewelers use. It gets up to 900 degrees. I like it really hot, and I really like pure. So I don't want to use any starter. Don't use those starter fluids.
Okay.
You know, start with,
How do you keep your grates clean?
Well, first, of course, put your grill away clean. Every time you use it, use a brush like this. Scrub that grate so it's nice and clean.
Okay.
You can use a little bit of oil on a piece of paper towel and a tong like this, and clean your grill. And then you cook. Now, this chicken has been cooking for about 20 minutes. You want chicken. This is for the first recipe. You want the chicken 165 degrees.
165. You
Yes.
need your outdoor thermometer.
Yes,
Make sure
you have your little instant read
There we
thermometer,
go.
and you just use that.
All right, let's get
Then-
cooking here, Martha.
Okay,
Let's
so
make this
this
chicken.
is chicken with green chili dressing. It is so delicious. Once it's cooked, you make a dressing of cilantro, zest of lime, juice of 1 lime, olive oil.
And we can make this dressing ahead of time.
Oh, yes, and you can set it. It actually gets better ahead of time. Some scallions, some serrano peppers. That's your dressing.
That's pretty simple.
And, it's so simple.
How long do you marinate?
No, you don't marinate. This is cooked on the grill, just salt and pepper.
Okay.
And then you put the dressing on after it's cooked.
Ah.
And there it is. And everybody's going to have a taste. You're going to have a taste of this. You're going to love it.
They're already tasting down
Oh,
there.
yeah.
What's the verdict,
Now,
Carson Daly?
What do you think?
Oh, I mean, come on,
Chicken,
Martha.
good.
What can't you do? It's amazing.
The next thing is the Korean skirt steak.
That's the
And now
best.
these are, it's sort of like a skirt steak, but it is a short rib cut in the flank style. See this? See how beautiful
I love
this
ribs.
is?
They're my favorite to
Yes.
cook on the grill, but
So instead
traditional
of the
ribs take
long
forever.
ribs, yes, this is cut in the opposite direction, and boy, is it good. This is marinated, and the marinade is soy sauce.
Not marinade. No, marinade.
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 And it is rice vinegar, sesame seeds, white or black, soy sauce, scallion, a little bit of light brown sugar, and freshly grated ginger and garlic.
Okay.
You want to grate a little ginger?
Yes, ma'am. How much ginger do we use?
Well, you just grate it like that. Yep. You know, a lot. Go back and forth. Yes. And then you
Don't be afraid, Melvin. Just grate it.
I'm grating it. I'm grating it. Martha, is that enough?
Yeah, that's good. And put that all in there. Yep. And then your short ribs go right in here. Those short ribs go right in here, and you put them on the grill.
How long? How long?
I do this overnight or a couple hours before. So if you're a late night, you know, if you want to come home and cook,
yes,
these should be marinating overnight.
What's the verdict on the short ribs?
My favorite.
So there they are, all marinated.
Clean Plate Club.
And then you just put these 3 minutes aside.
I'll do that for you.
Yep,
Martha.
you do that.
I'll make myself useful here.
3 minutes aside. Oh yeah, nice and flat.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And you can also use these protective gloves. These have a little bit of silicone on them. So if you want to pick stuff
Look
up.
at Guthrie helping out there.
That's right.
Good. Do the
we got a burner over here.
5 minutes aside.
Oh, okay. We got about 20 minutes on this.
Okay.
side.
The others, yeah, do it that way. Yeah.
I got there just in time.
Pretty well done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so this is served on lettuce leaves with kimchi and the wonderful fermented chili sauce. Do you like that? And scallions and cucumber.
It's
And
really
this
good,
is so delicious. That's how you serve it.
All right.
What do you think?
I'm a big fan of Korean.
And then grilled salmon is my favorite because I love light salads in the summertime. And a grilled salmon, this is a salmon that's been overcooked. Not really.
No, it's fine.
That is so beautiful. Look how nice. Use one of these baskets for doing fish.
Cooking fish can be a bit intimidating on the grill. I find that it falls apart.
Yeah, but this is
that's why you have one of
great
those.
basket.
Yeah. Use one of your. This is Martha Stewart basket.
It is, but you can find these in other brands too.
What's in the salmon salad, really quickly?
Salmon salad is the salmon that's been cooked with a little bit of lemon zest. Always squeeze fresh lemon juice over it. Flake it up. You want to flake it up, or you can stir.
I'll stir.
Put it
Yes,
in there.
ma'am.
And there's a great dressing. Do you like anchovy?
I do in moderation.
Oh, good. So there's a dressing with olive oil, anchovy, a little mustard, salt, and pepper. Just pour that all over the whole thing.
Whole thing, whole bottle?
Yep.
Okay.
And then flake the salmon into big flakes.
Al, what's the verdict?
This is terrific.
Delicious.
Like a salmon
And
is
this
swap.
goes
Where'd you
in
get
here.
these eggs, Martha?
Those are eggs right
Those are fresh.
You can find all the recipes today.com
These are Martha
/food for
Stewart eggs.
Martha's book.
Yep.
Today.com/shop. We're back. Today, food. We're heading to this 4th of July weekend. We have called in the expert to sweeten the celebration. Martha Stewart's here. She's going to show us how to make a sour cherry pie with 3 different spins on the crust. Is that right?
Exactly.
Sour cherries can be hard to find in the grocery store, no?
Well, it's a very short season, so maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the most.
All right.
And most of them come from places like New York State or Michigan, and they're beautiful. They're like little rubies, but you have to pit them.
Okay.
Because otherwise, your family or your friends will break their teeth.
These have already been pitted.
Yeah, this is a silly little pitter.
Okay, that is not the pitter you want.
No, because there's a better pitter that I don't have with me, and it does multiples at the same time. So,
this is
but
the
aren't they good?
Today Show pitter. We won't be using that. Okay.
And so here is it's the pits, exactly. So this is the first crust with a nice fluted edge. Always make your pastry cold. Cold butter, cold flour, cold water, and then roll it out, keep it chilled. Fill it with the filling, which is sugar, a little bit of flour, a little bit of butter, and this is the crumb topping.
Is this the easiest of the toppings, Martha, the crumb topping?
Yeah, very easy. It's just butter, flour, brown sugar, and a pinch of salt. And so you just crumble the crumble over the top of the pie, bake it hot, like in a 400-degree oven. It is so good.
I love a crumble.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Crust in general.
Yeah, crumble, crisp, whatever you want to call it. But put a lot on because it really does enhance the sourness of those delicious cherries.
Okay.
Now here is a very cute topping. This is the solid crust pie.
Okay.
And this is you cut the little. If you have a round cookie cutter, you can do that. But you can also use a pastry cutter like that to cut the rounds. This lets the steam escape, and your crust will get nice and crispy.
Do you have a favorite top, a favorite crust top?
No, I make all of these.
Okay, you're agnostic when it comes to
And now this is the most complicated. You roll out your dough and you lattice top.
The lattice top.
Lattice top.
That looks intimidating.
So you can fake it and just put it over, put them one way and then the other way. But if you're very particular, you can actually weave the lattice, see?
What's the hardest part about it? The weaving or getting the pieces to be
rolling
uniform?
it out, and then cutting it with a little pastry wheel like this.
Oh, yeah. How's that? Would you like that pastry wheel?
No,
no. Why'd you ask? Because you knew what she was going to say.
Martha and I have been together a long time.
There are better pastry wheels.
I'm just stirring the pot.
But it works. It works. Don't you know? And so now remember, this one has to go way under here. So because you're going to weave it.
And do you bake the pies all for the same amount of time, regardless of the crust topping?
No, some of them take a little longer than others. Like the solid crust will take a little longer than the lattice. But look how pretty when you really weave it.
It's really good. This lemonade is what?
Well, this is sour cherry lemonade.
Oh.
So you can put your sour cherries, make a syrup of the sour cherries.
Well, that's good.
And you mix it with lemon and orange and a little bit of mint, and that is so good. Sour cherries are just one of my favorite fruits.
Martha Stewart, you're one of our favorite people.
And here, this is for you.
Oh, Martha made me cherry pie, y'all.
Martha, these cute napkins. Did you make these too?
Yes, these are bandanas, and then you can stencil the names on them.
That is so
got your
cute.
Martha, thank you. Recipes-today.com/food.
And we are back with Today Food, the one, the only, Martha Stewart.
Martha. We all know she's the queen of decorating, cake baking, and gardening. Well, now she's sharing an up-close and personal look at her many talents and interesting stories. She's got a new show. I cannot get over this title. Martha Gets Down and Dirty. Take a look.
The best use of a chainsaw I ever heard, though. A couple was getting divorced, and they could not decide about what to do with their home furnishings. And the wife just said, okay, well, you take half of everything. And she went away, and her husband used the chainsaw and cut everything in half.
So it's a feel-good show.
Didn't bode well for the dog.
Martha, good morning. You're out in your house out there in the country. We love it. So how'd you come up with this title? I mean, I think we knew you were down and dirty, deep down inside, but everybody else thinks of you as like the queen of clean.
Well, I am the queen of clean inside the house, but out in the garden, it is kind of dirty. You're working in the dirt, right?
Yeah.
So it gets me a chance to just kind of be myself and show all the great gardening tips, how to grow things, how to cook things outdoors, and today we're grilling all kinds of fantastic sausages, which I know Al Roker would really like. And the guests on our show are fantastic. We have Kim Kardashian. Tiffany Haddish is a hoot. And there's some guy called Al Roker.
Oh,
Al Roker comes on the show, too.
Yeah, I forgot because it was during the pandemic. But yes, we were talking about the rub.
Yep, and he does a great rub. So
barbecue rub.
Well, they did say it was Martha down and dirty.
Barbecue rub.
Yeah. Well, Martha, tell us about these.
The show's on Discovery Plus.
Yeah. Okay. Tell us about these dogs you're grilling. Like, is there an art to it?
Oh well, all kinds of dogs. You know, if you're going to have a grilling party, why not make it really interesting? Not just hot dogs, but special all-beef hot dogs, kielbasa, a Greek sausage we just found called Lucanico. It's a combination of meat and oregano and lemon, and we have beautiful cheddar bratwurst. These are so pretty. And then, of course, don't forget the rolls. The rolls have to be beautifully buttered. Before you put them on the grill, and make sure you don't burn stuff.
Yeah.
You know, Al Roker, he's also a proponent of not burning stuff. And if the flame is up high like that, just move the stuff or spray it with a little spray bottle. But get your rolls nicely, just slightly charred. And the condiments, oh my gosh, look at all the condiments we have on here. Bread and butter pickles, French mustard. This is the the baseball stadium mustard, of course. Chopped onions, red relish, green relish, sauerkraut, my favorite, sour cream. You have spicy mustard, tomatoes chopped up, and this is fantastic, a beet horseradish mustard. And bacon and dill pickles. And doesn't that make your mouth water? Don't you want one of these right now? I wish you were here.
Martha,
I think maybe you ought to close the lid, Martha, just to kind of knock that fire down.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
For 1 second, you're right. And I love this grill dome. This is custom colored. You can get it any color you want. I love this. So you can have it match your house, your backyard, whatever. It's a really clever thing.
Yeah. Oh,
so let's let that cool down a little bit.
Hey, Martha, what's your describe how you would prepare your perfect hot dog? What are your condiments? What do you like on yours?
Oh, well, let's get one right here. Here's a hot dog. And on a buttered bun, and I would put I like French mustard, so I would put a nice Dijon mustard on. I love relish, and I would put relish. Do you know I have a hot dog at every hot dog stand? It's called a Martha dog.
What?
And every place is a little bit different from, Rutt's Hut has a Martha dog, Rawley's in Fairfield has a Martha dog, the great hot dogs, the hot dog place in California in LA has a hot dog called the Martha dog. Oh, yeah. Pink's, I have does Al Roker have a hot dog at Pink's?
I do not. I do not.
I'm
not Martha Stewart.
Well,
come on.
I think you should be working on that one, Al, because those are very famous. And so that's what I have, pickles, and I love bacon on mine too. I'm going to put a piece of bacon in there.
That's a good one.
So there's my hot dog.
That's a good one.
Well, I love
Martha. And Martha, one more thing. What do you call them when it gets really crispy, when your dogs get really crispy?
Oh, snappies. These snappies.
Oh, yeah.
And I
okay.
love those. Yeah, Rawleigh's is famous for snappers, as well as Rutt's Hut is also famous for snappers.
Okay.
That you get, snappers you put in hot oil first. You know, you fry them a little
What's
bit.
happening to that grill, Martha?
That's the secret.
She opened it, a little flame going on. Okay.
Yeah,
all right, Martha, thank you so much.
No, this is good.
Okay.
All right, we're celebrating the 4th of July the best way we know how, with good company and delicious food.
Here with us, the host of the Food Network's The Kitchen, our friend Sunny Anderson, and she's cooking exactly what we want.
No, I mean, honestly,
Because I don't know. It's some big meat on them big bones we about to cook.
Ribs.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
Hoda loves ribs.
I love a rib.
Are
love.
you serious?
No, love.
All she eats is ribs.
But I don't know. I've never seen a cut this huge.
That's a huge This is the Brontosaurus Rex cut you want to ask your butcher for. I like to get the flanken, and so this is just flanken that's not broken down for you. So you can ask for that if you want.
For the big cut.
Yeah, you can ask for whatever you want at the butcher. And if you don't like this cut of rib, I'm just going to show you a really good technique to do some honey barbecue ribs.
Ooh,
yes,
honey barbecue.
Okay. So very simple for you. I just want you to help me mix up the rub. So we've already got some paprika in there.
That's all paprika?
That's salt. Yeah, it's a look at the big old piece of meat.
Yeah, you need it.
Yes. So we got some cayenne pepper.
Okay.
Some cumin, onion powder, garlic powder.
Awesome.
And some dried oregano. So you're just going to mix that together, and that's going to be our rub.
Right.
Pass it over to me, and I'll rub it onto our meat
Okay.
here.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to just whisk it.
Yeah, just whisk it up.
So that's the dry rub.
Yeah, and if you're going to make your ribs today, and you're like, I don't have all these pantry items, but I've got that one-size-fits-all barbecue rub in my pantry, just use that if you like it. Yeah.
Do you rub both sides or just one?
sides.
Oh, both sides.
Massage it into that huge rib.
It's called a rub for a reason. A rub for a reason. Rub it down.
You are so crazy.
Okay, so I've got the oven set at 275 degrees.
Okay.
So the key to tender ribs is time and moisture and a low temp. Slow and low.
Okay.
Okay.
So you put some aluminum.
Yes. We're going to cover it up with aluminum foil very tightly and get it into our 275 degree oven.
Just 275.
I know, 'cause
yes.
low and
Seems
slow.
like nothing.
Low and slow.
And how long is that gonna?
This is going to be for about 2 to 3 hours. Really, it's going to depend on the size of your
cut.
ribs,
Okay.
right? And make sure you put it in there fat side up.
Can I ask
Wait,
you,
fat
can you
side up.
ask
That's
the
important.
butcher and say, how long do I need to cook? This is a medium-sized rib. How long do I cook?
Yes, because I feel like the butcher and the fishmonger can tell you how to prepare what they are breaking down.
Yes, right?
Make them your friend.
Okay, good.
I was so much friends with my butcher one time. He asked me for a date, and I said, no, thank you.
Why?
Because where am I going to get my meat if the date's not right? Do you know what I'm saying? Just don't be too friendly with your butcher.
Yeah, you gotta watch that meat.
You said
that
fat
comes out of the oven. Fat side up.
That's
so the
important.
fat trickles
The
down
fat
into the
is
meat.
How do you know that the fat side is up? Oh,
Well,
can
you'll
tell.
be able to see the layer of fat.
Okay.
It'll be as different than
white.
the meat. It's white and it's really
Now, this
gelatinous.
is some
So
honey.
now here's the honey. Now when we're done,
Straight up honey.
and we can kind of tell that this is almost there.
Look at that.
We're gonna take it out. We're gonna flip it over.
Yes.
And then we're gonna get the honey part of the
Yes.
barbecue onto it.
Oh my!
Now,
Look at all that.
Wow.
I'm into that.
now if you have hot honey, aka spicy honey,
Spicy honey.
do it
on pizza.
Do it. It's so good on pizza.
It is so.
It's my jam.
You and I are best friends.
It's just dripping. Okay, so you're gonna get that back into the oven.
How long?
For about 30 to 45
you're covering
minutes.
it again or not?
No cover
No
because
cover.
we want it to caramelize.
Get over
Take
here.
a look at this.
I mean, I
big
don't
old
even
piece
know
of
how to-
meat.
Wait, what do you do? And do you have anything I could dip it in? Or
Yeah,
you
well,
just-
no,
doesn't
it's,
like dry.
it's just the rub. So, some people like a rub and a sauce. Some people
Get
just
in there.
want the sauce.
Oh, it's already cooked.
Yeah. So then I want to show you how to make spoon bread. Are you guys familiar with what spoon bread is? Did you like it?
Love.
Right?
Love.
You can do this today with whatever cut of rib you have. You can also do this on your grill. You want to just make sure that you cover it completely. It's all about the moisture.
Okay.
Okay, so this is spoon bread. It's just like cornbread, but it's like a pudding vibe.
Yes.
Right? So in here, we're going to get some chorizo.
Yes.
This is my Tex-Mex spoon
I know.
bread.
You know what? I feel like you're doing this for me.
Okay, look, I'm on your show, honey.
I feel
Yes.
like you're doing this for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It's making me happy.
Yes, okay, but also I did 4 years of high school in Texas and enlisted in the Air Force there,
Yes.
so I'm also doing it for myself.
Yes. Yes. I love it.
All right, so you're gonna mix that around and get that browned, kind of like ground beef. You know, it's gonna look like that as it cooks. It's gonna be a little bit hotter.
You're doing good.
Yeah, okay.
So now here in my pot, I've got some buttermilk, I've got some cornmeal.
Yes.
And you're just gonna get in here and mix it up.
That look good.
Like, yeah.
So it's gonna look like loose grits.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna temper, right? Because this is hot and this is cold. We don't want the eggs to scramble. So we're gonna take just a little bit here.
Look at that.
Mix
we
it
would
up.
totally
We'd
scramble
dumped
the
it in
eggs.
and it would have been yucky.
Can I tell you something? My grandma has a recipe where she has eggs in hot liquid. She does not temper, and it turns out perfect every time.
Yeah.
All right.
She's just got grandma hands. You know what I mean?
Go down there and check it out.
So then once everything feels warm, you're going to mix everything
Look how fun
together.
this is. Come to the
Yeah.
pan.
All of that cornmeal mixture into your bowl. Go into the chorizo we've already cooked. You're going to add some corn. I tried to heat that up for you. Is it warm?
Yummy.
You're going to add the corn kernels, the cheddar cheese, the mozzarella.
Oh my gosh. Sonny.
Jenna, a
Come
little
on.
bit of the red and green chilies.
Is that rotel?
You know what it is, girlfriend.
that
Texas's
rotel?
favorite ingredient.
You put that in some queso.
Hello.
Right?
Okay, the cheese, okay, some scallions, get it in there.
Are you going to put any cheese in there?
Yeah, exactly. Mix it up.
Oh, God, it's so good.
Mix it up. And then you're just going to get into the oven, 400 degrees for about 25, 30 minutes till it sets.
I mean, this is the best.
Sonny.
You like it?
Yes.
It's a 10 plus. For these recipes, go to today.com/food. We all know Katie Lee Beagle is a Food Network star. She's also a mom to a beautiful baby daughter, Iris, almost about to turn 2. But what you may not know is that she's also a best-selling author, and she's got her book turning into a movie.
How much fun is that, y'all? Groundswell is about a young chef who leaves behind her dream job and boyfriend and heads to Hawaii, where she meets a handsome surf instructor. And Katie actually has a little starring role in this, too. A cameo.
Right, I have a cameo.
How much fun
Let's take a
was
look.
it?
Let's take a look.
Today we've prepared for you an individual pineapple rum trifle layered with macadamia coconut frosting.
And a rum glaze.
Oh, well, let's get in here.
I think that your cake has a really nice texture to it, a good crumb. The frosting is perfectly sweet. However, I think your presentation is lacking.
How was that acting for you?
Oh, you know, it was real hard for me to act like I was judging a culinary competition.
Exactly. Being on the
I was
set,
nervous.
though, it's kind of cool. It's
It
like
was
your work.
so cool. I was pinching myself the whole time. I said, I can't believe this is happening. And the movie's different from the book, but it was really interesting to see the way it had taken on this whole new life and different characters. And it was just super fun.
I feel like you have so many new things happening, at least since we've last seen you. You have this movie, but more importantly, you have little Iris.
Yes.
She's about to be 2 years old.
Yes, I can't believe it. I remember being pregnant and doing my Zoom with you guys, cooking.
And now here we are.
She's putting bread baskets
Does
on
she
her
eat
head.
everything?
No, sadly.
Okay.
She really tortures me when it comes to eating.
Well, that's like
our
you know what? It's like all children.
Yeah, she would eat the bread of this that we're making.
We love
That'd be
pulled
about
pork
it.
sandwiches, and that's what we're going to make.
I love pulled pork sandwiches. We're doing a Hawaiian-inspired pulled pork since Groundswell filmed in Hawaii. And I think a slow cooker in the summer is awesome because you can be at the pool all day and then you come in and dinner's ready.
Awesome.
So let's get started. You can use a pork butt or a pork shoulder for this. We're going to do a little rub. We've got salt, garlic powder, pepper, some ground ginger.
Yeah.
All goes in there, gets whisked up.
All kind of
and then-
Hawaiian-inspired, right?
Yes, yes. So, you know, pork is so big there with having the pig roast and everything. So this is a way to have a little taste of it at home.
So you leave all that just like that.
All goes on. It goes into the slow cooker. Now you could, if you have a browning feature on your slow cooker, you could do that.
Is that what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
lay it on top.
And then you
Okay.
put it right in
Look.
there, cover it up,
And cook it all day.
About 8 hours on low, 6 hours on high.
And you take that top part
I take the fat part off. Okay.
Some people don't.
Yeah,
right?
some people don't. I like to leave that to the side and then see it just falls
Oh my gosh,
apart.
it's beautiful.
Isn't it perfect?
So you just
So
use
just
forks.
so tender. Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna make this on Sunday. Actually, my mom's visiting. We're gonna be
Fun.
hanging out watching.
Is
the
she
movie
loving
together.
baby Iris?
Oh my gosh, she's having a ball. I got pictures this morning. They're playing
Oh, cute.
and
Is your
making
mom still-
forts and watching the Today
Does she
Show.
still live in West Virginia?
She does.
She does.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So
All right. So it goes
goes
back
in.
into the slow cooker. We're going to take 2 cups of broth because even though we didn't add any broth to it, that pork's going to make its own. And we're going to add crushed pineapple to it.
You know that's going to be good.
And some hoisin sauce. That's a little bit of honey in there. We've got soy sauce and sesame oil. This all gets mixed up. It goes back into our slow cooker.
Okay, dump that in.
For an hour.
All right, let's come back and make us some sandwiches.
Get back here.
I'm coming to this
sandwiches. All right, I like a slaw on my pulled pork.
Me too.
Because you gotta have a little crunch, right?
Yeah.
So you just want to shred the, I use a Napa cabbage for this, shred it up, make a real quick little dressing out of rice vinegar.
Rice vinegar makes everything taste super yummy. Thank you.
Sugar, we've got to have a little sweetness with the bitter cabbage, and celery salt, which I love. And then just mix it all up, build your little sandwich. I like to use those Hawaiian rolls for it.
Oh
my
God.
The Hawaiian rolls are delicious.
They give it that nice little
extra everything about it
something.
is delicious.
This is so, what's a drink?
Watermelon rum punch. Okay, so it's fresh watermelon since that's in right now.
Oh my God.
Blend it up with some rum, and then we top it off with a ginger beer. And we made little watermelon ice cubes too.
Of course
you always go above and beyond. Thank you, Katie.
Cheers. We love you. Come back and see us.
And for these recipes, go to today.com/food.
We are back with Today Food and some great recipes from one of our absolute favorite chefs, Marcus Samuelsson, acclaimed chef, philanthropist. His latest restaurant, Marcus Bar and Grill, opened this past March down in Atlanta. Before that, he debuted Havenmar here in New York City. That was back in November. You've been very, very busy, good sir.
And I was excited because you just came through to the restaurant, and that means that we're officially open. When Craig comes through, that means that we're open.
And I'm not just saying this because you're standing here, but it was one of the best dining experiences that we've had in the city in recent memory. So.
And Al was there too.
Al Roker popped in.
Yeah.
Before we start cooking here, tell me about the spot down in Atlanta, because this is your first restaurant down there.
This is our first restaurant in Atlanta. It's like brunch city. It's brunch every day. And this dish that we're doing today is really inspired by brunch. It's a shrimp and grits that we tweaked in from my heritage from Ethiopia, so we call it tips and bits, which is really a nice stir-fried with grits.
Why do we call them tips?
Tips is one of the dishes that comes from Ethiopia. So we're going to sear up some beef, serve it with grits, and we're going to put some heat on it. And you know what? Can I tell you how excited I am?
Yeah.
Because it's the first time I'm cooking outside on the plaza live. How cool is this? Right? How cool is this?
Summer's here.
Wow. So we got.
What did you put in the pan to start?
Little onion and garlic. Can we smell that? Can we smell that? Right? Little onion and garlic. Little onion, garlic, ginger. And we're going to add in our beef.
Okay.
Beautiful tenderloin of beef. And then this is berbere. This comes from my home country.
What is that? What is that called?
This is a berbere.
Berbere.
Berbere, exactly. It's a spice blend that you find all over Ethiopia. And it's a little bit, it got a little heat on it. Can I tell you what else, right?
What oil was that? Just olive oil?
Just some olive oil. One of the cool things about living in New York City is that, you know, we have all these cool restaurants.
Yes.
And yesterday, I was invited to one of those Jenna and Hoda parties.
Yeah?
You know, like they get invited to the fancy parties.
Yes, they
like
do.
we don't get invited to
No.
them. Savannah, you don't get invited
I
to them.
don't.
Dylan, come on,
I
forget
know.
about it. So I walked into Martha Stewart was there.
Oh, it was that kind of
Everybody was
party,
there,
Marcus.
right?
What party?
And I was like, where's Jenna? Where's Hoda? Danielle. Restaurant Danielle turned 30 yesterday. Can we give a big shout out to Restaurant Danielle? And it was fancy. And of course, there was Hoda drinking in the corner.
By herself?
Yeah. But she's here. You recovered fast.
What's the word? What's the word on the dish, boys and girls?
So beyond good. It's really good, right? No, but it's so much fun to be here on the plaza, cooking outside, cooking tips and bits. I'm gonna plate this for you.
So this is done.
Done.
And what do we add to it?
A little bit, just like this olive oil, a little bit of butter.
Just a little bit of butter.
Just a little bit of butter, right?
Just a smidge.
Just a little bit.
A skosh, if you will.
So, look at that. Look how nice that looks, right?
Hey, Marcus, what if you can't find that spice? Because I love that
Smoked,
spice. Where do you find
smoked
it?
paprika.
Okay.
You like spice.
Yes.
You're from Arizona. You like chili, right?
I do. I like a little heat, Marcus.
Yes. So you
I'd
can
like to be invited to fancy parties.
I know, but like, you know what?
Don't cut it.
I got the card now. I'm next one. We're gonna
Me
get
and
invited
Dilly
to.
want to come.
So the grits is cooked for about 20 minutes. A little bit of cream, a little bit of water. You know the grits got to be really, really nice and creamy.
I take my grits very seriously.
Yes.
And these are just
beautiful. Look at these grits right
and
now.
you use water and milk.
Water and milk. We
Whole
mix
milk.
it. Yes.
Good.
We mix it. And
Some
now
people don't like to use
we're ready to play. Look at this.
Ready to play.
Look at this. Are you guys eating over there? I don't hear any
Of course
oohs and
we're
ahs.
eating. Are we
I don't hear
eating?
any. I know, like Hoda's not eating because she had like a fancy meal last night. The other one. Come on.
And so this is on the menu.
That's it.
Down at your new spot.
Make the meat so tender.
Yeah.
Fancy. It's like this is tenderloin, but you know you just got to cook it in a hot pan, adding the berbere. It's really, really delicious. You find it at Haven Mar in Chelsea, and you find it in an Atlanta restaurant.
All
right.
Oh, so delicious.
We love it when you come back.
Can I just say how happy I am to be here? It's so much fun. Thank you
Love it when you
for
come
having me.
back.
Always. Thank you very much.
Samuelson.
Thank you.
By the way, you can find the recipes today.com/food.
We're back, 8:51 Today Food. This morning we are joined by Aisha Nurjaya, the executive chef at Shuka and Shuket restaurants right here in New York City. Shuket, guys, was recently included in the New York Times list of the 100 best restaurants in New York City. Chef
Thank
Aisha,
you.
congratulations. We are all super fans
I
of yours.
appreciate it. I'm happy to be here.
What are we making today?
Today we are going to make grilled shrimp. But honestly, it's all about this easy sauce.
Okay.
It's not only a sauce, it could be a marinade, and I promise you it's going to be your go-to.
Okay, great.
Okay, so in here we have some ginger and garlic. I'm going to throw in some roasted peppers.
Okay.
A little bit of champagne vinegar.
So you roasted the peppers beforehand.
And I
Got
peel
it.
them. Easy on the stovetop or your outdoor grill if you have.
Okay.
And then
you know I'm scared of
just
the
like your
food
show. I don't even know
processor.
what I'm doing here, but we're gonna fake it. We're gonna throw this in here, and we're just gonna make sure that this is all emulsified, so there's no big chunks of anything. And then our last step, super easy, is to throw in some smoked paprika and a little bit of lebne. You know how I love my lebne.
Oh my gosh. Now that looks like sour cream.
What's it called?
Lebne.
So it's like a pressed yogurt that we add some lemon juice and sea salt to.
If you can't find it, can you
Greek
make
yogurt
a
is
lebne?
fine.
Oh, Greek yogurt. Okay.
Sour cream would work, and so would creme fraiche.
Okay.
So we're just gonna pulse this again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How's it tasting, folks? Oh my
God. It's the best shrimp you've ever had.
You guys are too good to me. Too good, too good. Okay, so we're gonna drop this right now. Our sauce is in here, and we're gonna move on to the shrimp. So these shrimp could be marinated up to 45 minutes or up to 3 days.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna do this obviously in a pan, but at home, if you have your grill open, this would be a perfect
you grill 'em,
summer
okay.
recipe.
Carson, do you have questions about the shrimp?
If I tried to make this, it doesn't taste like this.
I promise you it will. This is why it's so simple. We have ginger, garlic, a little bit of cumin and
Hold you to that.
coriander, and I'm gonna throw in some lemon zest.
Oh, that's
'Cause
lime.
Lime. Sorry.
I know. I really know my way around the kitchen now.
I love it.
Okay. Because Chef Aisha taught me.
See, this
What happened to your
teacher and the
cooking show?
student, we're having the moment right
No wonder
now.
it was canceled.
Just on hiatus.
We're gonna mix this up, and we're gonna take a little bit of this marinade.
Okay.
You wanna do that for me, please?
I'm afraid. You do
Okay,
it.
yeah.
I just know I'm wearing white. It would splash
You're right,
over.
you're right. We don't wanna
all
ruin
know
that
what
for
would
you.
happen.
We're gonna throw a little bit of that in.
Just a little bit.
Just a little
Okay.
bit. And we're gonna leave this. Cover this nice in your refrigerator,
How
and you'll
long?
be ready to go. 45 minutes would be the minimum, but you could do it up to 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay.
So we have some here. This is what they look like if you smell them. All that good flavors,
Yum.
right?
So good.
Hot saute pan, a little bit of olive oil.
Okay.
These are going to take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to throw a few in.
So fun. Now, okay, so it's 3 minutes both. Are you just doing it by time, or can you tell by looking, too?
Well, what you look for is that they get like an opaque color. If you could see they're gray when they're raw.
But
as
do you
start
mind
to
that
cook
there's
them-
no oil in the middle here?
No,
I'm going to ask some of my dumb
Of course,
questions.
no, but
that
what
I-
we could do, that's
Yeah.
a great question.
Okay.
We could just move it
Oh,
around,
okay.
zhuzh it around, but in a non-stick pan, that
Did
kind
you
of
bake
helps.
that off too, or do you always go over the stove? Can you
Sorry?
bake the shrimp too? or-
You can put them right in the sheet tray just like this as well.
Yeah.
Really, and if shrimp is not your thing, chicken would work well, or a cod fillet, or even like branzino or something like
The
that.
smell
It's
is
the sauce.
incredible.
I love that. Okay, so I'm going to chop up some scallions, and I
Yes.
think that we're going to get ready to plate.
Okay. What are we going to do with the scallions?
We're just going to cut them on a bias.
Okay.
I know that you. Do you want to do this part? I'll have you do
You
the
don't-
lemon
nobody
zest.
likes it when I have the knife.
We don't think so.
There will be blood.
We'll leave
Okay.
you. Okay, so actually, I know what you can do. I'm going to cut this open.
Yeah, you know I know my way around a
some
lime.
on here
Yeah.
for me?
Wait, zest or lime juice?
The juice, the
Okay.
juice. So I'm going to take some of the sauce, and I'm going to show you the fancy way of being an artist. You're just going to throw it around, really. But if you're at home,
Presentation.
you can put it in a squeeze bottle and make your own little
cute.
design.
Okay.
Okay? And then I'm going to take some of
Dylan's
the
little
shrimp.
boy Calvin could probably do that because he's like an expert chef
100%.
now. Yes.
I haven't taught him plating yet, though.
Yeah.
so.
We're going to throw the shrimp on here, and you're going to be super random. You just want to make sure that you have negative space so you can kind of see everything.
Okay.
And if you
that's so
could grab some
pretty.
sesame seeds.
Okay. Just
and
sprinkle.
then sprinkle them all around.
Did you do anything special with the asparagus? What do we need to know about that?
The asparagus is like my springtime alarm clock. When I
Okay.
see it, I know good weather's on its way,
Aw.
and I'm ready to get in my two-piece.
Okay, great.
So this is also easy grilling. You could put them in the oven, olive oil, salt.
Yes.
And then
Wait,
we're just.
that's all you did?
That's all I did. Olive
Aisha,
oil,
this
salt.
little
My
crisp, the
asparagus
crisp
never
that's on the
tasted-
shrimp, is that like the Maillard effect you get from
It is.
searing a steak? Is it the same?
It's the same thing. It's the dairy that's in the lebne that gives you that effect on the shrimp.
good.
I mean,
I'm
that's the
I
difference
snap.
maker there. The crunch on it is like
All right,
a
perfect.
steak.
Oh my God.
And it's sick. Crazy.
How is an airline
Aisha,
not
how do
hired
you do
to-
this?
I mean, this is crazy. And we're back with Today Food this morning. Easy and budget-friendly recipes for the end of summer with back to school and work routines looming right in front of us. We have simple solutions for dinner, Chris.
Yeah, this is actually a really simple one. Our good friend Alex Guarnaschelli is here. Alex is about to launch a new restaurant at this year's U.S. Open called Fare.
Hey.
So good to have you back, Alex. So good to have you back in person, in the flesh. Hadn't seen you in a couple years. So this morning we're going to make a little chicken paillard, it looks like.
Yes. So we start with the chicken breast and we butterfly it, cut it in half so it's thinner. And this is really quick cooking. And you also get more bang for your buck. You know what I'm saying?
How do you do that? What's the easiest way to do that?
Make it flat?
So the best way to do that is to take a chicken and literally what they say, butterfly, cut it in half and open it up like two wings of a butterfly. And then you just pound it out, which is good. You know, if we're not going to the gym, we're getting that workout with the chicken paillard. Right. So we sear it in hot oil, a few minutes on each side. Little frisee salad with, you know, little bitter greens. Right. With a little mustard dressing. And I like once you cook these, just a little bit of that mustard dressing. That little like, oh, what happened here?
Right. And then on the chicken, I was about to say, you just sprinkled a little salt on it. Is that it for your? How did you season your chicken?
Yeah, you know what? I like when chicken tastes like chicken. Let's be
Bring
real.
back the chicken.
People are always, you know, dipping it in sour cream and whatever else. Stop.
Come on, Grandma used to say.
Right?
By the way, Alex, is it do you pronounce the D in paillard or is it paillard?
It's paillard.
You say the D? So just a little
Somewhere
bit.
in the middle. 42% yes. 58% no.
Okay. Hey, a lot of great tomatoes out right now.
Yes. So our next dish, and these are dishes you're going to get at Fare at my restaurant. By the way, I've never had so much. I feel like I have a posse.
I know.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yes, everybody line up. Okay, so tomatoes cut in half, cut a little bit in boiling water until we can peel the skin off. Right, and then we just look at this. I mean, it looks almost beautiful, right? Summer tomatoes, and then we drop that. Al, will you put the rice wine vinegar and the olive oil right in there? Tomatoes, shallots, garlic, red pepper flakes. This is almost like a vinaigrette. This is actually vegan. This sauce kind of by accident. A little oregano and a little sugar, but no dairy in here.
Yeah.
And what we do is we just cook this. We let it stew a little bit.
Beautiful.
We blend it, and then we toss the pasta in the sauce. I saved a little pasta water.
Look at that.
So why don't you stir, Chef?
Okay,
I
yes,
know
ma'am.
you know how to cook. A little pasta water that you saved from cooking the pasta to loosen that up.
Alex, the tomatoes, we noticed they're not red. Do they have a different flavor?
So these are lower acid tomatoes. They're yellow tomatoes. I just love saying that. You just sound like you did something super unusual, and all you did was buy a tomato, and you're like, yes, I was up all night. So here they are. Yeah, and they're so beautiful, and they have this great mild taste.
Mild? Okay.
Now this dish can be vegan so easily, which I love, or just vegetarian. You can drop some spicy brown sausage on there if you want, Al.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Some cheese. And you got putting a little Parmesan on this?
Can you swap out the pasta?
Absolutely. You could do beans, for example. You could do any number of things. Or you could just use this yellow tomato sauce to make a vegetable lasagna, which is vegetables.
You know what's so interesting to me is how creamy it tastes.
It's very creamy because it's got that rice wine vinegar and that olive oil blended. It's almost like a vinaigrette. And the blender and blending everything and making it smooth is that magic. Are you adding more cheese?
Yeah, a little bit.
Amazing.
Alex, quickly, I got to ask you, because I watch Chopped every day.
Yes.
What's a worse offense on Chopped? Forgetting a basket ingredient on the plate or not seasoning a full plate at all and it just tastes terrible?
The answer is yes. No, what is worse? You know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to say under all that pressure, it looks easy when you watch it. You got to put those basket ingredients on.
That's what I thought.
Even if it's like bless your heart or whatever,
Get it on the
or
plate.
like
Get it on the plate.
we tried, we did our best, but when you leave those ingredients off, eventually, you know, it catches up with you. You know, it's like taxes.
Thank you.
You're going to pay them.
Here's the thing, Alex. Oftentimes we make dishes on this show.
Right.
And I try to go home and there's no way I can do it. This is one of those dishes where I feel like even I could probably pull this off.
And you make it look so easy.
Simple.
It's really simple.
Yeah, it's really good.
You cook everything together. You see it. It's so beautiful. You blend it, and that's it.
Could you make this sauce ahead and freeze it?
Oh my God. You can keep this in the freezer in pints or quart containers and just defrost it and use it, or let it sit in the fridge. I put a little olive oil over it so it keeps longer because it keeps the air.
How's the pasta? Well,
I know. I was trying to grab one for Tom.
By the way, I don't know what happened here, but these three guys, they took all the cheese.
Sorry.
Yes, so
Alex Guarnaschelli, thank you. And by the way, good luck. Best of luck with the new restaurant.
Thank
you. You can find Alex's recipes, both of the recipes, in fact, by going to our website, today.com/food.